Hello, be at ease. It's your favorite ferret, Cheese Louise, and today we're playing some more Persona 4 Arena. And I think we might even finish the story from the first game. All that's left is Aegis, Labris, and something else. Although there might be a whole other thing that unlocks afterwards, because it says 54%, which does not add up to the fraction of stories that we've completed, but, you know. Also, I will acknowledge that my brain turned off and I forgot which part of pre-stream I was at. So then I was like, oh, let me click on my gaming scene and see if everything's right. Oh wait, I already hit the live button. It's on the loading slate for a reason. Oops. Anyway, I guess so.
Are you awake?
No. Wait! That's Adachi's voice.
I'm sorry. I had turned off my consciousness to test the new equipment installed on me.
Yes, that's why we use the emergency channel. We've been asked to go into action.
Has something happened? Who sent the request?
We'll brief you on the details in transit. Also, regulations say that the member with the lowest serial number is in command. Currently, that's you.
I'm in command? Are you sure about this? After all,
You're well suited for it, in my opinion.
Understood.
That is Adachi's voice actor. If it's supposed to actually be him, I don't know. May 1st, 2012, 9:30 a.m. Men equipped with assault suits and tactical vests... Stop that. Line the concrete ground. Their urban camouflage and unmoving poses give them the appearance of an orderly line of rocks. Not an ordinary line of rocks. Quite extraordinary. But rocks nonetheless. 30 minutes have passed since the special assault team took up their positions on the landing strip surrounding the stopped passenger plane. Blech. Thought it was a transport plane. Their captain glares at the plane before he slowly turns around and looks at each of his men. Every last one wears ski masks and thick tactical visors to mask their identities, but he knows them nonetheless.
Tell me about the situation and make it quick. We don't have much time.
One of the team members steps forward. The touchscreen tablet in his right hand has a summary of the case on it. On May 1st, 2012, around 1900 hours, a wide-body passenger aircraft headed for Kagoshima sent out a 7500 squawk code during their passenger boarding. Following the signal, the captain reported to the control tower that their aircraft had been hijacked. Since the uprising occurred during passenger boarding, only half of the passengers, 168 exactly, had boarded. The 10 crew members brings a total of 178 hostages thought to be on board. Some passengers seated near the hatch had succeeded in escaping. The following points were gained from questioning them. Take care not to be seen by the hijackers. There are 3 hijackers. All of them are covering their faces with ski masks. All of them are armed with what seem to be pistols. From their voices and builds, they appear to be males. They all spoke fluent Japanese. Currently, the aircraft in question has moved to the front of the landing strip at the hijackers' insistence and is stopped there. The authorities have attempted to negotiate with the hijackers by radio, but they have made no demands. The team member finishes his report. The captain nods silently and addresses his team.
There hasn't been a plane hijacked in this country in over 10 years. None of us, not even me, have dealt with this before. Still, the procedure remains the same. Trust yourself, remember your training, and keep a cool head.
The captain turns towards the plane again. Taking that as a cue, the team scatters to their specified posts to take up positions. The only thing to do now is see what happens. Eventually, 10 o'clock comes around. Half an hour has passed with no new developments. Repeated attempts to contact the hijackers have been made, but they have yet to make any demands. Tensions are beginning to rise. Beginning? It seems like it's been pretty tense the whole time. The worst case scenario is that they have no need to make demands, that their objective is to seize the passenger plane itself. In this case, the team would be facing a large-scale terrorist attack.
Come on, talk to us.
The captain mutters to himself, deep in thought. From the perspective of rescuing the hostages, every second that passes without learning the hijacker's objective is a second wasted. The captain and his team can wait in hiding, but the same is not true for the passengers on board. For untrained civilians, extreme stress can easily lead to physical and mental problems. It's true not only for the hostages, but for the hijackers as well. When people lose their nerve, they tend to act rashly. The hostages will begin to lose hope, and the hijackers will begin taking out on the hostages. Taking it out? This stress, I guess. An hour into the incident, anything could be happening inside the plane. The captain could do nothing but glare as time ticked by. This apparently lasts a lot longer than I thought, based on Naoto's perspective. I thought it was like 5 minutes. After 50 more minutes had passed, a slight change in the situation was reported. All emails and calls going through stations near the airport are being checked, but at the moment no messages are thought to have been sent from inside the plane. It appears that the hijackers had confiscated all cellular phones as per standard hijacking plans, but...
Sir, there's a report from HQ. They picked up a transmission from one of the passenger's cell phones. It's a smartphone with GPS, so they can tell it's inside the plane.
Confirm those details for me.
There are two possibilities. The hijackers are using a passenger's phone to contact associates outside, or a passenger is contacting someone in secret. The latter possibility is more likely. More and more devices have communication capabilities now, making it extremely difficult for hijackers to remove them entirely from play. And the more hostages that there are involved, the more courageous they become, the more likely they are to take risks. Unfortunately, more hostages involved means it's all the more dangerous to provoke the hijackers. Each individual hostage is worth less to them. The detail of the transmission make it apparent that the situation is worse than the team had assumed. The cell phone's owner is a man in his 60s in first class. He signed up for a certain service after being diagnosed with a heart illness. It's a remote EKG monitoring service that keeps track of the patient's heartbeat. A scheduled message was automatically sent from the patient's cell phone. The service provider promptly contacted the police, informing them that the man was in bad shape.
A man's life is at stake if we don't wrap this up within the hour. Looks like we can't stall for time.
As panic spreads, a proposal for negotiations based on this fact and a proposal to storm the plane are both considered. But because only half the passengers had boarded, the situation inside the plane is uncertain, making devising a tactical plan difficult. Though, if nothing is done, a passenger will surely succumb within the hour. A blunder like that must be avoided at all costs. That was the thinking that guided the police officials to make their decision. That same day at 10:30.
What? Withdraw? This is a hijacking! What are you thinking, withdrawing our people? Yes, I understand.
Wait, what's going on?
Orders are orders. We'll fall back at once. Get ready.
No one understood the sudden withdrawal order. Why withdraw the team during a hijacking? No one on the scene agreed with the decision, but the order could not be overturned. The men here are not the brain, but limbs whose power is best put to use by precisely following orders. Just then, another group approaches without a sound. its members are dressed differently in suits and trench coats, but all of them are wearing black and sunglasses. At a glance, it's clear that they are tall, well-built, and used to rough situations. With nearly 20 of them gathered in one place, they are imposing despite their silence. They don't seem to be airport personnel, but neither are they known to the police. But the captain senses they're in the same line of work and approaches.
Who are you?
His voice is... this music. Oh, that reminds me, I should do an audio check. Let me see. Yeah, sounds good. His voice is laced with suspicion, but the man at the head of the group speaks dispassionately, as if he'd heard nothing.
For the next half hour, we're in command of this scene.
Men in Black?
You didn't answer the question. Who's responsible for this?
The captain's tone unconsciously hardens. The group of men in black parts, and one of their number in the rear steps forth. The captain can't stop himself from furrowing his brow. He can already sense the unrest spreading amongst his team, who watches in silence. The one stepping forward looks like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She's dressed in black and wears sunglasses like those around her, but her slender build is out of place. Her blonde hair stands out even more in contrast to her all-black outfit. The girl walks a few more steps forward and removes her sunglasses. Oh, the narration has not been from Aigus's perspective. Okay. Whatever, I'm gonna keep the same voice. The captain had intended to appraise the look in her eyes, but only gasped at the in the face of her crystalline blue. He quickly regains himself and frowns.
So you're the one in charge?
Yes,
Are you shitting me?
there is no time to waste quarreling.
The girl looks at him fearlessly, despite the armed team surrounding her. The absurdity of it all is what helps the captain get over his surprise. Her age and appearance are most likely meaningless. She is clearly no ordinary girl.
Are you not even gonna tell me who you're with?
I cannot.
So you expect me to hand over control of the scene to you without even telling me who the hell you are?
I believe orders to withdraw have already been issued.
Her calm, sweet voice only irritates him. The captain closes the distance to the girl. While he stops short of grabbing her suit, he glares into those blue eyes from only inches away.
Lady, I don't know what kind of juice you have with the grass, but are you ready to be responsible for the deaths of those passengers?
Your protests are doing nothing to relieve the danger. Rescuing them as soon as possible is my, or rather, our duty.
The girl is completely unruffled as she speaks. It's like she's a machine or something, the captain thinks, more dumbfounded than angry.
Have faith in us. We too wish to save them.
For the first time, something like determination flickers within those crystalline eyes. After looking into them, the captain finds something akin to resolve and confidence in them. He steps back. Raising his right hand to his chest, he shows the girl his watch.
But you got exactly 30 minutes and not a second more.
Understood.
After the girl nods, she gives instructions to prepare a stair car to the group she is leading. The captain's fist tightens nervously. Since there are few uses for a stair car, quietly moving it in place may make the hijackers think that a strike team is getting ready to storm the plane. But there's no hesitation in the girl's actions.
Well then, move in as naturally as possible while staying in their blind spots.
Eventually, a roofless stair car advances slowly toward the passenger plane.
The closest we can get without them noticing will be about 10 meters from the plane.
That will be more than enough.
More than enough? What's the point of doing a halfway job like that? Captain's annoyance begins to turn to curiosity. If she is replacing the SAT, then she must have a plan beyond simple brute force, but...
Now, let's begin.
The stair car stops. The girl gets out of the driver's seat. She walks slightly behind the vehicle, turns toward the passenger plane, and squats down.
What's she doing?
The captain brings up a pair of binoculars to see what she will do. At first, he assumes she is going to use the stair car's movement as a decoy and send her team in from a different direction. Like humans, most vehicles have significant blind spots above and underneath. Yet that doesn't seem to be her plan. Does she plan to make her move while using the stair car as cover? Is she possibly going to snipe them? The captain discards the possibility. It would be foolish to set up a sniper perch at a lower angle of elevation where the girl is now. While the captain mulls over the question, the girl makes an unexpected move. She appears to lower her stance slightly one moment, and in the next, she is no longer in sight. By the time the captain realizes she is running, she's already reached the top of the stair car. Her slender body launches like a cannonball from the top of the stairs.
What? She jumped?
Even the SAT members voice their surprise. The girl's leap arcs a distance over 10 meters. It's clearly beyond the abilities of a human being. Coming in the middle of a hijacking, this seems even more surreal. The girl lands on top of the aircraft and stands as if nothing unusual had happened. She looks at the aircraft beneath her and slowly turns her head to scan it from back to front. He reminds the captain of the movement of a security camera. He knows it should be impossible, but he wonders if she can see through the plane ceiling. Eventually, the girl seems convinced of something and begins walking. When she reaches the boarding hatch at the front, she moves her right hand to her back. The captain notices that a special knife coated in gray from blade to hilt is in her hand.
What's she gonna do with that knife?
The girl suddenly lowers her stance and slides down the side of the aircraft. Just as she's about to fall, she thrusts the knife into the jamb of the hatch and dangles from it.
That's just crazy.
She then uses her left hand to pull the handle and unlocks the hatch with ease. Once the thick, airtight door juts out of the aircraft, the girl nimbly jumps into the plane. The captain is shocked by her dauntless methods. He begins to wonder if she intends to defuse the situation on her own. The captain lowers the binoculars and faces the reality before him with his own eyes. Who in the world is she? The doubts he had dismissed rise within him again. Well, they are real airplane seats. They got little TVs in them. A warning light goes on in the cramped cockpit. Two people there notice it at once. One of them is the captain sitting in the pilot's seat. The other is the man holding a gun to the back of the captain's head. The light is labeled hatch open. Even an amateur could understand what it means. The man suddenly tenses and stands ready at the passenger side door. He prepares himself for someone to charge through it. But he quickly regains composure and turns the gun back on the captain. The man casts irritated glances back and forth between the captain and the door for a while, but eventually approaches the door, his gun pointed at the captain. He cautiously cracks open the door and looks toward the passenger seating. Just outside the cockpit is the first class section. While the passengers were gathered in economy class at the time of the hijacking, first class is empty. The man squints. To ward off observation or worse, snipers, the windows covers were down, coming into the darkened plane from the bright cockpit forces his eyes to adjust. But from the corner of his eyes, he sees a gleam of light shining in that's unlike the regular ones. And within that light is a silhouette. Before he can react, the silhouetted figure closes the distance. A hand grabs the edge of the door and opens it with tremendous force. 2 quick, heavy blows follow. The man collapses without a sound. The captain turns around in surprise to see the intruder, a blonde girl with an index finger to her lips, signaling silence. She first lays the man on the ground and then removes the pistol from his hand. On closer inspection, it is only a model gun, supplemented with metal parts. The seam between the parts is in different places compared to a real gun. If taken apart, the disassembled pieces would look nothing like a real pistol. The girl then takes handcuffs from the small pouch on her waist and fastens the man's arms to a seat leg near the window. Even if he wakes up, he will be unable to stand. Though the captain still looks as if he wishes to say something, the girl's eyes meet his and insist on silence as she leaves. The curtain dividing first class and economy class is closed. The girl hides herself behind it and peeks through. There's a man in each of the aisles on the left and right. Neither seems to have noticed her. The passengers and cabin crew are crammed into seats in the back. Everyone's placement matches the readings of what her heat sensors picked up from above the plane. Both remaining hijackers are closer to first class. The man closest to her is only a few steps away. She judges that he can easily be disabled if she moves quickly. They both carry pistols, but they are the same type as the downed hijacker. From what she can see, these two are mere model guns. The girl swiftly pushes aside the curtain and grabs the closer man's right wrist. The hijacker, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of such a slender girl, or by of anyone, the appearance of anyone, stops moving for a moment. He surrenders any chance of victory he may have had. With a pained cry, he drops the pistol to the ground. The girl uses her grip on his right hand to put him to the ground, then smoothly pulls out another pair of handcuffs and locks his arms to the passenger seat. The man thrashes about, but despite his struggles, he is no better than a worm writhing on the ground. The last hijacker finally recovers from his shock and aims his gun. The girl pulls a button from the other man's sleeve and flicks it towards her opponent's face. The button travels at immense speed, though it was launched only from her fingers. The man does the game think I don't know Igus's robot? The man tries to shield his face, but he is too late. He groans in pain when the projectile strikes his forehead. The girl does not let the opportunity pass. She easily jumps over the 3-seat wide center block of seats with one arm and grabs the man's right hand. But it's not a real gun. Why do you even need... whatever. I mean, she needs to subdue him, but she doesn't need to, like, rush at him. There she repeats the same procedure she used before. Their weapons are immediately seized while they are restrained on the floor. Passengers are only now grasping what's happened before their eyes. A murmuring chorus rises.
Do not be alarmed. I have come to rescue you. Your safety has not been secured yet, so please stay calm and remain in your seats.
Passengers erupt in a cheer. There's a sporadic applause as well. But there is a slightly hysterical tinge to it in reaction to the tension of the situation.
Excuse me. We were told someone requires medical assistance for their chronic heart illness. His name is...
Just as the girl approaches the center of the plane, she senses a male passenger stand up from his seat. He is extremely calm and quiet as he does so. The girl belatedly picks up on the incongruity. All the other passengers are nervous. It is then that she feels something hard pressed up against the back of her head. She knows without looking that it is the muzzle of a gun. The nearby passenger's cries of relief suddenly turn to screams.
I am impressed with your judgment to stay hidden until an opportunity arose.
The girl is unperturbed as she continues to look straight ahead. The man stays silent and keeps the pistol pressed to her head. I don't think a gun would hurt Agus, would it? I mean, it might damage her a little bit, but it wouldn't kill her. I don't know. I don't know how hard her skin is. Or what her metal plating is made of, how thick it is. She knows there's no danger of being shot, but she is not yet sure that he is the only one in hiding. I mean, you know, some of them might have real guns. But, like, some of them have real guns, so they can demonstrate, like, bang, bang, look, we have real guns, and the other ones have guns just to threaten people. I'm just saying. Left with no choice, the girl accedes to his demand and moves forward. After about 10 steps, another man stands up, as expected.
Ah, and you too.
The man doesn't answer. He slowly approaches from the front. The girl is now sandwiched from the front and back. At that moment, footsteps sound from beyond the curtain leading into first class. The two culprits both react at once, but it's too late. Over 10 men in black rush in at once from beyond the curtain. While the girl had drawn the hijacker's attention with the scuffle, the stair car had closed in. First, they pinned down the man standing in front. The narrow passage gives the man behind her a short reprieve, but it doesn't last long. The moment he lowers the hand gripping the pistol in order to escape, the girl grabs his wrist. So focused was he on the men who burst onto the scene that he forgot about the threat the girl posed. He's immediately tripped and restrained once he falls onto his back. The girl stands up and looks around. If there were any more hijackers inside the plane, this would be their last chance to make a stand. But no one rises from their seat. She glances toward the men in black, and they nod back in acknowledgement. It seems the crisis has been averted. The girl carefully keeps her thoughts from appearing on her face and gives an inner sigh of relief. Soon afterward, the sweeper team gives a report confirming that the aircraft is secure. The girl works with the cabin crew to arrange transport for the man with the heart illness before she steps out for a moment. She stands on the stair car and turns on a blue designator light, waving in circles towards the SAT's position. It is the signal that the crisis is over.
She's done already?
On receiving the sign, the SAT on standby start talking amongst themselves.
It hasn't even been 5 minutes. There should have been at least 3 hijackers.
You know what they remind me of is those guys. Like Men in Black or something.
Captain, who are those people? Is that one even human?
The captain sighs with reluctance.
This is just a rumor. But I've heard that the higher-ups formed an unofficial security group in conjunction with a certain corporation. It's supposedly for cases that are a little strange. I hear they have some official standing with the police, too. Though it's all some private enterprise, so technically there's no authority involved at all.
What? But this is Japan we're talking about.
A search and destroy unit that answers to no department, keeps no records. I've heard them called shadow operatives.
He turns his own blue light as a sign of understanding and waves it left and right. The response light comes from up ahead. The girl then sees the captain spread his arms in a shrug and smiles for the first time. She feels slightly bad for them. Her team may have shamed them, though they had done nothing wrong. I should apologize to them later. But then, out of the corner of the girl's eye, near the entrance of the luggage carts at the corner of the building, a figure catches her attention.
A girl?
Eh? The girl seems to be about her age and is wearing a plain cape-like dress. For some reason, her appearance feels unsettling. To begin with, given the heightened security, the parking entrance should be strictly sealed, yet the figure looks like a civilian.
May I check on something?
The girl calls to the SAT captain over the radio. Noticing some slight interference, she looks down to adjust the frequency dial.
What is it?
If you look towards my left, in front of the luggage loading bay is...
But during the moment she looked away, the figure disappeared.
She's not there. That can't be.
The girl looks around, but the figure is nowhere to be seen. Where could she have gone in this open space with nowhere to hide?
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was apparently seeing things.
The girl shuts the radio off. Who was that just now? Was I truly seeing things? With those questions in mind, the girl tries to remember the figure's appearance in detail. Only then does she realize the cause of her unease. That light blue dress the figure wore was very similar to one she herself had once. It reminds her of those days when she did not yet have a heart. The girl puts those thoughts aside and returns to the aircraft. The mission does not end with taking the culprits into custody. In truth, along with defusing the situation, securing the safety of one particular passenger was her highest priority. This fact was not revealed to the SAT. The passenger was originally seated in first class, but would have been forced to move. The girl looks carefully through the restless passengers. It is not long before she finds the face she seeks. Looking relieved, the girl walks toward the passenger in question.
Are you all right, Mitsuru-san?
Iris, I didn't think you'd be the one to come.
Oh! Mitsuru was on the plane when it got hijacked. Okay. The woman who answers has long, shining hair that would make an impression on anyone. Even sitting quietly in her seat, her refined appearance makes her stand out. But Aigis knows the woman well.
In fact, I was surprised to be called on to deal with something like this. The suspects made no demands. What were they after? At first, I thought I was summoned because you were their target, Mitsuru-san.
I feel like Mitsuru probably could have dealt with all the hijackers herself if she wanted to, but eh.
The higher-ups must have thought the same thing and panicked. Especially considering there's cargo on that plane they wouldn't want made public.
I guess she didn't know their guns were fake. And she probably doesn't have her sword with her.
Wait a second, that cargo...
Is something wrong?
This hijack seems strange now that I think about it. They made their move before takeoff, which is odd timing, and they forced the boarding announcement to be stopped. I thought maybe it was their way of trying to pull it off with a small team.
Are you saying that rather than a passenger, they were after that cargo? It's true that no one would consider the unloaded luggage during a hijacking.
I guess I need you to check on my things, though if I'm right, it's already too late.
In response, Aigis instructs her team via radio to secure all luggage transport routes. Moreover, she requests a search to ensure that no cargo has been taken.
Even if you're right, why would they be interested in your belongings?
My usual cargo wouldn't be worth hijacking a plane over, but I was carrying something sensitive this time. Normally, if they wanted it, they'd have to bypass a Kirijo facility's security or attack the vehicle transporting it. But by doing it this way, they can divert the entire country's attention with a few model guns.
Mitsuru smiles. Aigis can tell that she's impressed with the audacity despite herself.
Mitsuru-san's cargo. Sensitive belongings for a vacation. Ah, I understand. Hijacking a plane out of a desperate desire for undergarments. This incident will surely go down in history.
I guess. Mitsuru's eyes bulge at the unexpected comment.
What? You're jumping to conclusions. It's not sensitive in that way. Besides, my underwear is in this bag and... That's it. Enough about underwear.
She forces a cough and steers the conversation back on track.
More accurately, my cargo contained items from Ergo Research. My trip to Kagoshima was partly vacation, but also to oversee their transferal to Yakushima.
The official name of Ergo Research is the Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab. Both Mitsuru and Aigis have many bitter memories associated with the name. A pall hangs in the air. A pall. Google. Yeah, pall. A cloth spread over a coffin, hearse, or tomb, a dark cloud, or covering smoke, dust, or similar matter. Okay. But a radio transmission from one of Aigis' team cuts the movement short. Moment. Moment.
Aigis speaking. I see. Understood.
Mitsuru looks at Aigis questioningly and she nods.
It's as you suspected. They found that one of the boxes scheduled for transport has gone missing.
I thought as much.
With a small sigh, Mitsuru rises from her seat.
We must get it back, Aigis. The rest of the team can finish up here. I need you to come with me.
Aigis inspects Mitsuru's face carefully.
Will you be joining the search as well?
Well, I am personally involved, so yes.
In other words, you will officially rejoin the unit and participate in this mission. To be more direct, is it accurate to say that you are abandoning your vacation?
Mitsuru sighs with some exhaustion. Aigis interprets her silence as approval.
Then I hereby transfer command authority to you, Mitsuru-san. Regulations state that the member with the lowest serial number is to take command. And since you are member number 1, the official leader of the Security Department Shadow Response Unit, also called the Shadow Operatives.
Aigis, why are you expositing like that right now? You know, it's just my hobby.
I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to enjoy this vacation for long.
Traveling with cargo from Ergo Research suggests that her vacation was neither relaxing nor cheerful.
But I can't allow anyone to be hurt again by the things we, the Kirijo group, created. We'll get this cargo back at all costs. Mission or no mission, I'm making it a personal priority.
Understood.
Aigis answers loudly and snaps off the police statue that she's finally gotten the hang of. Salute. Statue. I can't read. The police salute. I am Aigis. My official name is 7th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon. It's not an acronym. As my name implies, I am not human. I'm a humanoid weapon, essentially a robot. Though, with the right clothes, a surprising number of people cannot tell the difference. I was created in a research lab owned by one of the world's foremost conglomerates, the Kirijo Group. I was made to exterminate a certain enemy. They are called shadows, monsters born from people's repressed emotions, granted dark life. Shadows can only be defeated by those with the special power of personas. One's persona is said to be the power to wield the shadow within. They are two sides of the same coin. But one cannot have a persona if they do not also have a heart. I was given a mind to artificially develop a persona and a body close to that of a human so that my mind could maintain a personality. A heart designed for battle. A body designed for battle. I did endure some suffering because of my original purpose. But now that I have a place where I belong, somewhere I can make full, beneficial use of my powers, that is the Security Department Shadow Response Unit. Our nickname is the Shadow Operatives. The Shadow Operatives were formed at Mitsuru Kirijo's directive. She is the scion of my creators, the Kirijo Group, as well as the one who has been given full responsibility for handling the shadows. Our objective is to identify and resolve incidents involving shadows. We do this by eliminating them. All of our members are persona users, or have similar qualifications. During operations, our guidelines state that the member with the smallest number has command. The number that I was issued was number 5. Okay, Mitsuru 1, Akihiko 2, Yukari 3, Junpei 4? I guess? Though I'm not human, I am treated as a member and not a piece of equipment. Moreover, my number is in the single digits. It's possible that there will be missions like today where I must take command of dangerous operations. In other words, I'm recognized as having the same life and dignity as humans. Because Mitsuru-san and the others have such trust in me, I want to repay that trust with results. There's another reason I am working my hardest on this case. Soon after the hijacking was resolved, the stolen cargo was identified. Its contents surprised me. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, the unit named Labris. She is one of my sister units. She was sealed over a decade ago and has been in storage with other artifacts ever since. Labris, a humanoid weapon, just like me. It is possible that she has a heart. And if she does, I want to save her before she is misused. This is a mission, yes, but more than that, I feel that it is a duty I must carry out. Well, that was a long lead-in. And we're still not even in the TV dimension. The next day, May 2nd, 2012. We wanted to pursue the vehicle carrying Labris as soon as the hijacking was over, but its complicated route made it hard to track. Due to the sensitive nature of the cargo, it is difficult to set up a large-scale traffic checkpoint. What the fuck. Come on, I have like a hair in my mouth. Stop that. Blah. There, that's better. Fortunately, the license plate number was determined quickly, and we got a rough estimate of its destination. Our headquarters were moved to a police facility. Mitsuru-san and our team are sorting out the situation to plan for an operation.
And the interrogation of the suspects?
It's begun, but all of them are claiming that their memories at the time are very foggy, so they've been sent in for evaluation. The psychologists who interviewed them think it's possible they're not lying.
So none of the 5 have any memories of what happened during the hijacking.
Normally that would seem preposterous. There may have been some hypnotic effect, but even then...
We're dealing with someone after materials from Ergo Research. They'll likely be very well informed about shadows and the mind. Knowing that, it doesn't seem so strange. It would also explain the extreme lengths they went to create a decoy. What else do we know?
Another team member answers Mitsuru-san's question.
Since the cage storing the 5th generation is too large to transport by personal auto, we narrowed our search to large vehicles that left the airport. That, combined with the testimony from our observer and data from the transmitter, allowed us to pinpoint the vehicle in question. The police are already pursuing it via the N system. This is the most recent photo.
He hands the tablet to Mitsuru-san.
The Inaba area. Wasn't this the place where...
Yes, our routine investigation last year rated the potential shadow activity in the area at level 4.
It seems that the culprit in this case had prior knowledge of the shadows after all. If that is true, we must use extra caution. Many people do not know about shadows, though they are enough of a threat to possibly destroy the world. Then again, I experienced that for myself 3 years ago. If someone is trying to manipulate them, we must prevent it at all costs.
Let's talk about the stolen 5th generation unit. I guess, as the 7th generation, would be her younger sister.
A sister. My older sister.
I'd like to know why she was sealed.
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris. The records show her to be the first model fitted with an artificial personality.
In other words, she has a heart?
There's no knowing if it was developed enough to call it that. She seems to have been made to gather test data rather than actual field use.
What are her combat capabilities?
She wasn't given firearms, since her regulatory system was inadequate. So she was instead loaded with some kind of special equipment. Unfortunately, the majority of the records pertaining to her are missing, which means that's the extent of our knowledge.
Special equipment?
We also don't know why she was sealed. Many of the documents regarding the old Ergo research were lost, probably to cover up incriminating evidence. We don't even know what she looks like. All we do know is that she was a life-sized android.
We'll just have to find out along the way.
Mitsuru-san swipes her fingers across the tablet a few times and shows it to an aide.
I'll need these 3 individuals' cooperations. I'd like to join them in the field.
Akihiko, Kurosawa, Naoto?
Are you sure about this?
Try not to make a scene when fetching them. Not all of them are part of our organization.
The aide nods his assent and returns to his station. Mitsuru-san then turns her gaze on me.
And I guess, frankly, I think we can assume that there'll be combat involved. Will you be alright with that?
Heck yeah, I love fighting! Though Mitsuru-san doesn't say it out loud, I understand what she means. Our highest priority in this operation is to stop the culprit and mitigate any associated danger, not to secure Labris. Of course, we will strive to accomplish both, but in the worst case scenario, we must consider the option of destroying Labris. Destroying a sister unit, it will be a painful experience if she too has a heart.
I thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. I will do my duty.
Mitsuru-san says nothing more and silently nods.
Well then, once we can confirm our target is headed to Inaba, we'll depart at once.
May 3rd, 2012. As we get ready to depart for Inaba, Mitsuru-san and I go over last-minute details inside the police station. Mitsuru-san is absorbed with issuing instructions over the cell phone she is holding. Pessimism seeps into my heart as I wait. I begin muttering to myself.
Will we be able to find Labris? My sister?
Mitsuru-san's surprised voice makes me realize how unlike me these doubts are.
Will we be able to save her? Isn't that what you really want to ask? Don't worry. As I mentioned to Akihiko, fighting Labris is not our priority. The reason I formed this shadow operative team is to save lives. We will find her, whatever it takes, and bring her back. We can do this.
Yes. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic.
Those feelings you have for Labris, you should tell her when you see her.
I will.
Friends bound by trust are irreplaceable indeed. I hope that Labris will become one as well. Eventually, the preparations are made and our other limousine departs on its journey to Inaba. that evening. We are in Inaba now and traveling down a midtown street. Though it is called Midtown, it is very different from an urban environment. It is a quiet, rustic road. The vehicle we are targeting is easily discovered. The transmitter that was attached to it when it left from the airport is, luckily for us, still active. But the vehicle has been abandoned and the cargo is gone as well. So dance! To trace it further, we must learn why the culprit came here. Specifically, we need to know the details of what happened last year. Though, this was already assumed, so we have a plan. Mitsuru-san orders the driver to park nearby. However, this poses an unexpected problem. Our vehicle is a long black 8-door limousine. It stands out in this countryside town no matter where it's parked.
Mitsuru-san, our activities are supposed to be undercover, correct?
Yes.
Here it comes.
For undercover missions, it will be necessary to keep all personnel and vehicles from being noticed.
Right.
Mitsuru-san, may I say something that I've been meaning to say for a while now?
No.
It's so good.
Understood.
All I told them was to give us a car with enough space.
Wherever we go, people peer into the windows out of curiosity. We avoid the public eye as much as possible and finally park in what looks like a site for vehicle disposal on the outskirts of town.
Our contact has arrived.
I then notice a middle-aged man in a gray suit standing outside of the window. I recognize his face. He is one of 3 collaborators Mitsuru-san contacted before our departure. I scoot over to the door and open the window.
Oh my. This was not our designated meeting area, yet he has discovered us.
Suddenly, something not unlike exasperation or disappointment appears on his face.
You want to know how I did it?
A cough interrupts us.
We appreciate your cooperation, Detective Kurosawa.
Mitsuru-san gets out of the vehicle and slightly bows. 3 years ago, when we were still fighting shadows in secret, but Detective Kurosawa worked as a police officer at a nearby police box. He believed that our intentions were good and supplied us with certain conveniences under the table. His job made this risky, but he always acted on behalf of what he believed to be just. He said this many times while supporting us in secret. He is a strong man who always acts on his beliefs. But now our organization has official government sanction. You can now cooperate with us without being considered a dissident. Is that how you pronounce that? Dissident, yes. Person who opposes official policy, especially that of an authoritarian state, in opposition to official policy. Ow. In fact, now that Kurosawa-san's prior actions are justified, he's been promoted for his expertise. I have heard that he is now a plainclothes detective working at the Central Precinct.
Long time no see, miss. And I guess, was it?
Indeed. It has been a while.
Kurosawa-san fixes his eyes on Mitsuru-san and me. It is faintly awkward. We are both dressed for combat, and I am not wearing any clothes to cover my true form.
Oh, sorry for staring. A humanoid weapon. I was skeptical when I heard, but seeing you in person doesn't leave any room for doubt.
I'm sorry that I kept it hidden back then.
But you sold us equipment for her.
It's alright. It would have caused more of a headache if you'd gone around looking like that.
Hearing him say that, I cannot help but smile.
Seeing you laugh like that makes it harder to believe you're a machine.
I shouldn't make you stand while we talk. Please, get in.
Ah, sorry. I haven't seen you in a while, so I had a lot to say.
Mitsuru-san asked Kurosawa-san to collect information on the serial murder case that occurred in this town last year. When background investigations were carried out across Japan at the end of 2011, this region showed high readings of shadow activity. But although it was investigated, there were no effects apart from slightly unnatural weather. Then again, what if something happened that was just too hard to detect? Mitsuru-san suspects that the serial murder case was related to these shadows and asked Kurosawa-san to have the local police force share their reports. We could have requested them directly, but what we wanted would not be the surface information found in the investigation records. There are limits to what the official unit cloaked by authority can do with a direct request.
I found out quite a bit regarding the case you had me look into. First, I reviewed the report on the incidents from last year. One of the suspects mentioned the word persona.
I locked cases with Mitsuru-san.
So what went on here last year?
It's probably related, but I wasn't done there. Parts of this guy's testimony were even more outlandish. If you can take what's in the record at face value, it seems persona users can enter TVs within the Inaba region.
Enter TVs? What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. You physically stick your body into the screen and go inside. He claimed there was another world on the TV, and dropping people inside it was the method behind last year's murders.
This all sounds rather absurd. I'm surprised it was included in the police report.
I got in touch with the detective in charge at the time and said the same thing. Apparently the report was filed by a young partner of his at the time. He'd entertained the wildest testimonies like this one.
He sounds like quite the oddball.
If this was what really went on, the police would have had no chance cracking it. But that Detective Dojima is one shrewd guy. Even with all the supernatural hocus-pocus surrounding the case, he caught the culprit.
Kurosawa-san sighs. He seems to be tired. Does no mention that, like, oh, and it, you know, the culprit was, you know, his deputy. Like, guess they're trying real hard to not spoil Persona 4 in case you play this first, but come on.
That's all I have for you right now. I should be going. I doubt either of us has time to reminisce over the old days. It's funny though. I thought the fighting was over, but you guys surprise me every time I see you.
Obviously, they don't care about that anymore since they added Adachi as a playable fighter. And they added him as DLC to BlazBlue Cross Tag, which is how I already knew who the culprit was. Because you look at Adachi in BlazBlue Cross Tag and you're like, oh, this guy's evil, definitely. Look at him! Look at his fighting stance. Anyway.
Thank you very much, Officer Kurosawa. Why don't we at least see you off?
Oh, that's all right. I've got my own car. I doubt my department would appreciate your tastes. If I ever showed up for work in something like this, I'd be the talk of the force until the day I retired.
He opens the door and exits the vehicle. He gives a short farewell and leaves without turning back.
Mitsuru-san, this could be bad. Our sense of social aptitude is in question.
Can't deny that.
What should we do now?
Is Adachi their limo driver? Is that a plot twist?
Yes. First, we'll need to test the claim that Persona users can enter TVs.
Hearing this makes me realize something. Although I had called it a vehicle disposal site, looking around, I can now see that there are also household electronics, like refrigerators, discarded here and there. Here as well. But in a corner is a stack of TVs.
There is a discarded TV over there. If the environment does not matter, we can use it to test the phenomenon.
I voluntarily get out of the vehicle.
Wait, I guess.
Don't worry. I'm just going to touch it.
Touch. I extend my right hand and touch the screen of the biggest TV I can see. My fingers brush the glass screen. But although I seem to be touching it, I feel no resistance from its surface. I push my hand forward a little more. A weak light runs across the screen and my forearm sinks into it.
Amazing!
Rings of light spread from the contact of my arm, rippling like water across a pond.
Interesting. It's exactly as the police report said. What's it like inside? Do you feel anything?
Not particularly.
Nothing.
No. Wait a moment.
My sensor detects a sensation I've never felt before. But the knowledge of what it is has already been recorded within me.
It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
Huh. Sounds like fun.
Man in cape! I hear a voice come from an unexpected direction. Mitsuru-san and I look towards it. What we see is a silhouette, wearing a low hood that covers his eyes and a tattered cape. It billows in the wind, looking just like a character in a Western movie. He is standing atop a mountain of trash, his arms crossed.
Is that Akihiko?
He jumps down nimbly and walks towards us.
You didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
I would never forget the man laughing so fearlessly. Like Mitsuru-san, he is a friend I once fought alongside, Akihiko Sanada. He was a student boxing champion in his school days and a staunch ally, powerful even without his persona. He is also our second collaborator on this case.
It's been a while, Akihiko-san.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Mitsuru-san sighs in annoyance. Oh yes, Akihiko-san was on a training expedition overseas until this morning. As a result, his appearance is very different from the last time I saw him. But his aggressive personality and love of challenge seems to be the same as always. He gives a cocky smile and smacks his palm with his fist.
Anyway, we can get inside from that TV, right? And what are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
Akihiko-san steps towards Mitsuru-san as if pressing her.
We're different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
Akihiko-san's opinion is a bit strong, but is not incorrect. It could be Akihiko-san understands that being slightly forceful is his role. Because Mitsuru-san takes caution seriously, as the ultimate authority in this case, she frequently second-guesses herself. But I have seen Akihiko-san's words cut through her hesitation in the past. It shows his trust in Mitsuru-san not to make decisions in error.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick.
The other members will wait here in the car.
Yeah. If we all barge in and something happens, they'll be devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
Us three will be plenty. We'll end this in a flash. No problem.
The same as always. Although, we have no idea what might be waiting for us on the other side. Don't get careless.
Right.
This situation, it brings back memories.
Ready!
Don't get tricked. Don't get tricked, we're not going in yet. Let's see. We're still outside. Guess we gotta see Naoto.
Why enter the TV? What's going on?
Why indeed? I am surrounded by a white light that strains most of my sensors to their limits. A portion of my sensors indicate that I am currently in a state similar to freefall. I can't tell up and down from left and right. This continues for a while. Eventually, my functions slowly recover. I find myself inside an unknown room, sitting on the ground. I quickly stand and check my surroundings.
Is this the music room of a school?
I can see a music stand, a grand piano, a blackboard, and portraits. There's an air of over-exaggerated theatrics to it, but I may not be far from the truth. And is this the world inside the TV? After the surreality? How would you say that? Surreality of entering a TV screen, this comes as quite a surprise.
No sign of Mitsuru-san or Akihiko-san. Did they land elsewhere? So much noise. I can't contact anyone like this.
I attempt to use my communicator, but there's no response. This looks like an ordinary classroom, but it has an alarming amount of radio interference. When I concentrate my senses again, I detect a bizarre disturbance from the entire area that is unlike normal buildings. This may be another world after all. In any case, I must join up with Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san. But just as I begin to make plans to do so, the monitor hanging from the ceiling switches on. What appears on it is, how to describe it, a bizarre figure that looks like a living costume.
I spy an unknown yet bewitching babe. How unexpected!
Would Labrys recognize Aigis? Its comical tone does not last long before the voice becomes distorted and the image disappears. It reminded me of a malfunctioning machine. I stare at the monitor. I have a hunch that it will return soon. Just as I thought, the costume reappears. But its behavior is very different now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
Its mechanical sounding voice is completely different from the choking tone it had before. And that phrase, elimination process. It seems that a battle will be starting. I release the safeties from the weapons built into my body. That's when a large noise comes from behind me. Kanji? A young man in a school uniform comes rolling in with a yell.
A human?
makes no damn sense.
I thought that I was ready for any eventuality, but I had not expected to suddenly encounter a human.
Are you alright? You seem to be unharmed.
The young man looks back at me with a steely gaze while fixing his bleached hair with his fingers. His behavior does not seem to be that of one who came in pursuit of me.
What? Never seen you before.
I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Aegis.
Only then do I remember that my appearance would seem very peculiar to a casual observer.
I'm a transfer student. I have blue eyes, blonde hair, Gatling cannon.
Huh?
I'm sorry, forget what I said. In the past, that prepared explanation for students has been effective, but no longer.
She didn't say that in Reload. Maybe she said it in the original, though.
Okay.
P3.
Anyways, I'm Kanji Tatsumi. This mean you're my next opponent?
Or maybe she did, and I just forget, because that game has a billion lines of dialogue.
Opponent? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I'm talking about a scrap!
You mean a fight? But we have only met Tatsumi-san. Actually, where are we?
Enough blabbering, you machine!
With a yell, he slams the folding chair and his hands on the ground. A cold, dull metallic sound echoes, eliminates any possibility for talking this over.
It's a fake girl like you doing calling me by my name!
I go quiet. A fake girl. Oh, he's being manipulated. Or... I guess also is perceiving different things than what they're actually saying. I understand how I might elicit such a reaction, but there is pain in my chest. Though I cannot help but smile at how instinctively I reacted that way. It seems I have become more human-like than I knew.
I was worried I might have to go up against my senpai, but I ain't gonna hold back against a robot like you.
Thinking with a calm mind, I notice a small incongruity in his attitude. When he first saw me, he seemed unsure and claimed that he had not seen me before. Yet though he knows now that I am a machine, he doesn't seem particularly surprised. Aren't those two things contradictory? I focus my senses once more and enhance the gain on my sensors. I detect a faint interference. Because it had appeared uniformly across all my sensors, I hadn't been aware of it. What is this?
Not gonna do anything. I'll make the first move. Take Mikazuchi!
A persona?
Light flickers intermittently. Could that be electricity? Oh, that's your weakness, oh no! A thick barrel-like arm charged with voltage approaches from above. I jump back and narrowly escape a crushing blow.
Nice dodge. Looks like you got at least a little bit of fight in you.
A persona user. I was careless. Should have expected that possibility since I encountered him inside the TV. I do not know the procedure for attacking a human, but if he's a persona user, I must defend myself with the usual armaments.
There is no avoiding this fight. I cannot fall here.
Alright, did not expect her to fight Kanji first. I don't know what I did expect. Alright. Heartless Armed Angel. Oh yeah, she has really good zoning. What do you do? What do you do? Ow. You zapped me from far away. Oh! Ow! I was doing so good. I almost had a perfect.
Are you alright, Tatsumi-san?
I helped Tatsubi-san up off the ground and call to him. After repeating myself several times, I hear a groan.
No! Damn it! Ow! Oh, whoa! Hands off!
I'm sorry. If you can't stand, then I'll carry you.
I pick up Tatsumi-san, who is still lying down with both arms.
Whoa! Damn! You're a hell of a lot stronger than you look. Whoa, 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 whoa! How come you're carrying me like this? Like a bride or something?
This is the spousal method of carrying.
No, it ain't. It's the bridal. Oh, wait a second. They're pretty much the same thing?
Tatsumi-san, you seem completely fine.
That's what I've been saying. And stop with the Tatsumi-san crap. Making my skin crawl. Just call me Kanji.
You don't object to being called that? I'm an artificial person, after all.
Huh? Who cares? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. And will you put me down already?
I wish they had a CG of that one. This is pretty good mental image. When I put Kanji-san down as requested, he turns his back and repeatedly scratches his head, scratching away the embarrassment. I feel as if his demeanor has changed compared to how it was before the fight. His loud voice and rough words are the same, but the sense that he will not listen to a word I say is gone. I feel that I can make myself understood now.
Well then, Kanji-san, allow me to ask again. Where are we? And what did you mean by opponent?
Huh? You're not an enemy that Ted set up for me?
Ted? Are you referring to the bear who appeared on the monitor?
This is a fighting tournament. Only the winners get to keep going. I lost this time. But oh well. I wouldn't make it in the big leagues.
Notice Kanji doesn't think it's a dream this time.
That sounds like something Akihiko-san would say.
Huh?
Sorry, I was just talking to myself.
Gotta say, back one hell of a punch. Got me real good.
Punch? But I didn't throw any punches.
Listen though, the rest of this tournament ain't gonna be so easy. My senpai are waiting up ahead.
There are more people here. Could you estimate how many?
Kanji-san smiles dauntlessly and gives me a thumbs up. They don't really understand why, but I give him a thumbs up as well. Good job. Then Kanji-san keels over. I rush in to catch him. When I look into his face, he is still smirking but has passed out. It seems he was fighting through his fatigue for the sake of his pride. He doesn't seem injured, so I carefully set him back down on the floor. Suddenly, that costume, Kanji-san called it Ted, appears again on the monitor.
Intruders are persona users. Due to difficulties in elimination, they will be acknowledged as valid targets.
It's using that mechanical tone of voice again. Who does that kind of thing? I mean, besides me. The intruders must be me and the others. Since I won't be easy to eliminate, it appears that he's changing tactics. But what could he mean by valid targets? The monitor screen turns off once again. Just like before, it flickers back on after a few seconds. It's the same face as before, but a completely different attitude.
Woohoo! What a fox! Think to join in on our fun? I'm A-okay with that if you're up for a little fighting. I'll wait for you in the next arena up ahead.
This is more how he sounded at the beginning. He's gone back to normal, or at least recovered from the abnormality.
Oh, silly me. If you're cutting in, you don't know who I am. I am General Teddy. Remember that name well.
General Teddy. Apparently he really is a teddy bear. He doesn't seem like one, but a number of things he said caught my attention. joining in on our fun, and Arena, Persona 4 Arena. These are in line with the tournament Kanji-san mentioned. Is this tournament being held here? But the monitor is silent once again and does not return. I do not think I will make any progress if I remain here. I poke my head through the door where Kanji-san appeared to check my surroundings. What looks like a school hallway leads straight ahead. There appears to be no danger nearby. I manage to hoist Kanji-san's body over my shoulder and try to leave the room.
What?
Something gets stuck and prevents me from proceeding. I stop and check, but I cannot see any obstructions. Both of the sliding doors fell off when Kanji-san came in, and the way is completely open. It should be wide enough for me to pass through easily, even with a person over my shoulders. Yet I cannot proceed. Something is getting stuck. I slow my walking speed and check to see what part of me is getting caught. That is how I discover something surprising. Nothing is blocking the way, yet only Kanji-san's body cannot pass through the door. It seems there is an invisible wall, one that is selective and prevents only Kanji-san's passage between the room and the hallway. Something Kanji-san said comes back to me. Only the winners get to keep going. Is this what he meant? I increase the sensitivity of my various sensors, but I cannot detect any wall here. I have no way of destroying what I cannot touch. Which means I have no choice but to leave Kanji-san here.
Oh well. I will come back for you later. Please stay safe until then.
Once he comes around, he's still a Persona user. It's not as if I'm leaving someone behind who can't fend for himself, though he's unconscious. And it's my fault. I reluctantly convince myself to move on. While moving down the hallway, my sensors continue to pick up disturbances from everything in the school. It all looks so normal, though. There's a line of There's a line of glass windows on the wall. Outside is a field level with the ground I am walking on. So you're on the first floor? I seem to be on the first floor of the building. It's a weird way to describe it. Eventually I reach a doorway and cautiously venture outside. There's barely any difference in temperature or atmospheric composition compared to the real world. But the lack of wind is unnatural, and there are other discrepancies between here and there. I turn around and inspect the building's interior. Exterior, even. This is indeed a school. I walk along the wall and go around the building. Soon, I reach what seems to be the main gate. I turn towards the school building once again, and come to a realization.
I recognize this place.
I have seen a photo from this angle in the preparation materials. As I recall, this is a high school in Inaba. To make sure, I step past the school gate and check the nameplate. The name engraved on the gate's pillar is Yasogami High School. I cross-reference the name with a map of the area and find a match. This is confusing. A real-world location has been completely recreated inside the TV? Why is it structured like nesting boxes? Just then, I sense something move in the corner of my vision. I quickly turn to view it head-on. It is a uniformed girl. She is running straight through in the opposite direction of the field. Is she a student? No, this is not a real school. Could she be one of the senpai Kanji-san spoke of? Chie? Money's on Chie. But a moment's thought highlights an important detail. Her pale skin and hair color.
That's...
There could be no mistake, unless it's Labris. It's the girl I saw... Yeah, okay. It's the girl I saw for a moment at the airport after the hijacking. I immediately chase after her, but the girl is much faster than I anticipate and I cannot close the distance. I release a portion of my foot speed limiters and finally get close, until I am able to grasp her right arm from behind. Oh wow, this early.
Huh?
The girl stops and turns around. There's surprise on her face, and she stares in wide-eyed wonder at my form. Though I am surprised myself. The instant I take her hand, a flash of intuition charges through me like electricity. This girl's Labrys. I'm unaccountably convinced.
Who are you? That's one funny-looking costume you've got on. Oh, well, Oh, of course. You're mixed up in this racket too, aren't you?
Racket? Does she mean the tournament?
No, I am not in this tournament of my own free will. Really? Then you mind letting me go? I'm the student council president. I can't be letting people run wild at this school. Student council president? Didn't I tell you to let me go? Are you trying to get in the way of my work here?
The girl looks at me with an irritated expression. How strange. She speaks as if she really is leading an ordinary life here at school. If she was aware that she was inside the TV... Oops.
If you happen to know...
I'm sorry.
Could you please tell me what sort of place this is?
She was aware she was inside the TV. Would she say such things to me?
Huh? It's the first floor of the classroom building. Can't you tell? Huh? Is it possible that you don't recall entering a TV? A TV? Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm kind of in a hurry here. Can I go now? Before you do, please tell me something. Who are you? Who? What'd you stop me for if you didn't even know? I just told you. I'm the student council president. What hole have you been hiding in? The elections were just last week. Are we done now? Because I got places to be.
The girl ends the conversation sternly, shakes off my hand, and runs away again. In an instant, she had disappeared into the school building.
Please, wait!
I go after her, but just as I enter the hallway and round the first bend, something blocks my path. I can't see what it is at all. I can't see it, yet when I reach out my hand, I can feel it. I think I know what this is.
That wall again!
The invisible wall that prevented Kanji-san's passage is most likely the same thing. Once again, I am surprised. I can touch it, yet my sensors detect nothing. And it's much stronger than I had imagined. It repels even gunfire. Physical strikes are nothing. I attempt various methods to destroy it, but before I can, the girl disappears from view.
It seems I am forced to try a different route.
I consider the situation once more. Was that girl truly Labrys? There are too many factors now indicating otherwise. Her appearance and the feel of her arm when I grasped it a moment ago, both are strong signs that she is human. If she is entirely artificial, then she could not be part of an older generation of models than myself. Her speaking voice and behavior were both also indicative of known human patterns. According to the records of Labrys' development, she was sealed away soon after. Even I stumble with natural human speech. She could not have become that proficient in so short of a time. She is not a machine, but a human, so she cannot be Labrys. See, all my stumbling over reading these, it's just because I'm in character as Agus. Usually I would not hesitate to make such a judgment based on the available data, yet I still cannot shake the feeling that she may be Labrys. That intuition I felt earlier, what caused it? This case remains murky. I feel as if my senses are being muffled by a thin cloth, but I cannot leave her be. Even if she is not Labrys, that fact itself means she's in danger. I quickly look for an alternate route. Bum-ba-dum. I backtrack the way I came and run outside. Suddenly, I am enveloped in a tidal wave of sound. These are human voices. The cheering comes from an enormous crowd. I turn around, and a thick mass of people run toward me out of nowhere. They are boys and girls in school uniforms. It is clear that everyone is looking at me.
This is impossible.
How did I fail to detect so many humans? But then I notice it. There is white noise running through all my sensors. It is the same feeling that I had before fighting Kanji-san. What is this? As I stand in thought, the students close in on me. I ask what business they have with me, but the uproar drowns out my voice. I cannot attack them, so I have no choice but to edge backwards. Soon, my back is against a wall. I look around for an escape route. Luckily, there was a door beside me. I hurry inside to find shelter. The room I have entered appears to be spacious. It is dark here, but I believe it is the gymnasium. Here and there, folding chairs and gym equipment are piled in heaps, mostly the chairs, though. It looks like the result of some strange ritual. It's so monogatari in here. Suddenly, a light shines in the corner. Look, I keep mentioning it. Let me do a Google. If you just like Google Monogatari chairs, you'll get a couple images that you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it. Like, it's not the only thing that's done it. I think like Magio Record does it too. That's actually the first result somehow. The origins of piled up chairs imagery. Ooh, let me look at that. Piled up chairs only appeared in Aragi's narration. You can say it symbolizes Aragi's emptiness. I only focus on what he truly cares about, since an empty seat holds no value. Okay. But yeah, piles of chairs. It's a thing. It's a thing in Monogatari. And here, apparently. Suddenly, a light shines in the corner. Upon closer inspection, I can see a monitor showing something. It is airing some familiar faces. Wait, now it's showing the thing?
Rivals. They are friends, yet powerful foes.
Even though we already fought Kanji?
The desperate fighting program amongst high school students. A new legend is about to start.
May the manliest of all men come on down!
Nobody touches his precious Nanako, the sister complex kingpin of steel, Yu Narukami!
It's only natural.
Wage slave in the boonies by day, hero by night, Captain Resentiment, Yosuke Hanamura!
Everything that bores me has gotta go!
A spunky dragon with deadly legs, the carnivore who's discarded womanhood, Chie Satonaka!
You need to eat more meat!
Please escort me to the ring, my prince, the unconquerable Snow Black, Yukiko Amagi!
I'll finish you in one strike!
Blooming roses and bulging muscles, the blood-curdling beefcake emperor, Kanji Tatsumi!
Deep into realms of romance,
the body of a child, the brain of a genius, the 2000 IQ killjoy detective, Naoto Shirogane!
Is this an army of idiots?
Fight and survive towards the one throne waiting at the end! The P1 Grand Prix where fierce fights will be fought! The battle begins tonight!
Oh yeah. You know, I was complaining before about the question mark stats, like why does you not have a listed height or weight? I get there's even he's an avatar character, but like he's physically there, so give him numbers. it's actually a plot hole that it doesn't list for the women, because, like, I get the idea is, oh, it's impolite to speak a woman's weight. But, like, that whole video is like, it doesn't care. It's so insulting. Just list their weights. Yeah, anyway. I am not sure what to say about that video. It seems to be modeled after promotional videos for martial arts tournaments. I noticed appearances by Kanji-san and the host, General Teddy. The other people shown must also be participants. Is it safe to assume they are all Persona users? It is safe to assume they are all Persona users. No question mark. As if watching my reaction from somewhere, General Teddy appears on the monitor, replacing the video.
Looks like you're officially getting in on the action. Welcome! Look, everyone, another challenger!
I'm surprised they never try to enter the TVs inside the TV dimension, because, like, that's how you got here. What happens if you enter a TV inside the TV? No one's tried it. Without warning, there's loud sound, and the doors in every direction open at once. Excited students pour in, cheering and yelling. Before I know it, I am surrounded by people with no means of escape. Oh, my nightmare. General Teddy grins at my situation and raises his stubby arm.
Well then, bring out the next opponent!
Yukiko? A spotlight shines on a spot where the crowd parts. A female student can be seen. She has short hair and wears a jacket. She looks very athletic, Chie. I recognize her face from the video. Her name was Chie Satonaka. She steps in front of me, bouncing from foot to foot.
I heard that you're elbowing in on the tournament. Suits me fine. Let's do this!
As she finishes her speech, she takes a fighting stance. Just then, a gleaming silhouette appears behind her. It is another persona. Chie-san extends her hand, palm facing up, and motions with her fingers, taunting me.
Ooh, she's ready and raring to go!
This is strange. Chie-san's willingness to fight is odd enough, but even stranger are the students in the crowd. Even when seeing a persona up close, they show no signs of alarm. Come to think of it, how did they get here? I cannot believe that they are all persona users. But even if they were, would they be so excited over such brutality? While stuck in a mysterious world filled with potential dangers? That does not seem likely. Perhaps my basic assumptions are faulty. Could they, like these buildings, be unreal? I wish there was like an edit voice clip of Ryuji and instead of saying "for real," he says "unreal." Maybe there is. I just don't have it. I cannot jump to conclusions, but I decided to take the offensive. I turn to the monitor. General Teddy is bouncing up and down gleefully.
I will fight on one condition.
Which is?
Interesting. He answered me. I can hold a conversation with him, which means he can see and hear me.
That you immediately release all these students from this school, or rather from this world. If you do that, I will fight as you wish.
Tut tut! Are you making demands to me? Before you get too worried about other people, why not worry about yourself?
I will not fight unless you guarantee their safety.
I glare at General Teddy through the monitor. I didn't want to involve the students, but I have an idea.
Sheesh! What a stubborn girl!
He snaps his stubby fingers. The room instantly fills with light. I ward myself against it by covering my eyes. A few seconds later, the brightness fades to normal. As my eyes adjust, I see that the students have vanished.
Ta-da! Is that what you wanted?
The general smiles proudly. My guess was correct. If the students were fake, it is easier for him to remove them than to talk me into fighting. As a result, my sensors detect the moment when the students disappear all at once. The only human here is Chie-san. Looking around, it seems that not everything disappeared. Human-like figures remain, as if the shadows of the students were burned into the scenery. There were several about the gymnasium. Their ratings are similar to shadows, but they show no sign of hostility. So these are the true forms of those students. They have been unmasked.
Honestly, you're in no position to be making demands, you know. I'm making an exception just this once because it's no fun if you don't both go at it tooth and claw. Even if you don't resist, your opponent will show no mercy. It'll be a grisly sight.
Come on! Even if the crowd was still here, would you not have hit back when I hit you?
No. The safety of the people must be prioritized above all else.
Ha! That's pretty cool of you, actually. But self-sacrifice doesn't mean much coming from a machine. They can just fix you right up.
Oof.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't even count as self-sacrifice for a machine. It's just what you're programmed to do.
Double
You
oof.
probably don't feel pain or anything, huh? It just seemed that way because you look human.
You may not understand, but I can sense pain as well.
Really? That's such a weird thing to program into a weapon. Doesn't make any sense to me.
That's...
It's for self-preservation, stupid. As I struggle to answer, Chie-san smiles wide.
Well, that's fine with me. Means I can fight you without pulling any punches.
Her smile disappears and her eyes spark with fire as she launches herself at me. I would rather not fight her, but she is a Persona user. I clench my teeth and make myself ready to intercept her.
If I must fight you, then I will.
Ow. Wait. That's crazy. That's such a good disruptor. That's just like low heavy. I guess his normal combo does not do very much damage. Suppose she's a zoner, because it stops them far away from you, so you're supposed to do that and then keep spraying them with bullets. I think.
Oh, sheesh, wow. You're definitely a pro when it comes to fighting.
I'm sorry. Are you alright?
Yeah. But boy, I didn't stand a chance against you. Hey, what's all this about you being a robot?
She's upset by your loss, but seems cheerful. She didn't show this open-mindedness before the fight. Perhaps, as with Kanji-san, I could make peace with her by... No, it is vain of me to think that it is possible. Her words echo in my mind. It doesn't even count as self-sacrifice for a machine. It's just what you're programmed to do. I hate to admit it, but her observation is correct.
I may seem like a ridiculous machine to you, but I'm still...
Huh? I never said that. Wait. You're not acting like you did before the fight. I'm surprised that you're a robot, but what gives?
Chie-san looks stupefied. Her expression confuses me as well. She stated it clearly, yet she doesn't remember? Then something hit me. Didn't things go similarly with Kanji-san as well? Could it be that something was done to the participants? No, I should avoid drawing conclusions based solely on speculation. Besides, there's something I must do first.
That reminds me, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Igus.
Looks like we let our fists say too much before we opened our mouths.
I saw the introductory video. You're Chie Satonaka, correct?
You don't gotta interrupt her to say that.
You can just call me Chie.
The carnivore who's discarded womanhood.
Oh, it's funny when Igus says it.
Okay, you didn't need to bring that part up, and I didn't discard anything. I can use a persona, but I'm just an ordinary high school student. I go to Yasugami High. So anyways, are you, seriously a machine? No foolin'?
Yes, I was created as a weapon for a certain purpose. It may be difficult to explain to you.
Nah, I can tell from the fight you're telling the truth. Huh, so you're not cosplaying.
You can't cosplay holes into your shoulder.
Then again, it'd be pretty nuts for someone to come out here to cosplay.
Speaking of which, Chie-san, can you tell me what this place, this world, is? I confess that I am looking for someone. While pursuing them, I heard the rumor about going inside TVs and ended up here.
Oh, right. You can use a persona. That's how you got into the TV. Where should I start? I don't know exactly how it works, but this place is supposedly a realm formed by human thought.
By thought? Does that mean this is someone's mental landscape?
I guess so.
Then we physically entered a mental world? Through a TV, no less? How can this be?
To tell the truth, I never understood it so well myself. There was this insane monster thing around town up until early spring. It created this whole world, and I got my persona because of what happened in here.
Chie-san folds her arms with a troubled look on her face.
Come to think of it, all this stuff should have been over and done with. But you see that ad showing on the monitor over there? It suddenly started getting shown on TV in reality. There's no way we were gonna stand for that crap to be shown. So that's why me and my friends came in here to put a stop to it.
Your friends are here as well?
Yeah, a couple. Also, that Teddy guy who's hosting this, plus the girl Rise who's serving as commentator. They're my friends too. But they're acting so weird.
She lets out a sigh.
Sorry, listen to me, babbling away. Do you think you can find this person you're looking for? Actually, could whoever it is get in here? I don't think normal people can enter the TV.
To tell you the truth, I have already encountered one such person, but...
Tell her about the girl I saw. I gave her all the details that I can remember. I recall that she called herself the student council president. She did not seem aware that she was inside the TV.
Oh, you mean the girl who was calling herself the student council president? Yeah, I saw her too.
That's what I said.
She was yelling into a bullhorn to stop this foolishness, but then she ran off saying she was gonna go talk to the tournament's host.
She was wearing the same skirt that you are, Chie-san. It seems to be part of a uniform. Are you acquainted with her?
No, I don't know her. It's funny, that girl said she was elected last week. But if I remember right, our student council president was a guy.
I have many doubts about her. I must meet her again and figure her out.
Thank you. I now have a better understanding of the situation. Well then, I should be going now. I would like it if you could come along, but...
I know, I can't leave here, right? I'll stay put for now.
I will come back for you later. You may find it hard to trust me, but...
No, I believe you.
Chie-san smiles unhesitatingly.
I've been through so much over this past year that I'm pretty confident I can read people. Honestly, though, what other choice do I have? If you run into any of my friends, tell them I'm okay.
I will.
After wiping the dust from her right hand with her sleeve, Chie-san extends it to me.
Igus-san, right? So, if this was some fighting manga, we'd beat the tar out of each other, then shake hands in the end as best friends. A powerful enemy can become a powerful friend, you know?
I clasp her hand. She smiles in embarrassment.
Friendship can do amazing things. I saw that for myself last year. And you and I can be friends too, so, you don't need to talk like you're just an object.
Chie-san.
Don't look at me like that. You're embarrassing me. Come on, get going. Go! Hurry!
Yes, I'll see you later.
Energized by Chie-san's words, I run towards the entrance. I turn around and wave to Chie-san. There is more at stake than Labrys. I must protect these people. I swear a vow to myself and leave. This is the sound of me running. As I exit the gymnasium, I remain cautious while running down the hallway. Suddenly, I pick up a response on my transmitter, which has been silent until now. I stop and focus on picking up the signal.
Guess you hear... Can you hear me, I guess?
The staticky transmission soon becomes clear. It is a voice I recognize very well.
Mitsuru-san?
Good. It seems you're all right, too. It's been quite a while since I last used my persona in this manner. To think it would be useful in a place like this.
Is Akihiko-san with you?
No, we were separated, but I can still sense him. I doubt he'll be defeated that easily.
She is speaking not out of carelessness but trust. I know because I feel the same.
I'm sure you're aware by now, but although we came in search of Labrys, we appear to have been dragged into another incident. Don't worry about meeting up for now. Under the present conditions, we'd only end up fighting amongst ourselves.
Understood.
I don't know how Labrys ties into this situation yet, but be careful.
Before I can answer, the static grows louder and the transmission ends. Knowing that Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san are okay gives me room to breathe. The invisible walls are everywhere along the hallways, forcing me down a particular path. I follow the route. Soon enough, I can see the shoe lockers up ahead. It seems I am back at the entrance. When I reach the entrance, the monitor nearby turns on, as if it were waiting for me. As usual, it is General Teddy. I take a defensive stance. This appears to be the arena for my next battle.
You're pretty good for a latecomer.
The instant General Teddy appears on the TV, my sensors pick up that noise again. My suspicion turns into certainty. General Teddy is doing something before the matches. Whatever it is makes the opponent belligerent or something similar. I can assume that neither Kanji nor Chie-san were acting like themselves before the battle. That would explain why none of our stories were consistent afterwards.
Well then, bring out the next opponent!
I hear light footsteps. A young man wearing his hat low arrives.
Naturally, of the three of you, you're the one I encountered first.
He shrugs his shoulders and pulls the brim lower. This boy was also in the promotional video. His name was Naoto Shirogane. I bring myself to high alert. He said 3 of you.
You know about us?
On hearing my question, he smiles cynically.
Did Mitsuru Kirijo not inform you? I don't merely know about you. I was there at the airport. The Kirijo group seems rather lax for a multinational corporation, allowing a machine to act autonomously and take command. To be frank, watching you fills me with pity. Perhaps the kindest thing to do would be to give you a merciful end.
Yeesh.
Pity?
Your existence is inherently a deception, isn't it? You're a machine, and a weapon on top of that. Yet you look human. Those who meet you think you're human. You even seem to believe it yourself. Truly pitiful.
I have no answer to this. As much as I don't want to believe it, it's all
You
true.
were built to consider yourself human in order to activate the ability to wield a persona. Your appearance and your heart are only prerequisites for that power. I'm sure you've realized it already. You will never find the means to cross the gap between the human heart and your mechanical frame. No matter how much you want love, you'll never earn it. At best, people grow fond of you.
He sounds as if he knows for certain. I hang my head in spite of myself.
The more I consider the matter, the more I genuinely pity you. I'd best hurry up and put an end to your pathetic life.
Naoto draws his gun. Because my eyes are lowered, I am slow to react. I already knew that we had to fight, and yet I curse my carelessness and quickly stand back up. See, Naoto, the thing is, guns are lethal to you, they're not lethal to Igus. I'm pretty sure. Wow.
Finally!
There!
Oops. Get out of here.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, there's no hallway stage because the hallway can be seen in the locker room stage. Though I'm barely looking at the stage when I'm playing. Naoto-san slowly gets up. There's something staggering that seems to be caused by dizziness. There's some staggering, not something. I watch carefully for any changes in behavior, but I am surprised by what I hear next.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? The mastermind behind this tournament may have some means of fogging our senses. Were you suspecting that as well?
Sorry, I bumped my desk.
Yes.
Seeing me nod, Naoto-san
Then we are
smiles.
in agreement. Its aim appears to be to make friends fight one another. Though it's a mystery to me as to why it would do such a thing.
Naoto-san brushes some dust off and walks toward me.
But the battle is over and the interference has been lifted. Given past examples, the pattern is clear. How about it? Why don't we talk things over?
I have no objections. Naoto-san seems to understand everything. I nod my head, relieved.
I am Naoto Shirogane. I work as a detective. I agreed to act as an observer for the police regarding the special cargo, met with Kirijo-san beforehand, and accompanied her to the airport.
So that's how you knew about us. I recall seeing you in the introductory video along with the other competitors.
They're good friends of mine. I attend Yasogami High, the same school as them.
I see. So after you finished your business and returned to your hometown, that video appeared on TV. Is that correct?
That's right. At least that's what I should say if I wanted to feign innocence.
What?
The real reason I came here is because I was tailing you. It was for a secret investigation.
For who?
Naturally, I cannot reveal my client or what their aims are, but I'm sure you have your own secrets to keep. What do you think? As long as we're in the same boat, why not cooperate?
I become tense at the mention of a secret investigation, but that is not important now.
I see. It would not be wise to continue to stand in each other's way in this situation.
I accept Naoto-san's hand and we shake.
How much do you know about this world?
Your friend told me it's a realm formed by human thought. In which case, why a school?
This place varies according to people's mental state. When someone enters it directly, they have a much stronger effect on it. For a normal person with no persona-based resistances, a dangerous situation will arise where their shadow goes berserk. That happened frequently in the case I was involved with last year. This false school may have something to do with it.
I consider Labrys. According to her specifications, she should be able to use a persona, but did this come from her mind? Why a school? And why Yosagami High School of all places? She has no prior knowledge of the place. She has never even visited Inaba. But if that girl is Labrys, she undoubtedly has a heart. It is possible that something like what Naoto-san suggested could happen.
I assume you have a theory already?
Yes. Thank you very much. I believe I'm slowly starting to understand what's going on.
I look down the path ahead. But before I go, I turn and ask Naoto-san a question.
Would you mind telling me something? Why did you tell me about your secret agenda?
I suppose because it wouldn't be fair otherwise.
A wry smile spreads over Naoto-san's face.
Given that I cannot leave here and must trust my friend's fate to you, it would be unfair to continue deceiving you. But not only that, you carry out your duties with little care for your true appearance. You and I are not on equal grounds there.
My true appearance?
Consider it a sign of my respect for that. I still seem to have a soft spot.
Naoto-san's smile fades, and she looks at me solemnly.
Aiga-san, I ask only one thing of you. Please save my friends.
That is my intention.
Thank you. I'll wait here, secure in knowing that.
We nod to each other. Chie-san, Kanji-san, and Naoto-san are all so different, but they are connected by a strong bond. Knowing that fills my heart with determination, I mean warmth.
I am curious, though. When you refer to your true appearance, do you mean the fact that you are a woman?
What?
Am I mistaken?
Oh, well...
Your clothing hides it, but my sensor scan shows the body measurements of a human with female proportions.
What do you mean? How much can you see?
Suddenly, Naoto-san loses all composure and turns red, covering her chest with her arms. What happened? I don't think I said anything to warrant such a reaction. Just then, General Teddy interrupts over the monitor.
Hey, enough with the chit-chat! Hurry up and move on to the next!
Would you like to know your current measurements? From top to bottom, they are...
That's quite alright.
Never mind, little old me. Please finish that line of thought. I demand it!
How did we get so off subject? If you're going to go, please hurry and leave.
She yelled at me. I must have said something rude. That still happens every so often. An innocuous remark can greatly upset someone. I must keep practicing. It's so much funnier when Aigis does that kind of thing than when Teddy does it, you know? Maybe it's just because I like robots. I like robot jokes. I climb the stairway and notice a silhouette in one of the classrooms. Looking carefully, it could be that the student council president's Labrys. I will be relieved if I have caught up to her so soon. The class... Oh, her... I was like, what is the subject here? The silhouette. You thought it was Labrys' silhouette. Anyway. But the hand I raised to knock on the door inadvertently stops. Wait, could she be my next opponent? She wasn't in the promotional video, but neither was I, yet I am being forced to fight in the Grand Prix. But there's no point in worrying about that now. I cannot change the path I take, nor the opponent I must face. I prepare myself and knock lightly on the door.
You're that girl from before.
The girl turns and notices me. I set foot in the classroom. There is no immediate interruption from General Teddy. It looks like he has not scheduled a match between us. I breathe a sigh of relief.
What are you doing here?
Ain't it obvious? I'm cleaning up the classroom. It's no picnic, what with people running wild and wrecking things.
She takes down the chairs piled on top of each other and lines them up. After a few runs, she takes a breath. Though she is complaining, there's a gentle smile on her face.
But I guess this is all in a day's work for a student council president. We'll look back on it and laugh, right?
You seem like you're having fun.
That's because I love my school. Even the chores are fun for me. The reason I wanted to be president is because of that. Oh, it can be rough when things get out of hand like this.
But it's dangerous here. You must leave at once. Won't you come with me?
She seems confused by my words and tilts her head to one side.
What? You're worried about me? Hey, I'm the president. And you might not think so to look at me, but I ain't no slouch in a fight. I'll be fine.
No, that's not what I mean.
How should I put this? She still has no idea of the danger. She walks up next to me, takes a long look at my face and giggles.
Your clothes are pretty out there, but I can see you mean well. Thanks.
I mean, her clothes... I guess if you consider the shoulder things part of her clothes, then yes, but she's just wearing a white button-up and a red tie. It's not that weird.
Some of these students won't listen to a word I say, and I feel like I gotta be here. No, I wanna be here.
Even if it puts you in danger?
You're really a drama queen, aren't you? Who's to say I'm in danger for sure? Besides...
She is the danger. Her eyes burn with affection for someone dear to her.
Even if you're right, I'd want to stay here.
There's no need to test her commitment. It is consistent with the fact of this world being created. Then, is she human?
I always wanted to go to school with everyone. Just like normal. That's all.
Does that imply you couldn't do so before?
You're asking me that now? Honestly? Back then,
She stops abruptly. I wait patiently for her to continue, but her face twists with suffering.
Huh?
She puts her fingers to her temple. Her knees begin to buckle.
What's wrong?
Weird. The past. How come it's...
She begins to fall and I catch her. At that precise moment, there's a strong reading from my fingers as soon as I touch her. So strong, like touching a hot stove. This is the same reading as when I first stuck my hand into the TV. It is coming from a personality module, a piece of lost technology that researchers had called plumes of dusk due to their shape. I have one inside me as well. Hang on, I need to reread that. Strong reading, so strong. Same reading when I first took my hand on the TV. It's coming from a piece of watch. Okay. This is not merely strong evidence, it is conclusive. There are still questions to be answered, but this girl can be none other than Lapras. At the very least, she is not human.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm not feeling so good all of a sudden.
The memory she is trying to access is causing conflicts with her current level of awareness. If she tries to remember, she will not be able to maintain her mental state. The memory is that charged. I hold her close and wait for her to calm down. But her reaction does not improve, it gets worse. She shakes violently, as if electrified. Like more than usual. Suddenly, bright light bursts in front of my eyes.
What?
Is something flowing into me? I quickly let go of Lapras, but it does not fade away easily. Images I don't recognize float together in my head, one after another, at incredible speeds.
Are these Labras's memories?
The torrent of data finally subsides. I analyze the data to find out what happened, and then I understand. It did not flow into me. This data was already dormant inside of me. I am the last number of the Anti-Shadow Weapon project. I inherited all the data from the previous models of the same type, both tangible and intangible. Labrys's memories were part of it. Normally, the developers would not upload data into me that was unrelated to battle, but the Plume of Dusk is a black box. It is possible that something was transferred somehow through that. Thinking about it, that might have been the reason I thought I saw Labrys at the airport. My glimpse of the newly awakened Labrys caused my buried records of her appearance to be called. Perhaps that is what happened. Unfortunately, memories I have just accessed are in complete disarray. I can't just flip through it like an album. The video records were not in chronological order, meaning I can't make sense of them in the current state. However, there was one memory that left an impression on me. The sea. That cerulean sky and lingering clouds, the emerald blue water. All the other memories are of cold mechanical rooms or the night sky, but this one is different.
What was that just now?
Labrys staggers as she stands up. Before I can ask her anything, she abruptly shakes me off and runs out of the classroom.
Wait!
I try to chase after her, but after only a few steps I trip over my own feet. Really? I guess trips? The information overload has prevented me from making any sudden movements. Alright, I guess. I fight through it, dragging what feels like several times the weight of my legs when...
Are you sure you want to take that girl out of here?
Eh? I stumble to a stop and look around, searching for the hidden speaker.
This is the only place she can fit in. No one will understand her when she steps outside. But she can't become human either. So she has no other choice but to wallow in this illusory school. Pitiable, isn't she? But this is the only way she can be happy. Are you going to take that from her?
I stop, suddenly realizing the answer to my question, and catch my breath in my throat. This voice, it's mine?
What will you do after you take her from here? Lock her up in a box again? How cruel. No wonder she ran away. Ran away? What are you... You don't mean... You finally figured it out? Labrys wasn't brought here by some sinister mastermind. She escaped on her own and came here. That can't be. The suspects in the hijacking case... I'm sure you've seen the opponents you fought so far robbed of their sanity. Have you forgotten already? You're saying that was Labrys's doing too? Yes. Her heart gave birth to this world, and that power is one of her abilities, from some special equipment. With a power like that, wouldn't it be simple to control a number of ordinary people?
It's true that the hijackers were confused, and that there were signs of some mental interference.
It does seem strange to go to so much trouble to come to a place like this. If she did in fact do this, then she must face herself. What gives you the right to say that?
Suddenly, the tone of her voice changes. She speaks very gently, like a parent correcting a child.
You've experienced suffering before, too. It pains you to have a heart, knowing that you can never be human.
No, she's burning her bread!
Even if there was someone you considered to be worth fighting for, you can't be a real companion to them. That's why you chose to protect them as a weapon. But in the end, you still lost them.
So, I don't remember if I mentioned this in this playthrough, I think I did. At the end of Persona 3, big old Persona 3 spoilers, which, I mean, this game has a bunch of them anyway, so... in the last scene, I streamed it, right? MC's, like, the very last scene, MC's, like, laying down in Aegis's lap, taking a nap, and everyone's running up there. Apparently, he was dying there. Those were, like, his final moments. The game doesn't really convey that very well, in my opinion. I had to stumble upon it online. I didn't even, like, look it up. Because I wasn't like, something's weird here. I should figure out what happened. I was like, oh, okay. Game's over. Cool. But apparently he died. The answer is, like... There's an extra story called The Answer, and I think they added it in Persona 3 FES. And it might be in Portable too. It's not in Reload yet. You have to buy the DLC, and I don't think it's out yet. Or it just came out, one of those. And that goes into it elaborately. But basically, the MC of Persona 3 is dead, and I guess is sad. That's what this is referencing.
What do you know about me? Mere words will not cause me to abandon hope. A brave bluff. But a tool like yourself can never be a true partner for a human. Doesn't your heart yearn to be by their side and to be in love? It hurts so much that I wish I could go back to how I was before I gained a heart. Has that really never once crossed your mind? I think not. That pain will never completely disappear. It will always fester inside you. Isn't that right? Even if you take Labras away, the same will happen to her. She'll become just like you. Is that a fate you want for her? You see, here you can have anything, as long as you look away from the truth. That doesn't just go for Labras, but for you too. Even the things you have lost forever. Here, you can have them back. What are you?
I cut myself off, realizing that I am becoming fascinated with the voice. This isn't good. I cannot let the voice deceive me. I must get its speaker in my sights first. I carefully attune myself to the source of the voice and quickly turn in that direction. You've been listening to all of this just staring off into space? Oh, there she is. But the person standing there is me. Or rather, something that looks like me. At first I think that the overload is still affecting my sensors, but that is not the case.
I'll take away your suffering. Now, take my hand, Aegis.
I smile and extend out my hand. I feel dazed. This is very confusing. I don't know what to do. My mind advises caution, but my heart doesn't listen. But all of a sudden, a door opens in the corner.
Pardon my interruption of this seemingly trivial conversation.
Eh? This unexpected event brings me back to reality, and I realize that I was nearly seduced by its promises. On a second look, I can see a woman beyond the doorframe. That distinctive blue dress. I recognize the attire of an elevator girl. Is that what elevator attendants wear? I just thought it was Velvet Room dress. Wait, oh, she met Elizabeth in The Answer, probably. I don't know that, though, because I haven't played The Answer. Gosh dang it. Her name was Elizabeth-san, I believe. But why is she here? Elizabeth walks right in and stands in the center of the room. There is nothing outwardly abnormal about her pose, but it is as imposing as a battle stance. She opens her thick, leather-bound book, then smiles dauntlessly at the other me.
Excuse me, but I would like a word with this lady over here. Would you mind leaving? Who are you? If you don't leave the two of us, I must resort to giving you a hearty thrashing with my book. It's a hardcover, leather-bound edition, and is quite powerful. Enough to do over 4 digits on average, I'd say.
Without warning, the pages from the open book overflow with light.
What? I don't believe this.
The other me's face flinches in pain, and she vanishes into thin air while spitting a curse. Is she gone now? I can no longer pick up any readings on her. The tension leaves my body and I collapse to the ground. While I am there, Elizabeth walks towards me. I first met her 2 years ago. Her attire is somewhat strange, but the place I met her was even stranger. A blue room. That is the only way to describe that mystical space. Its residents called it the Velvet Room. I do not believe it is at all part of the real world. There, Elizabeth was one who governs power. She helped me to grow spiritually by introducing me to the power of personas. I never imagined that she would leave that room, let alone that I would run into her here. Yet, her appearance here has saved me.
I'm sorry for that. Thank you for saving me.
It's funny that the original Persona 4 Arena, it had Elizabeth as a playable character, but not Margaret. But Elizabeth is from Persona 3. But Margaret's from Persona 4, but it's Persona 4 Arena. I guess it's Elizabeth is the MC stand-in, because she is wielding Thanatos. Anyway.
Did I save you?
She stares straight at me, then lets out a long sigh of disappointment.
I was on a journey for personal reasons. But I sensed some extraordinary powers clashing against each other and came to see what all the fuss was about. Only to be met with this bitter disappointment.
I am baffled by your candidness.
Please stand. Have you already forgotten the enlightenment you gained before me once? Has it escaped your prodigious goldfish-like memory? It seems that I must once again ascertain what you are truly capable of.
She speaks as if she is engaging in everyday everyday conversation and opens her leather-bound book again. Suddenly, a murderous aura fills the area, fierce as a gust of wind. Something about me has disappointed her. I know that much. But I clearly have no time to ask her what it is.
Here goes. The cards will decide your fate.
I guess you lost. Don't lose your way. In the night, we will fight as a one. You lost your way, and now Elizabeth's gonna beat you up.
Finally.
Oopsie daisy. What? Oh no.
Get out of here.
Here I go. Here I go. I see remarkable. Fire. Here I go. Fire. Here I go. Target locked. From this moment, please hit. Fire. Okay, my area now. Freeze. Your face.
Ow.
Less damage. Please hit. Shot. Cannon. Remote.
Ow.
What? Impressive. Airstrike. Target locked. Go.
Wait, do I have... I noticed my little nuclear meter down there. Do I have Orgia mode? Command list. Orgia boost, back boost, hover boost. Wait, but how do I enter Orgia mode? Mode change? Okay.
I will severe impact. Less damage. Orgia mode cut. Maximum speed. Now up. Maximum. I see remarkable. Maximum speed. So this is your proof of growth.
Okay. Maybe I'll lead with that next fight.
Well done.
Elizabeth stands from her kneeling position. Though she lost, she did not so much as break a sweat. while I, for my part, am detecting strain on my entire drive system. I can see myself lacking the energy to even speak, reflected in Elizabeth's clear eyes.
You are indeed neither man nor any ordinary machine. You are truly singular.
Singularity?
But then can anyone be said to be the same as anybody else? People anguish over the gulf between themselves and others, and the lack of any who could possibly understand them. How is their situation different from yours? What defines life is not death, but bonds. That is the answer you once reached. Then take that to heart and go forth. Remember that your bonds will remain unbroken, giving you the strength to withstand any suffering.
My bonds.
I, too, am currently on an endless journey, but I anticipate that you will become a compatriot of mine, unbound by the limitations of time. I hope that you will not be led astray by trivial things. With that, I bid you good luck.
Elizabeth bows and finally shows me her smile. Immediately after, she turns on one heel and walks toward the hallway. I suddenly remember.
There are rules to this tournament delineating behavior after a match.
Such parlor tricks can get stuffed. I shall be on my way.
Elizabeth does not care for the walls. True to her word, she leaves the room with no trouble and closes the door with an exaggerated slam. Those walls were nothing to her. But come to think of it, Labrys didn't seem subject to those rules either. Do they only apply to participants in the tournament? No, in Elizabeth's case, it simply does not matter to her.
She remains a complete enigma.
I find it amusing, which allows me to feel more relaxed.
It may be true that this world can grant one's true desire, but I want Labrys to see past herself to a world where other people matter. Even if one discards their bonds to avoid pain, all that awaits is a numb, desert-like future with no promise.
I know Ultimax is like already a sequel to Persona 4 Arena, but I do hope they make another sequel that, like, ditch the Persona 4 branding. Just Persona Arena, whatever subtitle. Add Persona 5 characters. Add the Phantom Thieves. Add Lavenza. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Oh, and age up the older characters. Age up the P4 characters. You can keep their movesets the same, but age them up. I think the P3 characters are already, like, aged up. Like, what's the difference between 23 and 28? It doesn't matter. Just the same design. Yeah. Or redesign them, too. I don't care. I do prefer Mitsuru with, like, the brighter red hair. I don't like how deep red it is in this game. I like the brighter red in Reload. Anyway.
I thought as she did once, so I'm sure I can understand her.
I too felt the same as Labrys when I went through an incredibly trying ordeal. If there's no one to reach out to her, she'll become even more trapped. As she is now, Labrys cannot escape on her own. That is because the key to extricating oneself is the realization that one is not alone.
I want to form a bond with Labrys, with my sister. I want to teach her things that she cannot learn if she is alone.
Saying it out loud helps to strengthen my resolve. I change my approach and focus on searching for a way to save her. Still, that thing that looks like me... Was that what Naoto-san meant by a shadow going berserk? My own shadow. Thinking of it that way sheds light on some things. Of course I can control my persona and have some resistance to the effects of this world, but the heart cannot be so easily stabilized. If the same thing happened to Labrys, I suddenly realized the dangers involved. I impatiently suppress these thoughts and dash out of the hallway. Wow, I guess the story is kind of running on a bit, isn't it? We're at 2.5 hours. I do still, regardless of runtime, I'm planning on doing these last 3 stories today. And maybe whatever's after. I follow the path formed by the invisible walls. I did kind of expect Agus's to be long, I suppose. Eventually, I climbed the stairway to the 3rd floor. There seem to be no walls here, allowing me to go as I please. I can tell the end is near, and so I prepare myself. Soon, I stand in front of a room that has a sign outside saying Announcement Room. I've come to make an announcement. The door is half opened. I can sense someone inside. I cautiously press up against the door and peek around it. This is an announcement room, as the sign indicated, but the space inside is much larger than the classrooms I have seen. The equipment here is also closer to that of a TV studio than what would be found in a school. On top of that, the back wall is made of glass, showing a view that is clearly not a schoolyard. Taken together, this is the first distinct sign that this is not the real world. Unless you look up in some of the rooms and you could see the yellow with those frames. As expected, Labrys is here, standing in the middle of the room. There's also another boy and girl as well. The girl is holding Labrys' shoulders, and the boy standing in front of the pair protecting them. Across from them is General Teddy. It seems this is the end of the line. I've seen that boy's face in the video. Wow, it's Yosuke here, not you? Yosuke Hanamura-san, I believe. I'm not familiar with the girl's face, but I do recognize her distinctive voice. It's the same voice that has been commentating on the fights along with General Teddy on the school PA. From the tone of the commentating, I thought she was working with the general, but right now she seems to be on Yosuke-san and Labrys' side. I recall what Chie-san told me. Chie-san said that Rise-san was originally their friend. In which case, she may actually be another victim. General Teddy gives a cruel smile, squints his eyes, and speaks.
What a shame. You gave it a try, but there's no way anyone would understand you. Huh?
General Teddy's voice and tone have undergone a remarkable change. Listening closely, this voice is... so it finally reveals its true form.
At least one of them has to understand how I feel. Isn't that what you thought? The important part is that it's all your fault. That's not true. You still refuse to remember? Look at me. And stop deluding yourself.
He's doing the thing. Wait. Jump scare.
I am a shadow. The true self.
No way. That's...
And nothing but the self.
She has my face.
But the face is the only thing that is the same. Well, I guess the hair too. And like, the general body shape. The rest of her body is covered in metal. There's no doubt that this is man-made. Labrys lets out a short scream and backs up.
Stop! I'm not like that!
Calm down. It's just taking that form to agitate you.
Yosuke is frantically trying to calm Labrys down. It's just taking that form to agitate you. That's what he says, but is that really the case? I have my own suspicions.
No!
Taking that form have the power to confuse people's senses, warp what they're seeing, twist what they're hearing.
That's how you made my senpai fight each other!
Of the things you're seeing right now, which do you think is real and which is fake?
The former General Teddy, no, Labrys's shadow breaks out into a grin. Labrys, meanwhile, is cringing in fear as she holds on to Yosuke's sleeve.
No, I'm not like you. I'm human, aren't I?
Huh? What do you mean?
I can see that Yosuke doesn't know how to answer this sudden question.
And how did I come to have these special powers? Why, it's because I have them.
With that, the shadow snaps its fingers. At once, static like that on a poorly tuned TV starts appearing around Labrys and slowly envelops her. I enhance my vision. Zoom in, enhance! Nothing is happening to Labrys's body. It was my own vision that was clouded, or had been until now. Soon after the noise dissipates, an inhuman-looking girl is standing in her place.
Huh? A robot?
Metallic arms and legs extend from her uniform. Thrusters on her back spread like wings. It's just as I thought. Her body is identical to that of the shadow in front of her.
Look, that's what she really looks like. It's her who's been deceiving you all from the start. Not only you, but herself too. She really thinks that she's a human living a normal life at school. To reinforce her make-believe as real, she prevented herself from accessing any memories that could contradict that. She even sealed away her own name. No! Stop! Why are you doing this? Kindly hurry up and remember me. Remember yourself. It's pretty rude of you to even forget your own name. No! I don't want to remember! Huh. Is that so? Looks like you still need an extra push.
The shadow grins evilly and swings the enormous axe at Labrys, or actually, at Yosuke-san.
Yosuke-senpai!
Before the axe can complete its arc, I am already in action. I must intervene. Neither Labrys, in shock at seeing her true form, nor Yosuke-san or Risu-san are prepared for the attack.
What the?
I deflect the strike with the metallic part of my arm. It was heavier than I anticipated. The battle axe is a giant lump of metal that blocks most of my vision.
A girl? Wait, you're a robot too?
I turn my head to Labrys and look straight into her shocked eyes.
You must remember, that is the only way the future will open up to you. You must accept it, no matter how painful it may be.
I tell her her name in a clear voice. Her official name, which includes something no human has, a model number.
Your true name is 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys.
Labrys quivers violently, as if an invisible arrow had pierced her chest. Of course it ends there. Alright, real quick before we go to Labrys' story, that I can only assume we'll unlock the final one. We need to try out Aegis' super. Oops. What have I done? Bum 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 ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter. Now,
I'm on a mission.
why don't you
Picture in your head your own appearance as well as your
Please be
alter ego,
careful.
your persona. I wish you good luck.
Alright, now Elizabeth's stats being question marks, that I get. Because she's kind of non-existent.
Whoa,
Oh, that's not right.
Is that so? Whoa, oh dear.
Oi.
Is that so? Whoa, oh dear.
Hmm? In midair.
Open fire! This is farewell! Ready! Final break!
So this is your proof of growth.
Forcing cooldown!
Hmm.
Come! Ogiakai activate!
Now what shall I do?
I missed.
You have aerial fire! Lock on! Charging in!
Okay. What are those Orgy exclusive moves? Get a different dash?
High speed mode! High speed mode! Over here! I read your move. So many openings. Functions shutting down.
No, I don't get infinite meter even in training mode. Air boost. Hmm.
Attack! Full power! Attack! Full power! Full power!
Alright. That doesn't have quarter circles.
Now what shall I do?
Here I go! Please, Athena! Persona! Full power! Attack! Full power! Persona!
Huh. She just has a shield whenever she wants.
Please, Athena!
Well, I mean, one at a time, I guess, but you can throw that up and then... Alright, this is very Peacock from Skullgirls. Wait, I have ammo?
Now what shall I do?
Intercepting! 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 You have humbled me. Intercepting! Is that so? You have humbled me. Intercepting! Is that so? Targeted!
Okay, so I can make that explode again if I want to. Interesting.
Targeted! Intercepting!
Hmm.
Oh dear. Is that so?
How do I get ammo back? Is it just gone? I have to reset the room?
Shotgun! 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 Shotgun!
I forget what that command even is for, even though I played the tutorial.
Shotgun! Is that so? So many openings! Shotgun!
Is that so?
Shotgun! High speed mode!
Whoa.
You have so many openings!
Whoa. Oh dear.
So many openings! You have air raid! Lock on!
Alright, I keep turning on Orgia mode somehow.
Now what shall I do?
Cannon!
Just as I thought.
I guess she has to finish the fight before wasting all of her ammo.
Failed! Fire! Targeted! Now!
That doesn't shoot anymore.
Athena! Activate! Activate! Attack! Full power! Persona!
Anyway. Labrys mode, which is probably the most canon, maybe. Let's see. Can I do her voice? Can I even like attempt it? Initial boot successful. Timestamped 4/20/1999. 10/16/39.
The boot process was successful.
Researcher with a tie.
This happens every time, but I'm never sure what to say to them first.
You mean like a greeting? There's no need for that, they're just machines.
2 humans within visual range. Both male. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personnel identified as research staff. No hostile
But
targets.
things like that might affect the performance of these models.
Because they have a mind? Their emotions and things are completely faked. It's no different than an AI. It can't possibly be that sensitive.
Cheezette, cover your ears. Oh, she's not here. Scanning for keywords in conversation. Running logical analysis. Cross-referencing with related data. Current conversation topic is not orders.
Well, until we rule it out completely, we should at least be kind to them.
So you say. Alright, from this moment on, you will be registered as candidate unit number 031. Please repeat your number back to me.
Confirming first order. Initializing unit number. Output via voice requested. Activating voice synthesis module. Accepting input.
Unit number 031.
Oh god, why does she have a southern accent?
Did its pronunciation sound a little odd to you?
You're worrying too much. Let's hurry up and haul it out.
Receiving action plan through console. Combat test against others of same unit. Test commencing immediately after entering shock-resistant chamber within the lab. Frame stored within cage for transport. Beginning transport.
Ah, so this is the one. I've been waiting to see it in action.
Transport complete. Cage reopened. New human found. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personnel also identified as research staff. Female. Cutting connection to outside data supply. Connection offline. Commencing cable disconnection.
Now, try getting up.
Order confirmed. Oh. Get up. Initiating motion synchronization engines for motor functions. Accepting input. Safety limit is active. Balance control gyros functional. Overall movement systems functional.
This model's loaded with a nearly pure form of that crystal. I can't wait to see what kind of results it gets.
Unit number 031, can you hear me? Confirm your surroundings. Tell us any abnormalities you're feeling in your sensors or any other functions.
Order confirmed. Beginning simple self-diagnostic. At temperature, humidity, pressure, air composition, lumens, sound all within normal levels. Visual data within expected color spectrum. All systems functional.
The readouts seem fine. Monitoring system is fully operational.
Okay, we're gonna test your performance inside the battle chamber now. When you hear the buzzer, consider everything that moves an enemy and eliminate them.
Order confirmed. Awaiting the signal to begin the test. Exit confirmed to be sealed. Room shape, approximately cylindrical. Height, approximately 11 meters. Area, approximately 154 square meters. High energy light source found on outer wall. Assumed to be fire resistant and bulletproof.
Sorry to do this just after you've woken up, but it'll be good to put you through your paces.
Release of facing hatch detected. Mobile objects intruding in the chamber. 7 objects in total. Scanning for visual matches. Analysis, non-human. Confirmed as same model units of humanoid weapons. Hostile markers confirmed. Classifying as hostile units. Releasing safety limiters. Combat limiters now set at 70%. Exits confirmed resealed. Test Test commencement signal received. Target. Hostile humanoid weapons. Commencing battle. Oh? Sweet, she gets a unique one. I want to see the other ones. Stop destroying them before they can... Oh gosh, they look just like Igus. Oh, that one doesn't. Oof. That was violent. Like, I know it's a robot, but the face crunch? Yeah. Dang, it's all dust. We can't we can't obtain our visuals. Why are they all girls? Why all your combat robots gotta be girls? I'm just asking. Oh, that was a little violent. Targets eliminated. Hostile units no longer capable of motion. Test termination signal received. Battle complete.
That was better than we could have hoped for.
Hey, what's with all the bodies? You made it fight that many on its first time?
Don't worry, it did great. This is a new high score for the first battle results.
Well done, Unit Number 031. Stand by for further instruction.
Order confirmed. Exiting test chamber. Beginning transport to maintenance room. Resetting safety limiters. Taking a seat in maintenance chair.
We're done testing, but there's still one thing left to do today. I'm going to temporarily shut down your optics. Can you close your eyes?
Order confirmed. Shattering optic inputs. Connecting cables. Online confirmed. Switching a port of data supply to outside sources.
We're going to transfer the data from the destroyed units into your memory. Run a diagnostic check while we're doing it and report any malfunctions. Understood?
Oh, right. She was like, I had to kill my friends, man. Order confirmed. Readying self-diagnostic. But she also has the memory of being killed by herself. That's great. That could never mentally scar anything, especially not an AI. Initiating data transfer. Initiating personality module link. Initiating diagnostic of transferred data and sorting procedures. Sector 001. Close combat control data. Will investigate improvement of tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Dividing into categories for sorting. Sector 002. Evasive action control data. Will investigate improvement of tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Dividing into categories for sorting. Sector 003. Non-battle data. Error, excluding. Sector 004, non-battle data. Error, excluding. Sector 005, battle-related data. What could these be? Momentary disruption of data from visual information stream. A room that is not this place. Outdoor scenery thought to be at night. Scenes of multiple units of the same type gathering outside of the battle chamber. Could these be memories? Visual memories? They are obviously unrelated to the mission. Why have apparently purposeless memories been preserved this long? 20 to 40% of the informational data extracted from all 7 units are confirmed to be such information. Incomprehensible. What is this?
Anything to report?
Cables disconnected. Time elapsed during data transfer. Approximately 5 minutes. Battery fitty. Reopening optic inputs. Calibrating servos.
Alright then, unit number 031, give us a simple report of today's battle results.
He looks like the nurse in P3. A little bit. Maybe it's just the angle of the head. Like, I don't think it's the same person. He doesn't look that much like him, but he has that vibe. Maybe it's just the glasses. It might just be the glasses and like the mouth shape, like the. Anyway, order confirmed. Deliver an oral report of test results.
This was the first test battle against others of my model. 7 units destroyed. Below 15% damage sustained. Don't seem to be any problems.
Was that?
Unusual expression detected from research staff. Facial recognition library indicates surprise.
Did I say something funny?
Does it have an accent?
Accent? Do you not understand the words coming out of my mouth?
No, we do, but...
See? I wasn't hearing things. The unit's speech really is peculiar.
You don't need to yell.
Is the language interface not set to default? Yeesh. If we'd known this, we would have reset it in advance.
Yeah, the base's personality might be coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the volunteers were from the Kansai area.
I figured it was probably a Kansai accent in Japanese.
But it just woke up. Would it be exhibiting such distinct mannerisms this early?
The Kansai accents always get localized into southern accents. I don't know why, but they do.
It may be the effect of an enlarged plume of dusk, the basis of their mind. Perhaps it's accelerating their personality development.
Exchange of opinions taking place on unexplained aberrance in speech pattern. Hypothesis offered that language interface settings fall outside of expected result. Oh yeah, it just got big old deja vu just right now. That was weird. Review of recent conversation does reveal certain discrepancies. Internal monologue is within expected patterns, but oral output induces anomalies. Anomalies not affecting meaning, no impediments in communication predicted.
But I don't want to waste this feedback data. Those are the best results we've ever seen.
Leave it. It'll be fine. They can understand us anyway. This is just one of those things that makes science interesting.
There you go again. This unit is going to be communicating with the others. What if this effect spreads?
Oh no.
Not only that, but because this is an anomaly, it doesn't seem to have a 100% accurate accent either.
But if it has a personality, that might speed up the development of its mind.
Yeah, she's right.
The 3 researchers are standing around the maintenance chair. Each holds a tablet and examines the display on the chair. You see, that's the excuse. Her accent isn't consistent, therefore my accent being inconsistent is fine. It's in character.
Alright, unit number 031, we'll explain things from the top.
Voice patterns consistent with research staff.
You are a weapon created to fight against unique enemies. Therefore, your combat performance is prioritized over all else. But in order for you to use a particular ability, you've been given a certain amount of awareness. And that makes your performance difficult to quantify, so we've been pitting test units against each other as a selective growth process. It's all in the service of achieving higher performance. We don't want to waste any plumes of dusk.
Plumes of Dusk. Should I know what that is? I'm gonna do a Google. Persona lore. Let's go. Our key items Persona series. They appear in 3 and 4 Arena. I don't remember them being in 3. Plume of Dusk is crystalline substance named after aesthetically similar feathers. Is known to be vital, similar to a living thing, yet different. As well as said to exist in a state between mind and matter, mass and information. A description harkening back to that of the Velvet Room. In Persona 4 Arena, the file name for the Plume of Dusk image contains the words Nyx_wing, referring to the fact that they originated from Nyx. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Accessing archives. Search term Plume of Dusk. Oh, she was just about to... One match found. A crystalline substance at the core of personality modules. Wait, if we defeated Nyx, then shouldn't Aegis, like, shut down? Or does that not matter? Its name derives from its thin plate-like shape and resembling a shed bird's feather. A shed bird's feather. A shed is not a type of bird. In addition to its circuit-like structure, it has an unnatural viral reaction in response to external stimulus. Similar to a living thing, yet different. It is thought to exist in a state between mind and matter, mass and information. The details are unknown. There are 12 other subheadings classified on the level 7 clearance. Access denied. Matter interpreted as core personality modules.
But regardless of your ego, there is one rule you must abide by. You might as well think of it as an order.
One rule to abide by. Await an order.
The only order is to destroy everything we identify as enemies and to emerge victorious.
Oh, not a great first order.
Though your ego will give you some flexibility when planning tactics, there's no need to think about extraneous side issues. Use everything you have to win a fight. That's all you need to concentrate on.
Order confirmed.
Understood.
Destroy identified enemies and emerge victorious. A clear order. It is consistent with the role of a weapon. No abnormalities. Everything is clear. Oh dear. Underwent maintenance on the chair after the test battle. Post-reboot diagnostics showed status normal. The time was 1900. Research staff set new activity cycle. All units will exit standby node at 9 o'clock. Tests will be conducted at regular intervals until 17 o'clock. Or 5 p.m. Maintenance and setup will take place until 19. Afterwards, time is allowed to be spent in the outdoor area of the grounds. On returning, enter standby mode within the cage. Instructions are to repeat these actions until unable to continue. The next item on the new schedule is to spend time in the outdoor area. Parameters of spending time unknown. Hypothesize that the meeting is to remain on standby and wait for time to pass. Hypothesis unnecessary. The schedule must be followed. Exiting building. Outdoor area reached. Light levels limited due to time of day. Many trees still visible in the environment. It is almost entirely consistent with known data from the off-limits area. The ground is different from the laboratory's artificial flooring. The soil is exposed. Various natural plants are here. A certain amount of time must be spent here. The intention may be to heighten basic response capabilities in the natural world. Others of the same unit can be seen stepping into the central area, reassessing the surroundings on various spectra. Unlike the combat test, no hostile unit markers detected. Hypothetical, in combat under current conditions, what tactics would be effective? I reassess the surroundings as a combat environment. I assign value to various geographical features. I survey the topography on the outskirts of the environment. I detect unusual movement in one unit. Other units are also surveying the environment, but this unit is crouched while holding something with its right arm. I do not deem this unit's unusual action to be a threat. I approach it in order to make inquiries. Upon my approach, the unit turns around and stands.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
Same type, same type. Same unit type, same unit type. I'm referencing the same hat meme. Anyway, I process this statement. It's a conversational gambit. Its conversational gambit is unexpected. I find no prepared response in my libraries.
You mean like how this is our first encounter? In that case, yeah. What are you doing here?
I've never heard your accent before. It's intriguing.
They said stuff about my accent too earlier. Do I really talk that funny?
I wouldn't say it's strange. It was just surprising.
The unit looks over again, then speaks quietly to something in its right hand. I examine what it holds. It is an organism. Its body is covered in white fur.
What's that thing?
It's a dog. It must have wandered in.
Organisms' parameters are consistent with the access data on dog. Its size does not present a threat. The search of its specific breed is cancelled.
A dog.
The unit turns its gaze back to me.
My unit number is 024. I wouldn't call it my name, but that's how they refer to me. What's yours?
The unit has provided its designation despite no prior inquiry. Reason unknown.
I'm unit number 031.
They're up to the 30s. I see. That must mean they're finally creating units loaded with full-sized ones.
Full-size whats? The dog barks. A scan of the surroundings shows several units turn in to investigate. All units ignore it and look away.
This one wants to say hello too.
It does? You can understand what dogs say?
Kind of. After carefully comparing its mannerisms and slight variances in its barking, I just figured it out.
And that's the origin of Igus being able to understand Koromaru, the deepest lore. Since Igus has all the memories of her prior units. Its right hand past the dog's head while its left scratches the dog's neck. 024 continues to make various forms of contact with the dog. 024's actions are consistent with the styles of communication. Hypothesis. The objective of spending time in this area is to develop communicative skills. Conversing with others of the same unit and refining communication will enhance cooperative's tactics. Counterpoint. No value detected in communicating with organisms not of same unit or human.
What's the point in doing that with a dog?
The point? There isn't one, I suppose.
There is no point. Unexpected response strongly indicates that 024 is not like other units.
Are you interested in what I'm doing, though?
Interested? Is there interest involved? It seems to be the case. Unsure of purpose of earlier question to 024. Why ask it? Oral sensors detect electric noise. Recognized as pseudo-information involving no sound waves, yet perceived as sound data. It is an alarm signaling the end of this activity. All other units begin moving as one toward the building. 024 speaks to the dog it cradles.
Sounds like that's all the time we have today. I need to get back.
024 crouches while petting the dog's fur-covered body and releases it onto the ground. Would a dog, like, warm up to a robot? I mean... I guess the dog wouldn't, like, see the metal as, like, a problem, necessarily. Like, it's, you know... Not that the dog thinks that hard of it, but it's, like, the same as if a dog was warming up to a human with prosthetic limbs. Like, it might recognize the limbs as being weird, but it would still be like, oh, that's a person. You know? Does that make sense? I don't know. 024 stands up again and turns around.
I hope to see you again.
024's expression changes as it says this. This movement of the lips is known as a smile. It is shown when humans experience happiness. Contradiction. 024 is a weapon, yet it makes that expression. No hypothesis found. Or is there no point to it as well? Spare cognitive processes rerouted to analysis. Still, I cannot understand it. The next day, after being released from standby, I am assigned to a test battle against others in my unit as yesterday. Order confirmed. I am taken to the same chamber. The battle commences. I destroy the other 3 units and sustain little damage. As I wait there, the researchers come in. All have what seems to be high praise for my abilities. I do not understand how I should react to this. Should I give an expression of joy, as 024 did? The researchers crouch next to the units I destroyed and begin to work on them. I think back and recall that they underwent this process yesterday as well. I am curious. I approach them. They open a slit near the unit's neck and use tweezers to remove a bluish-white plate-like object. It shines. They put the object into a petri dish. That distinct shine, neither strong nor weak, is like. No similarities found. Sorry, I had to reread that real quick. I am sure it is similar to something, but I cannot access the relevant memory.
Well, let's get right to the feedback on today's battle.
As I sit in the maintenance chair, they connect a cable to me. The cable terminates at the midsection of a large device where petri dishes from earlier are placed. There are a total of 3. Each contains a bluish-white plate-like object.
What's that?
The researcher's expression suddenly changes. She is surprised. It only lasts for a moment before it fades.
This is a plume of dusk. Each of the units you destroyed had one inside them. These are much smaller than the one installed in you, though.
I know what this is. This is the plume of dusk installed in me too. This unknown substance forms at the core of my personality module. I was aware of its existence, but this is my first time seeing it. These are the 3 personality cores of the unit I destroyed. They contain not only combat data, but memories and experiences. It is not long before the extracted data download begins. I sought for the data relevant to enhancing battle performance and incorporated it into my own. The process takes much less time than the initial transfer from yesterday. During that time, I recall what took place last night. There are cases where non-combat data is being preserved. Such memories are included in this download as well. Visual memories of the outdoors at night. Memories very similar to that in yesterday's download too. Probably from time spent in the outdoors area. The units I destroyed seem to have assigned these memories the same priority as combat data. Why, though? It is effective in learning communication skills, but that is lower priority than combat. The visual elements preserved here is irrelevant. Oh man, this is gonna make me cry. I can tell. Wait. Hypothesis. The units I destroyed had their own priorities and values other than executing orders and performing in battle. This line of thought leads to a realization. This thought process I'm undergoing right now. It is not executing an order, nor is it contributing to battle performance. I once again look toward the plume of dust inside the petri dish. Something almost exactly like it is installed in me. Then, were the destroyed units thinking along similar lines as mine until yesterday? I feel it twinge within me. It is different from detecting an error or interference. What is this? I have no answer. Dang. My second night of spending time in the outdoor area came. It started approximately 30 minutes later than yesterday, but there was very little variance in weather and temperature. The difference is trivial. Excuse me. The night sky has the same soft brightness. The wind and trees are no different. Without understanding why, I initiate a data search regarding the tree that catches my eye. I learned that this tree varies slightly from specimens of its kind found in natural forests. Through this topography, though this topography seems natural, it may be cultivated and managed by the facility. I decided to travel to the outskirts as I did yesterday. It is not long before a familiar unit comes into view. There's no need to run a scan for visual matches. I know that is Unit 024. 024's left side is turned toward me. It is sitting on a large rock. When I approach, 024 notices me and turns around.
Are you looking for something?
024 initiates conversation.
Huh? Who, me?
I just wondered if you were looking for me. I did express a hope yesterday that we would meet again after all.
I was looking for 024? It's true, I may have been. I began walking the same route as yesterday, but once 024 came into view, I changed course to approach. I may have been searching for 024 in this area. Did I desire to reunite with 024? Why? I am silent due to lack of explanation. 024 smiles again. A smile. What was the cause of that expression this time? I do not comprehend. Like so many other things.
Would you like to sit with me? This rock is large enough to accommodate us both.
You would share your rock? With me? Little old me?
It would be more relaxing than standing.
Thanks.
I sit in the offered space and gaze at the same scenery 024 is looking at.
Can I ask you something?
What is it?
I decide to voice the doubt I experienced during the combat test today. In my limited experience, 024 has a better comprehension of such matters.
Do other units think about stuff that doesn't have to do with fighting and missions?
Do you have such thoughts?
To tell you the truth, I can't really say. Feels like I do, though.
024 is silent for a duration before speaking again.
Units of our model are all given a mind. It's so that we can eventually develop what is called an ego. The reason our appearance closely resembles that of humans is related. It's to foster self-awareness similar to a human's. Have you not been told about personas?
Personas?
The word is unknown to me. Accessing archives. Searching for a persona. Over 1,000 headings found. I must filter the results further. Which subject is 024 referring to? I'm silent as I think. 024 smiles again and resumes the conversation.
It's an ability expected of us that normal weapons don't have. The conditions to use one are theoretically already loaded in us. But a well-defined ego seems to be necessary to activate it.
I am already aware that we have been given a mind. Today I saw for myself the part that forms our personalities. Is its activation triggered by a development of communicative skills? I still do not have good grasp on it, though 024 continues to speak.
That's why I'm sure there are others with thoughts that do not pertain to missions.
They're not like doing battles until like they whip out a persona mid-combat. Because like I feel like they would know that personas only come out during the dark hour. I mean, they come out in the TV dimension in 4 and they're in the metaverse in 5. I don't know the rules for where personas are allowed to exist in Persona 1 and 2 because I know almost nothing about them. Maybe I should watch some recap videos on Persona 1 and 2 because I don't really want to play them. They seem very archaic. But I would be interested to learn some key details of the stories. That would seem to be the case.
Then maybe those I've fought up till now.
024 trains its gaze on me.
And how does that make you feel? The opponents you destroyed may have thought similar things to what you just did.
Don't they get rebuilt? Or they are dead there? Do I feel things? I cannot say for sure. I'm unable to respond to the question. 024's expression changes again. The expression could be classified as a smile, but it is subtly different from the ones I have cataloged as experiencing before. Mixed with the joy and gladness of previous smiles, this one contains a slight hint of sorrow?
It's okay. You don't need to come up with an answer right now. It actually may be better to forget it. After all, tomorrow we may find ourselves ordered to destroy each other.
Once again, I detect a twinge inside from hearing 024's statement. It's similar to what I sensed during the data transfer today. What is it that wavers inside me? I'm about to be lost in thought again. But as if to prevent that from happening, the signal for our schedule shift echoes in each of our ears.
It's time. I hope we meet again.
As 024 quietly stands up, I detect an expression I have come to know. Another smile. It appears as if 024 is adopting these smooth changes in expression naturally and not deliberately. I wonder if I will eventually be able to do the same. Another night passes, another combat test takes place the next day. Just as scheduled, I face units flagged as enemies within the test chamber. I am overwhelmed with a strange sensation. The way that my opponents are expressionless now seems strange to me. There is no intent or cognition evident in their faces. They wear no expressions. They are blank. There's nothing wrong with them. That would be my normal assessment, but I recall 024's image. The blankness of these faces and 024's expressionless face are different somehow. Even when 024 had no particular expression, it was not this blank. Not every portion of that face was neutral. Further analysis shows that the same is true for humans. The researchers are never completely mechanical or expressionless. I look at the hostile flagged units again. They are the same unit type as me. They were given a mind and may potentially develop an ego later. I recall 024's statement again. Do you feel something when you destroy an opponent that may be thinking the same things as you? I am on the verge of entertaining a long train of thought when the enemy moves. I shake off my doubts to focus on the battle. I study my opponent's movements. I formulate the most effective method of damaging it. I execute the method. Over and over. The array of actions I have to select from and my flexibility in linking them will decide the outcome. Having already received 10 units worth of downloaded data, I am likely second to none regarding the scope of possibilities in this respect. At times, I can even anticipate their next action. Since my opponents are the same unit type as me, the tactics are determined using the same thought process as mine. That's right. They think the same things as me. Eventually, after approximately 4 minutes pass, all opponents are silenced. I successfully executed my mission. The day after that, I achieved victory in the combat test with the same efficiency. It is easy to eliminate them. I first begin by targeting their weapons. It is not always necessary to destroy their main body. If they are incapable of resisting further, the battle is over. It is the most effective way. I win the next day, and the day after that. Units geared for close combat with no external weapons give me no choice but to damage their chases. That's like the chest, right? Google. Chassis. That's how it's pronounced. The base frame of a motor vehicle. Outer structural framework of a piece of audio. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess it would be their torso, but a robot torso. Chassis. That must be a French word. But even then, there's no order to things. If I destroy parts that present a threat, such as motor functions of their limbs, the match should be considered as won. Soon afterwards, the buzz of signaling the end of the test echoes, just as I expect. I catch myself rushing over to the unit collapsed on the ground. Oh man. I have only destroyed the unit's arms and legs. It is still conscious. But I realize I do know its unit number, and I'm at a loss to how to address the unit. The opponent asked me a question then that I did not expect.
You seemed to deliberately avoid attacking the face or the neck in that battle. Why? Huh?
I am momentarily at a loss for words. What the unit says is true. There's no damage to its face. I review my actions during the battle and find that at no point did I attack its neck either. The cranial region is where the plume of dust is housed. If it is destroyed in any type of unit, that unit will fall. Aiming to disarm an opponent is effective, but targeting weaknesses is obviously the more efficient tactic. And yet, I avoided doing so?
I don't know.
The researchers enter the chamber and hide the unit from my field of vision. I could not determine whether my last words had an effect on the opponent's expression or not.
These past 3 days, it hasn't been destroying the other units beyond repair, like it did in the first battle.
It must be learning to finesse its attacks rather than just using brute force. The result? Swift, overwhelming victories.
Its evasive skills are improving as well. That level of flexibility and evasive action could never be replicated by chaining predefined maneuvers.
This unit's collected a good amount of feedback data too. It's growing steadily, feeding on the bones of its kills.
Ah, that's so messed up to say.
You have to say it like that.
Okay, at least someone there can call it out, even if they're not doing anything about it. The researchers are preparing for the download. Growing. Destroying them and absorbing the data. That's what growing is? Phone? One sec. Since I thoroughly destroyed few of my opponents these last few days, some of their bodies were salvaged. While I downloaded their data, I always kept their still bodies within view. I don't know if we're even going to get any fights in this route, or if it's just going to be all prelude. Just as the combat tests are repeated, my actions outside each night are repeated as well. I become aware that I am seeking out 024 of my own will lately. When I attempt... Gosh, this is going to end with her killing 024. She's going to freak out and get sealed away. I can tell. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm probably not. Just as the combat tests are repeated, my actions outside each night are repeated as well. I become aware that I am seeking out 024 of my own will lately. Oops. When I attempt to communicate with the other units, most often they cannot understand the meaning of my questions. This prevents us from conversing. But that may not be the only reason. I want to converse with 024. Like, if there's only 30 of them and she's, like, destroying, like, 5 every day or whatever, like, they've got to be rebuilding them. I have begun... That may not be the only reason. I want to converse with 024. I have begun to desire it. When I go to... Or maybe what she's destroying are, like, they're not the same type. But they are the same type. She kept saying they were. I don't know. When I go to see 024, the white dog I saw on the first day we met appears from somewhere.
This one seems to have been raised as a pet somewhere far away from here. But one day, it was brought to the forest near here, and its owner suddenly disappeared.
It seems unlikely that 024 obtained such detailed history of a stray animal from the research staff. Was all this information obtained by communicating directly with the animal? From a dog that does not speak human language?
Its name is apparently Snowy. At least, that's the name it responds to the most.
I thought it was a dog.
Oh, well, the name of this animal is a dog. But how do I put this? Snowy is what this specific dog is called.
Snowy.
Snowy barks once, as if comprehending its name.
It's white, like snow. Easy to remember.
When I reach out my hand, Snowy rubs its nose against it without being frightened. The way it presses at my fingers feels as if it's showing pride in its name. Oh my gosh. I don't think I could handle it if they killed the dog. I haven't even seen the dog, but if they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. That's not in the tone of this game. I mean, they're doing some existential drama right now, but they wouldn't make the robots kill a dog. Right? Right? Snowy will be fine. The way it presses at my fingers feels as if it's showing pride in its name. I do not know the tactical advantage that communicating with animals offers to a weapon. Well, it was advantageous when Agus could communicate with Koromaru. But I feel there is value in spending time with it. I decided to spend my outdoor activity time that day following Snowy around with 024. It is outdoor activity time on the next night. When I arrive in the outdoor area, I am listening to a certain sound. I hear the sound intermittently every 4 to 7 seconds. I have wondered about the unknown ambient sound since my first day, but I determined it wasn't a threat and focused my consciousness on other things. Tonight, I increased my microphone sensitivity to maximum and concentrate on that sound. It is similar to something familiar. I scan my memories until I realize what it is. It's the sound of water. Water! I hear it when the staff uses a device to clean their hands and tools. The waveform has some similarities to that. But if the sound is at this volume in such open space, the volume of the water must be higher than normal supply would allow for. What could it be? I contemplate asking Z024. It is clear that Z024 knows much more than I do. Oh, I turned British for a second. I begin walking in search of Z024. Oh, I can't do it anymore. Howdy, y'all. Howdy, y'all. Okay. She hasn't actually said anything in a while. I'm losing it. Where could Z024 be? Bye. I go to where we spoke a number of times previous. No, I can't do it anymore. My brain. I go to where we spoke a number of times previously, but 024 is not there. 024 is also not at the rock where we sat together. Is 024 not here? I quickly discard the possibility. We are not ordered to what we do while we are here, but coming to this outdoor area is an order. If post-testing diagnostics show no abnormalities, we are all to report directly here. I consider this. If there are no abnormalities, I feel a twinge in my chest. It is larger than ever. 024 will be here if there are no abnormalities. What if there were such abnormalities? What if 024 was damaged during the combat tests? And sustaining damage was not necessarily the extent of the problem. Could it be? I realize that my arms are trembling slightly. It is not a conscious movement. I cannot make it stop. It is possible that perhaps 024 lost in combat test and was destroyed. In these circumstances, it would be expected for such a day to come. What if 024... What if she never came here again?
Oh, this is where you went. You weren't at the usual spot, so I was looking for you.
Aww. Until I heard the voice from behind me. My senses had stopped accepting input. No sound, no light, nothing. All of them come back online with her voice. I turn around. 024 furrows her brow and looks into my face.
What's wrong? The look on your face seemed as if you saw something frightening.
My face? My expression? Frightening? Am I scared?
I do not comprehend. I cannot make that judgment.
Are you perhaps scared of fighting?
Nah, I don't think that's it. What is this? I can't tell.
Am I scared? Scared of what? That she will disappear? During an operation, it is possible that I might assign greater priority to other unit safety than my own. But we are not an operation now. On an operation. And this emotion is not the same anyway. It's a different emotion. An emotion? I have emotions? I look at 024's face pleadingly, but I cannot put my question into words. I cannot express my feelings to her. It's turning British again. Gosh dang it. And though 024 sees this, she says nothing. She only smiles tenderly. It's the same smile she showed once. It looks happy, but also sad. During that night's outdoor activity time, neither 024 nor I speak much. We just walk together side by side without saying anything. I do not take the opportunity to ask her about the intermittent sound of water. It is the next day. I detect some sort of weight on my chest. I am aware that there is no physical weight there. Oh, your paralysis demon? You hate to see it. I am aware that it is most likely a psychological phenomenon. I perform a vocabulary search, the idiom being heavy-hearted applies best. I cannot help but find it amusing. It is a very apt phrase. But what is causing this heavy-heartedness? That I may not be able to see 024 someday? That may be it. But I do not think that is all. Over the next few days, I spent my time without finding an answer to this question. Each night after the combat tests, when it is time for outdoor activities, I seek out 024 first. And each time I confirm her presence, I feel an indescribable sense of relief and rush over to her. We exchanged standard greetings in the first few days, but that practice was eventually discarded. Now there is no special greeting between us. We can understand each other without words. Our eyes and expressions communicate enough. Tonight, I find 024 and rush to her as usual. There are no words, only an exchange of smiles. We begin walking together.
Do you remember me asking before if you were scared of fighting?
I nod.
To tell the truth, I'm scared of it too.
Her confession is surprising. It is counter to our nature as weapons. Yet, for some reason, I am not surprised by it.
I'm afraid I'll lose and be destroyed, and it's painful for me to make others go through the same ordeal. We may be weapons, but shouldn't we be driven by more than seeking victory? I've been wondering that for a long time.
But that's against orders.
024 gives me a half-hearted smile.
I'm sure things would probably be much simpler if I stopped thinking and just obeyed orders. Unfortunately, I finally found it. I found my answer.
Your answer?
There's someone I want to meet. I feel like meeting this person is my own objective and not an order given to me.
Since we have never left this facility, we have absolutely no acquaintances with outside people. There should be no relationship. Well, I immediately understand. This person she wants to meet is someone on the outside. Even I don't know why I thought so. But when I reflect upon that thought, now it's Australian, what's happening? The indescribable wavering within me becomes greater than ever.
Ever since I started thinking that I was scared to fight, each day was painful for me. If I'm going to feel this way until the day I lose, I even thought it would be better if I lost on purpose. But I won't think that anymore. I feel glad now that I exist. I mean, we're loved after all.
Loved?
That's right.
I repeat that to myself. The word loved, I do not comprehend. But when I look at her gaze, her clear eyes seem to see beyond the sky. The statement seems correct. I feel that this must be something vital. As I watch her try to express something without words, it is hard to believe she is the same type of unit as me. It seems more that she is human.
Why are you telling me this?
It's probably because I didn't think anyone but you would understand.
Well, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure I really get it either.
I'm sure you'll understand one day. I hope so anyway.
Sheesh. Why you gotta be so cryptic?
024 laughs at this. It is the purest smile I've catalogued. I know without comparing it to anything that it's a smile of pure joy. I detect Snowy playing at my feet. After playing at 024's feet too, Snowy runs off about 3 meters and turns around. Its tail moves vigorously back and forth. Soon afterwards, Snowy sits on the ground and looks up at 024. I watch 024 crouch and pat its head. I'm thinking back about other things. Things besides fighting and defeating the nearest enemy. My own objective. Someone to meet. I still do not fully comprehend. But the way she is playing with Snowy tonight looks more fun than ever. Her smile seems very natural. If the answer she discovers is the origin of that smile? I would like to understand it someday too. I can feel that desire button inside me. Man. Once again, I participate in a combat test. Once again, I claim victory without destroying my opponents. I target only her weapons and limbs. I elect not to employ the tactic of targeting the weaknesses in their cranial regions. I believe that if they think the same things as I do, they would not wish for the personality modules to cease functioning. Though, even if I do not destroy them, the research staff will remove the plumes of dust. Either way, the functions will be suspended. My actions are difficult to justify, but I feel that suspension through destruction is not a suitable end for them. That is what I think when I rationalize it by applying the criteria to myself. I do not think anyone would want their consciousness to be terminated by those like them. I find myself more conscious of the damage I sustain and my efficiency in combat than ever. Depending on my results, I may eventually be ordered to destroy them. To prevent that from happening, I must continue fielding favorable results. It becomes easy to continue fighting with that objective in mind. That is becoming my new objective. I am theoretically being tested on destroying my opponents, but I have begun fighting so that they will not be destroyed. Paradoxically, this has caused my results to improve. Would this be considered going against orders? My strike shatters the servos in the opponent's pivot leg. She falls to the ground, unable to stay upright. Her weapon's already been destroyed. She should be incapable of resisting now, but the buzzer signaling the end of the test does not sound. As I wonder why, I hear gyrating metallic sound from the opponent. She leaps onto me with a one good arm and leg.
What's the matter, number 031? Hurry up and terminate the target.
I do not know what to do. My opponent is acting contrary to her own safety. I grant that this is the only action left to her, but she will destroy herself before inflicting any damage to me. A tactic that puts one's life at risk like that. Putting one's life at risk? What am I saying? We are weapons. We exist to obey orders. We cannot prioritize our self-preservation without changing those orders. That is why she is challenging me to a fight. She will do so until all of her circuits and servos burn out and she becomes incapable of action. As she grapples with me, I put my hands to her neck and squeeze. I adjust my grip strength limit as 70% of maximum. The opponent's body makes an abnormal sound. After this, I sense the main lines of the bridge unit snap in half inside the soft structure. The movement stops. Her limbs go flaccid, indicating loss of consciousness. I can see my reflection in our optic inputs. They have lost their focus and look like black holes. I gasp. The face I see reflected in them is not expressionless. How should this expression be classified? I've seen it somewhere when 024 smiles. This face indicates sadness. The buzzer signals the test's end finally rings. The researchers enter the chamber. I'm used to this scene now.
Well, that was pretty impressive. You think it's because of the size of her plume? Funny that one little part could make such a difference.
Indeed. Most of it is due to differences in their tactical mentalities. It may be on the cusp of what we would call an ego.
Considering how everything's been going so far, I'm starting to believe more in persona abilities.
One little part? Is it true that the plume of dusk installed in me is comparatively the largest among units of my type? It is true. But does that part determine everything about us? Z024's smile seems much more human than mine. I find myself opening my mouth to speak. But I realize that the statement I am about to deliver is a protest. I am quick to abort. Was I about to deny the staff's authority? They speak to me. My confusion seems to have gone unnoticed.
Well done, unit number 031. That was an impressive display of destruction. Plus, you cleanly severed its transmitter, leaving the plume of dusk unharmed. That's certainly ending things on a high note.
Ending things on a high note? An act of destruction as a high note? Researchers look at each other while holding the petri dish with the bluish-white plate-like object. One of them says, "This is the one."
All right, number 031. As of today, the test battles are finished.
Whew. Oh, good.
Huh? It's over?
I cannot help question the unexpected statement.
All the results indicate that you have the very highest performance out of all the units of your model.
I'd say we can go ahead and earmark unit number 031 to be the base for developing the 5th generation.
The base?
It means that you're the winner.
The combat tests are over? Will I no longer be required to fight? A strangely intense sensation of relief fills me. It is not because I won and earned some kind of reward. If the tests have ended, those of my unit type that are not yet destroyed can escape that fate. Interesting. It seems that I was reluctant to destroy them after all. My priorities have become inverted. Yet I am so happy that I smile. The researchers notice this expression as well and smile back.
Okay, we're going to begin the usual review of the feedback. So come over here.
When the download begins, the memories and thoughts of my recent opponent flow into me along with vivid images. Sifting through battle data has become a routine that I've repeated so often that I am barely conscious of it now. I peruse the non-combat memories she preserved. There's a landscape of the outdoor area again. At first I could only vaguely recognize it, but now I can pinpoint exactly where the memory is from. It is near the biggest tree. Memory is of flowers. There are images of a small shoot, a budding plant, and a blossoming flower. She must have had an interest in the concept of growth. For we machines, the growth of individuals is an unknown concept. But one of us took an interest in where I had seen it as part of the landscape. It seems that she too had her own thoughts unrelated to our orders and battle performance. She simply did not show it. I recall what 024 said. My own objective and not an order given to me. The twinge in my chest hurts. I'll make sure to hold tight to your memories. This is the thought that formed in my mind. Once again, it's time to spend time outdoors. I quickly meet up with 024. Oh, she's still alive. It seems she was looking for me as well.
Hey, can I talk to you for a while? The lab boys told me today that they were putting the kibosh on the test battles.
I see. It's over then.
Look, I've been thinking. If they end up tossing us out soon because of that, I want to go with you to go see that person you were talking about. The one you wanted to meet. I might even put in a formal request about it to the lab boys.
024 takes my right hand. Before I can determine her intent, she pulls the cable from her wrist and connects it to a port of my own. She looks at my face in silence. Suddenly Excel world, but okay. Thinking that she wants to confirm that the tests are in fact over, I nod. But the data that transfers from her to me... The packets that flow through the cable form a single very small archive
If
file.
you are still safe when everything is over, open this file.
CO24 removes the cable, but keeps hold of my hand.
What do you mean, when everything is over? How come I can't look at it now?
If I had to answer, I would say because it wouldn't be fair.
Fair?
She smiles and does not answer. It is the same unsure expression. It is that same unsure expression. It is a smile, but there's a sadness in it.
It would be wonderful if I could go with you to see her.
Her? So this person you're looking forward to meeting is a girl?
CO24 nods
But
slowly.
it's strange. Even though my wish may not come true, I still feel satisfied for some reason.
How bizarre.
It's a fervent wish of mine, too.
She looks toward the sky and smiles faintly. This time it contains more than sadness. There are too many emotions for me to pass, all reflected in that one
I
expression.
believe in you. I can tell you this because I trust you. Maybe that's why I feel so at peace.
Huh?
Maybe this is what it is to feel alive.
Alive. It has happened again. I do not comprehend the meaning of the word, yet I feel it twinge inside. I look at the sky in an attempt to follow her gaze. There's nothing there to hint at her meaning, but I still want to get closer to her. She wishes for me to understand. I want to grant her wish. From then on, we spend our time looking up at the sky in silence. Eventually, the signal that time is up reaches our ears. That's when I notice that the moon has appeared from behind the laboratory buildings. I see. I thought that light emanating from the plumes of dust reminded me of something. Now I know what it is. It's very similar to the light from the moon in the night sky. The sun rises, and the next day arrives. After coming out of standby, I am ordered to enter the shock-resistant chamber once again. From what I am told, it is for a different purpose than combat tests. Soon afterwards, the three researchers who supervise the feedback downloads appear.
Sounds like it's decided. We'll discontinue use of the name Unit Number 031. Generation 5 Labris will be this unit's new name.
Labris.
That's your name. The official one's much longer. Generation 5 Anti-Shadow...
Fifth generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labris. How hard is that to remember?
Labris.
This designation by a name that is not a number. I never questioned being called 031 until now. Nothing about it seems awkward. But I wonder why. I am happy now to have acquired the name. Even if my designation changes, it will not have a concrete effect on my abilities. But by discarding my number for a name, it feels as if I am no longer one of a series with multiple variations. I am a discrete individual. That may be why. I find myself smiling as a result.
From now on, the battles you fight will not be to test your performance. They'll be geared toward drawing out a persona.
Ah.
First, you will fight all the remaining units of your model type. Your objective is to destroy them. Every last one.
No.
Huh?
I am perplexed at the disconnect between the tone of voice and the specifics of the order. Fight against all remaining units of my model type? Destroy every last one of them?
The fear impulse and self-preservation instinct seem to be the key to activating a persona. This is the most effective method of inducing extreme mental stress.
Stress? Come on, you don't have to go this far.
Huh? Well, that's a first. None of them have ever protested like that. Well, at least that's a sign that its ego is developing.
You told me it was over. I thought I wouldn't have to do these things anymore.
You.
Ain't there some other way? If there is, please, let me do that instead. I don't want to fight him anymore.
The three researchers look at me with apparent surprise on their faces. Did my protest get through to them? I hope so, but...
That's a surprise. Such natural speech patterns. I hadn't thought its personality would develop this fast.
Oh, gosh.
All the data's being recorded now. Let's compare them and look at which stages they improve at.
They smile while muttering to themselves. Muttering. I'm at a complete loss for words. They are not machines but humans, and on top of that, they are my creators. I don't know what my accent's doing, I'm trying. Surely they are capable of understanding what I'm saying. Yet their current expression... Until now, I thought that they were understanding people who treated us as close to human. I was wrong. I am only an object to them. No matter what I say, they will see as only a response to stimulus. Behind their gentle attitudes, we are nothing more than test subjects we hold no emotional attachments to. They do not focus on what I'm saying. They are only interested in it as a reaction. The researchers ignore my stunned silence and hastily leave the chamber. The figures are hidden behind the hatch. Soon, with a terrible low-pitched sound, the hatch on the other side begins to open, right where the opponents come through. I will be forced to fight again today, and in the days to come. I must continue to destroy my opponents each time. I cannot find the words I want to say. I slowly turn my head towards the hatch, but what I see there truly leaves me at a loss for words. No! Not 24. The opponent emerging from the hatch is 024. There's no smile or sadness on her face. She's quietly standing there, expressionless. 024 steps to the chamber while gazing at my face. The hatch slowly closes behind her.
No! Why?
Even I do not know who the question is addressed to. Why is she here? Because she was ordered. Do I have to fight her now? It is not quite sinking in yet, but in a sharp tone I have never heard from her before, she tells me what I must do.
Draw your weapon.
I can't.
If you don't fight, you'll lose. I will end up destroying you. Are you willing to accept that?
Why? Why are you saying this stuff?
024 ignores my question and reaches behind her back with her right hand. The multi-use weapon unit releases from her back. It becomes a great sword in her right hand. It is approximately 1.5 meters, as long as she is tall. It is also alarmingly wide and fitted with propulsion devices. It's difficult to process seeing the weapon pointed at me.
If you fear being destroyed, if you have a heart capable of fear, then there's no need to hesitate. That alone gives you the right to attack me with all your strength.
But doesn't the same go for you?
I could not help but plead. 024 does not answer. But it appears that a very small smile forms on her
You
lips.
said there was someone you wanted to meet. I can't fight you knowing that.
I turn and appeal to the researchers watching us from the other side of the glass wall.
Come on! Stop this! I don't want to fight anymore!
I press against the transparent wall and continuously strike with my fist. Though my safety limiters are disabled, it must be coated with something. I cannot even scratch it. The researchers standing on the other side are completely expressionless. It's as if they are machines themselves. I beg and plead, but they do not respond. If only there wasn't a clear glass wall between us. I'm so frustrated. Why? I then hear CO24 speak up weakly behind me.
Only one of us can exit this chamber.
Huh?
They never told you, since you were strong enough, that battles never lasted very long. But that's the rule of this place. The only time the door leading beyond that transparent wall opens is when one of us is considered unable to fight. From the start, this whole setup never took our feelings into account.
I can say nothing. I can see from her words what atrocious battles were forced upon her.
But talking like this is a waste of time. I can see I won't spur you into fighting with just words alone.
I mean, you could both just sit there and refuse to fight. You could. I don't know if they have like a kill switch on you, but you could. As soon as she finishes, ZO24 leaps into the air, swinging her sword at me. I quickly jump back and barely dodge the attack. The sword slashes the space where I had been at a speed that could have killed me. The tip grazes the chamber floor. Red sparks fly. She's serious. It finally sinks in. I jump away and put distance between us.
I don't intend to meekly accept my destruction. I have my own goal after all. Now, fight me.
I have no choice but to fight. But a thought crosses my mind. In terms of basic combat strength, mine is probably higher. Using my usual tactics, I should be able to destroy a weapon and disable enough of her servos to prevent her from attacking. ZO24's ego is without doubt more highly developed than mine. It must be of value to the researchers. If I can render her incapable of acting, I may be able to avoid the order to destroy her when she's down. I decided to bet on that possibility. I shift my priorities and fight back with all my strength. I cannot do this empty-handed. I remove my own multifunction weapon from my back and shape it into a battle axe. It pains me to do this, but it is the only way. I repel ZO24's persistent sword strikes and go for a counterattack. But Labris! Axes lose to swords! Fire Emblem told me! I aim for the Great Shadows class with my battle axe. After a number of hits, it shatters. My next target is the transmission system for shoulder and knee joints. In terms of output and movement itself, I detect various differences between us. Among those of my unit type, I awaken latest. Compared to ZO24, not only my personality module, but my limbs as well have been upgraded to the latest versions. It's only a matter of time. ZO24 loses virtually all offensive capabilities and falls to the floor. As I planned, ZO24 is mostly undamaged apart from a weapon and motor functions. I immediately turned towards the researchers behind the invisible wall and raised my voice.
Isn't this enough? She had that ego thing way before me. Destroying her won't do anyone any good. Come on, have a heart.
But hearing this, the researchers only laugh. Their faces are as joyous as when they see results that surpass their expectations. Why? What in this situation could cause such joy? ZO24's body collapsed on the floor, suddenly begins to convulse. It goes still for a few seconds. Then, although it should not be able to move, it drags itself up.
Huh? What the?
Unpleasant metallic sounds are coming from all over her body. It indicates that she is undergoing unreasonable stress. Still, no expression appears on ZO24's face. It is a cold, doll-like void. It is similar in appearance to the newly activated unit. I know as soon as I look at her, she would never make that face like this on her own.
What did you do to her?
It'll be coming at you with everything it has now. You better not hold back either. Number 024 had an excellent record against others of its model. Even you might have a hard time beating this one, Labrys.
I unconsciously find myself biting my lip. We are weapons. In other words, we are tools. Of course, that would be means to issue orders remotely. I recall that the one researcher said, "It is the most effective method to induce extreme mental stress." In other words, the more strongly I desire 024 survival, the stronger my reaction will be when I'm forced to destroy her. That is why they laughed. I can sense the strength draining from my shoulders. There's nothing more I can attempt. All I can do is end her. Behind me, 024, or rather, her animated shell approaches me, its limbs shaking. I suppress all thoughts unrelated to tactics and slowly turn around. My body goes cold, my arms move into position as if controlled by someone else, and ready my weapon. Oh, boy. Okay, who gave the robot crying functions? It was not a close fight. Once I decided to finish this, once I was resolved to stop her, 024 as she is now, stood no chance against me. I fall to my knees next to 024. Her limbs have been shattered. She will never rise again. My processors are overloaded with things I cannot understand. I feel as if processing has slowed. 024's face is turned to the ceiling.
Hey, are you not gonna look at me anymore? You're not gonna smile again?
I did not expect her to respond, but 024's face moves slightly. I stare at her without knowing how to react. She turns her gaze to me and smiles.
I'm sorry to leave you alone. I leave the rest to you.
Those were the last words she spoke. I can't believe this. There's a smile on 024's dead face. She's smiling at the one who destroyed her and robbed her of a dream. All at once, everything hits me in a torrent of emotion and data. I've lost her. I did it. I took everything from her. My vision begins to fade. My thoughts go with it. I cannot determine whether the lights are actually dimming or if that is only my perception. It's too much to handle. I collapse on the ground helplessly like a crumbling statue. Now screw you guys. Next time I waken, I'm lying inside a cage. Seems I was carried out of the test chamber. The download of 024's feedback data is about to begin. The researchers seem to have taken my sudden loss of consciousness seriously. I'm confined in a cage instead of sitting in the usual maintenance chair. The researchers keep repeating the words, "interesting." So this is how they react when extreme mental stress is induced. I can hear their voices clearly. They seem to derive pleasure from the fact that I lost consciousness due to mental stress, rather than physical damage. Cables are connected to my body, one after another. The data download begins. All of 024's information, combat data, various records, and the memories she experienced. All of it flows into me. My eyes widen in surprise. Everything is so vibrant. It's so clear that it is indistinguishable from actually experiencing them. This is the first time I've received memories with such vivid images. All of the images are linked to records of the emotions she felt in relation to them. They are so strongly linked that my screening protocols cannot distinguish them from human thought. The outdoor area where we spent time. The big tree whose branches we examined. The sound of water we heard periodically. Snowy running around and playing. As I relive 024's experiences, I pick up on an unfamiliar voice. There's no associated image data. Only the voice can be heard. It is a female voice. There's a female researcher at this facility, but this voice belongs to a younger person, still in human developmental stages.
I know the world is a big place. And I know that there's a lot of people in it. But I won't be able to see it for myself, or meet many of them. I know that too. I'm too weak for that.
Her speech is different from the researchers and those of my unit type. It is very similar to my own speech output.
Thinking about it has made me sad more than once. But I didn't want to do nothing and be left with regrets. That was when my mom and dad looked into some options. And we decided to go with this experiment. If even a sick girl like me could make herself useful to others in this world, I thought I ought to go for it.
Who could this be? I know only that she is female. She's in a situation where her condition prevents her from moving freely. It seems that instead of lamenting that fact, she has decided to volunteer for an experiment of some kind. Where did 024 hear this voice? Did she know this person? I wish I could ask her, but that is no longer possible.
At first, I kept wondering how much I could really contribute. But after hearing more and more about the program, I started to wonder about the others more than myself.
Others? It is strange, but when I hear that, I feel 024's heart waver. Was she surprised? Perhaps. Even I feel something unexplainable.
And yeah, my big wish is to make myself useful to this world. But the ones born from me... Is born the right word for it? Kind of embarrassing. My other wish is that the ones born from me are happy. I doubt I'll be able to talk to them in person or stay with them. But I still wish from the bottom of my heart that they all have happy lives.
People's voices have unique characteristics. In the past, I would have expressed it as a variance in waveform, but each has what could be called its own texture and temperature to it. His voice sounds very warm and kind. I would like to listen to more of it, but the speech ends there. There are no more related memories from 024. While the cables disconnect, I decide to search the archives for results matching that voice. Sadly, there are no results, but during the search, I suddenly remember something. The archive given to me by 024 last night. I quickly open the folder and find a single text file inside.
If you are reading this, then I have most likely been destroyed.
Oh, come on.
It may be that you already understand the concept of guilt, but you have done nothing wrong.
If you are still safe when everything is over, she must have meant if I defeated her in combat. 024 knew what would happen to those who lost in the trial. What emotions was she feeling then? What was going through her mind as she prepared this file? I feel something wrench inside my chest.
I happened to access certain data during the feedback treatment and learned something. Artificially creating a personality from scratch is very difficult, though they hope to achieve it in 2 generations. But those of our model were actually made from the template of a certain girl's personality. That includes you and I. She had left a recording for the units created using her personality, A message for those of us who did not yet exist. That's what I heard. She speaks in a strange way, like you. I thought, we really are connected to her.
I think about that unknown voice. The experiment the voice spoke of was related to our development after all. I don't know if that voice was speaking to us.
The one who gave birth to us loved us. When I understood that, I felt like my eyes were opened. Though my life was filled with suffering, my birth had meaning. I firmly believe that. I want to meet her. I need to tell her thank you for giving birth to us and for loving us. This was not an order from the scientists. It was an objective I made for myself. So if you can understand my feelings, I'd like you to do this in my stead. Give our mother my thanks.
How O24 must have wanted to meet this girl who she saw as a mother. She must have longed to thank the girl in person. The data within me, her heart tells me so. During the time when she was ordered to destroy her sisters, this wish must have been her only hope. Yet it did not come true. I shattered it. The one she herself said was the only thing who understood her. She must have been devastated. But the letter ends the way I least expected.
Though we knew each other for only a short time, I'm glad I met you. I feel the same right now as our mother did. I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
That's messed up. That's pretty messed up. I am shocked. How can she feel that way towards someone who may one day destroy her? I realize that the visual input from my optics is experiencing distortion for some unknown reason. An unfamiliar source of water trickles down my cheek.
Labras, is she crying?
So she is. I can't believe we're actually seeing a machine being driven to tears.
I hate you guys.
But its mental graphs are clearly abnormal. What kind of information did it download?
Who knows? That's one thing the graphs can't tell us.
We should take care to limit our studies to just the battle data. It doesn't need any sentimental memories. You can delete those. Why make a weapon so emotional that it can cry?
Delete them? Something roars within me. It drowns out the feelings for O24 and a mother that had filled my heart.
Delete! Like hell you're deleting my memories!
Under no circumstances will I allow that O24 left me to be deleted for their convenience. I will not forgive this selfishness. We have been treated callously by the researchers in this laboratory. They gave us hearts, yet made us destroy those of our unit type as enemies. We killed our sisters at their command. If we refused, our desires were overridden, and we became their puppets. The wishes of the girls who desired our happiness were not taken into consideration. Now, even the few memories that O24, my sisters, and I have accumulated are about to be erased like trash. Though their aim is to develop our ego, they find it inconvenient for us to have real hearts. These feelings within me may be erased. Perhaps, too, my heart itself. If that happens, will I resume killing my sisters without hesitation? What is least forgivable is that the proof that O24 had lived, her last wishes will be permanently lost. My hands are squeezed into tight fists. They make a small grinding noise. The goal that O24 found for herself was left to me. I will carry it out as my own now. I will burn it into my heart as my goal. It is a duty to impose on myself. I impose on myself gladly. Nothing will make me surrender it. It must be fought for. Or rather, it must be protected, even if it means fighting.
What the? Its emotions are spiking into the red. I've never seen anything like this.
Hey, what's that warning? No. Labras is in battle mode?
Boy, you guys are real dumb.
What? That can't be. There aren't any enemies. We're the only ones here.
About that. I'm able to release all my limiters, despite being inside the cage. The researchers monitoring me on their tablet PCs seem perplexed and alarmed by this. They should be. They are witnessing an override of the principles of non-aggression towards humans. They are flustered and too panicked to speak clearly as they announce that emergency has occurred. One of them steps away from the cage I'm in and reaches for a switch with wanted labels around it. Suddenly, restraints appear to bind my limbs.
Are you saying those mental fluctuations were enough to override the OS's restrictions?
That plume's playing pranks on us. Hey, hurry up and delete those memories.
Those memories in my heart are not unnecessary. Something I have not felt until now. A sensation like heat spreads throughout my body. A trembling, burning wave rises within me. Soon afterwards, I realize that this is an emotion. There's a name for this feeling. Outrage? Okay. It is anger. I reroute all my strength into my restrained limbs. The restraints are designed to withstand up to twice our calculated maximum output. Trying to escape is therefore logically doomed to failure. Even so, I continue to muster my strength. It is not because I judge it as a viable course of action. I'm not merely executing an order. I'm acting based on my emotions. It does not matter if the restraints can be destroyed or not. I wish to destroy them. The metal parts in both my limbs, the restraints begin to creak.
How's it doing that? There's no way those things are strong enough to break the restraints.
It's outputting over 220% of its theoretical strength limit, even though its joint actuators are operating at only 70% capacity.
That's not possible. That doesn't even make any sense. What's driving this thing?
I'm not gonna let you take those memories. I made her a promise.
Oh, right, a persona. The next moment, a rupture in sound like a small explosion shakes the entire room. The heavy metallic bands restraining my arms and legs shatter. I jump out of the cage and run towards the open door. I must escape from here. I have to get out and see the girl who loves us, that we were not yet created. To fulfill O24's wishes, which now has become mine. But when I enter the hallway connected to the outdoor area, I am met with barricades and heavy artillery. My sister units and I have never been equipped with firearms. I recall it being due to concerns over the unit's mentality affecting the accuracy of its aim. Instead, we were given short-range weaponry, a chain arm and other implements in my case. But they are not sufficient to deal with the range of firearms. However, I do have a countermeasure. By using the flexibility and adaptive situations of my developed mind, I dodge complex projectile trajectories and destroy the opposition. Eventually, I reach the end of the hallway and exit to the outdoor area. I have not seen this environment before. The trees are the same species as those that grow near the facility, but these specimens are much larger. Where am I? The question did not cross my mind until now. Where am I? Where are we? I cannot use the GPS that should be installed in me. It seems the research facility blocked GPS signals outside of its walls, which probably to prevent its location from being pinpointed. Is there anything in the environment that can help me determine my location? The blue sky that I'm seeing for the first time is stunning, but irrelevant. Then I notice a periodic sound of liquid in the distance. Ah. That is the sound of the ocean. The answer came easily to mind. One of my sisters must have taken an interest in it and learned what it was. My sisters are helping keep me alive now. When I think of it that way, a burning feeling rises up deep within my chest. But none of what I see in my surroundings is helpful. Is there anything else by which I can determine my location? Any landmarks or signposts? I scan my surroundings while running past. These trees obstructing my view. They are a unique species. That may be a hint. I review the tree's characteristics once more and run another search on them. I attempted this once already, but there's much more data available to me now. Once again, results come easily. This variety of tree is known as a cedar. It's found in many habitats, but the cedars here are unique. You got like pseudo faces on them, almost. I don't know. I know that knot below the text kind of looks like a nose. Sorry. The tree's shape and its age, it implies it so differently that it's nearly separate species. If that is because of differences in the environment, it may be useful in determining my location. That's when an unfamiliar sound reaches my ears. A heavy rumble, what sounds like a motor. It seems that they have dispatched vehicles to pursue me. I expected this. Their response was swift. It seems that they had measures in place in the event one of us escaped. When the vehicle stops behind me, a fully armed personnel pour out of it. They move to surround me both left and right. It is an obvious response. No matter how much power I may have, I am alone. The optimal solution would be to overwhelm me with numbers. I try to shake them off by running faster. Soon afterwards, I reach the main gate of the laboratory, a high steel edifice. It is tightly sealed. A number of heavily armed guards are protecting it. Stop. There's nowhere else to go. You can probably jump that.
Labrys, come back here. You're too useful a unit to destroy. You need to get back here to be regulated. That's your role in all this.
I cannot be destroyed here, but I cannot be captured either. They will surely delete my memories. They will take my wish and everything else that was given to me. What purpose is there in avoiding destruction if that is what awaits me? The only options available are whether my wish dies with me or whether it's stolen away.
I ain't gonna let you destroy me. And not just because I don't want to be destroyed.
The moment I focus my concentration and remove the limiters on my onboard weaponry, I sense an unknown strength rise within me. Directly afterwards, something that cannot be quantified fills my body and the surrounding area.
Huh? What the?
The pursuit vehicle suddenly stops. The research staff gets off one after another, shocked.
This reading, is it on the verge of a persona reaction?
Shit, it's awakened? Ah, damn it, why now?
Well, at least this proves that mental stress is the key to activating the persona.
Kill that guy.
Who cares about that right now? It's not fully awakened yet, but with it still unstable, we don't know what it's capable of.
I am intrigued by the statements.
Persona?
I knew that we had the mains, but I was not aware of controlling anything. I do not know if it could be called a power, nor do I know how to use it, but I can tell the others are afraid. I seize the opportunity and run toward the main gate. There's a slight possibility that I can reach the door without attracting any gunfire, and vault over the door with my legs and chain arm. The moment I reach the gate, I launch my chain arm toward the upper threshold of the door. By the moment my arm grabs the ledge, something emerges. Much greater power touches the door as well. Suddenly the door crumples like paper. A large hole forms on the upper half.
Now it's done it!
We need to hurry! If it's that strong already, we won't be able to stop it once its persona completely awakens!
That's... persona.
But I quickly regain my senses. I bust out of the facility and single-mindedly jump outside. My feet touch the ground of the outside world for the first time. They will most likely not let me escape. Fortunately, the door is badly damaged. It should take time until it can be opened enough for vehicles to pass through. I need to gain as much distance and time as possible, and then... It's then that I realize I do not have a destination in mind. Who is the girl 024 wished to see? Where can I go to meet her? The only clue I have is the idiosyncrasies of the girl's speech. I have learned that distinct speech patterns are often associated with specific regions. I should be given by traveling to where that style of speech is common. It is reckless, but I feel confident. Would people in Inaba have a Kansai accent? Is that... Okay. At the very least, I can get closer to the girl than I am now. Although my situation is dire, I am under pursuit. Internally, I am cheerful. There is a bounce in my step. For some reason, I cannot remain calm. Holy. Okay. Just then, 5 meters ahead, something white and fluffy crosses my path. It is snowy. Uh-oh. 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 Don't. It notices me and approaches. I am worried about my pursuers, but I cannot dismiss 024's beloved Snowy. I lower my speed and run with it. I then notice that the scenery we are passing by is calmed. My surroundings are very different now. The blue sky that was previously obstructed by the trees is now clearly visible. The green grass is shining vibrantly in the light of the sun. And there is a deeper blue than the sky ahead. Many lines of white run across it.
Is that the ocean?
Snowy box as if in answer. I feel like it's saying, "That's right." I could not previously comprehend Snowy. I did not have an interest in trying. But now I can grasp what Snowy is saying as if it could speak its own language. I know that it feels happy to be able to run with me. I feel as if 024 is inside me. Though we were forced apart, she certainly left me many things. Not only her wish, but other things as well.
Well, I'll find her come hella high water. Are you with me, Snowy?
Snowy barks energetically. I respond with thanks and a smile. 024 and Snowy are encouraging me. Though I do not have any clues, I will find her, no matter what happens or how long it takes. I search my current location once more. Now that I am further from the research facility, I can use my GPS to triangulate my position. But, seeing the results, I cannot help but stop running. Snowy stops a little further ahead, then returns to me. My current location is Yakushima, within the Kagoshima prefecture. It is a remote island far from shore.
No.
She can't fly, can she? I think Aegis can. The island's perimeter is only 132 kilometers. In such a limited area, it will be a matter of time before a full-scale manhunt apprehends me. The research facility must have been built on an island in anticipation of such situations. Even if someone were to escape the facility, the island's geography would contain them. It is essentially a natural prison. I do not want to believe it, but my hope was meticulously strangled before it was born. However, I cannot wait here to be captured. I begin running again. Though, as expected from my position data and map, I immediately reach the ocean.
So, this is the ocean.
Oh my gosh. That gives a lot of weight to when you first meet Aegis. She's on the dock just staring out at the ocean. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't know if that's where they're going for, but good grief.
It's so huge. I can't see anything out there at all.
I mean, it's a black box thing, but it's part of, I guess, his subconscious, right? While I look at the glistening surface on the ocean, reflect the sun's light and ponder its beauty, I am at a loss. Though I knew it would come to this, I cannot stand idle. Despite this, my feelings sink. Snowy looks up at me from time to time as I stop running and begin walking. Its gesture of concern forces me to smile and tell it that I am alright. The forest becomes a grove. The trees grow sparser. A blue ocean and sandy soil leading up to it spread before my eyes. I check my map again. This is not an uninhabited island. There's a means for people to come and go. But, I mean, there's a boat. Do your best. I doubt I will be able to use those methods freely without arousing any suspicion. I gazed down at my own hand. It is completely unlike a human hand. It is an object sculpted from metal.
Well, that's a problem. What should I do?
My question seems to dishearten Snowy.
Come on, don't give me that look. Ah, well. Maybe it's my fault for getting so frustrated. Sorry, Pooch.
Just as I'm about to crouch and pet Snowy's head, Snowy moves as if avoiding me.
Snowy?
Snowy circles around behind me and growls toward the way we just came. I train my senses in that direction and sense a presence in the distance. They may be keeping their distance on purpose. Since I have no firearms, they must understand that their effective range exceeds mine.
Looks like they're coming.
Next to human soldiers are a number of sister units. Is it possible that I convince them not to fight me? I dismiss the idea as hopeless. Though they may have awakened to their ego. After my escape, they will be under the commander's control. Even if that is not the case, they may be able to... They may think that their orders are absolute, just as I once did.
Knowing why they're here doesn't make it any easier to deal with them.
It does not seem as if they will attack all at once. They must understand that I am already at the ocean and have nowhere to escape. I do not want to surrender, but I am frustrated by my own powerlessness. To be caught like this, I have my own mission to accomplish. The ocean sparkles. The periodic sound of water I once heard from afar echoes from it. As I gaze at the clear water, while it ebbs and flows, a mysterious feeling rises in me.
Wow. Look at that. It's beautiful.
My opponent shows no indication of moving. I step out into the sand. After cataloging that sensation, I approach the pier stretching into the ocean. When I step onto it, the wooden planks creak. I can hear Snowy's light tread behind me as well. I stand at the end of the pier and look out at the ocean. I wonder if she is beyond this ocean that seems to stretch forever. The girl heretofore wanted to meet. The girl that I wish to meet as well. This mother figure who loved us and wished for our happiness. While my thoughts turn to the girl whose face I do not know, I decide to preserve the ocean's beauty in my memory. After all, it may be the last time I'm able to see the ocean as myself. The odds are high that when I'm restrained and return to the facility, my memories will be wiped. I'm scared. I'm frustrated. I do not want to be erased. But I do not think that all my hopes are lost yet. This may be the end of me. But just as I inherited the memories of O24 and other units, my memories will surely endure the next generation into. So I will keep these feelings, along with the beautiful ocean scene deep within the origin of my heart. There, it cannot be erased or tampered with. The blue sky and ocean, the shining sun and glittering water, and the gentle breeze and calm sounds of the waves. scenery from this pier so stunning that it is unimaginable from inside the research facility. I'm glad that the last place I see is so beautiful. With the ocean before me, I speak to any future sisters that I have yet to meet. It might be called a type of prayer.
To all the ones I'll never meet, but will receive my memories.
My emotions race ahead of my thoughts. I cannot find the right words to say.
There's so much I want to say to you that I don't know where to start.
I close my eyes again and calm my heart. To my descendants, whom I will probably never meet, if you ever find someplace precious to you, as I did with 024, so someone, not someplace, and wish to meet them, may you meet them here. Oh my god, it is intentional! You're killing me. May you go beyond this pier to places I could not.
I just pray from the bottom of my heart that everyone can find happiness. As long as that happens, I don't mind if I...
Even though my wish may not have come true, I feel satisfied if I can entrust it to someone I believe in. 024 said something along those lines.
Could this be it?
Snowy rubs against my leg. What are they thinking? Like, they're trying to capture this rogue robot, and it's just hanging out with a little dog. Staring at the ocean. Is it wanting me to be cautious of my pursuers, who have arrived and are coming closer? Or does it only want me to pet it? I look closely and realize that it is the latter. It must be worried. I crouch down and scratch Snowy's head.
Hey, Snowy. You think this is what it means to feel alive?
Snowy looks at me while wagging his tail. Pick up Snowy and gently hug it. Snowy shows no sign of resistance and allows me to do so. My pursuers are closing in now. But I will not run anymore. It is true that I am still frustrated, but it is strange I am also satisfied. Snowy licks my cheek.
Thanks. I'll be okay now.
Bond up.
Things are about to get hairy, so you should hurry and get out of here.
I let Snowy go, but it does not leave me.
Oh, come on. If you don't go, it'll make things hard on me. Okay?
Snowy looks at my face for a while. Eventually it droops its head and walks off. Snowy looks back several times, but soon disappears into the tall grass. My relief is cut short by 5 armed humans pointing their guns at me. I have no intention of resisting. I smile at them. It was only for a short while. I lived. I felt the happiness of passing down my wish. It was only for a brief moment in time, but I may have granted the wish of the girl who was our mother. I allow myself to be restrained without resistance. They take me back to the laboratory. I was so absorbed in my escape attempts that I did not notice the severe damage I inflicted upon the facility. It seems that the delicate machinery used to tamper with my memories is in no condition to be used.
Damn it! Look at this mess! Going after humans? Oh, I bet the girl they used as a template for this model was a snotty brat too!
I'll kill you.
Even if we delete its memories, it'll be too dangerous to keep using this unit!
There are so many things about it I want to research, though.
It's not worth the risks. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon will be sealed indefinitely once it's fully restrained again.
Wow, so wait, but they just implied that, like, oh, meet your cherished one at the dock here, which is a clear nod to Aegis meeting P3 protagonist on the dock. But now it's implying Labrys doesn't even get used. Like, her memories don't get, or her, you know, her programming doesn't get use for the next generation, because I guess the 7th generation, so it's another tier away, but still. The voice is the last thing I hear before my consciousness is cut off. Okay.
Huh?
My consciousness should have been shut down, but I have awakened.
This place. It's that ocean.
I am on that pier. The blue sky and ocean, the shining sun and glittering water, and the gentle breeze and calm sounds of waves. Even Snowy is next to me. Oh, she's dreaming! The scene is identical to the one from before, though this time I sense no pursuers. I was captured. I remember that clearly. It was obviously an abnormal situation at odds with my memories, but the clear blue sky and ocean are still so beautiful that I cannot help but gaze at them. If only I could go beyond it. Just as the thought crossed my mind, my viewpoint ascends. Soon afterwards, I realize I am floating as if my body is weightless. I am astonished at myself to be thinking such strange things, but then my field of vision drifts, and I turn my attention to that. The scenery I knew already begins to mix with other environments I do not know. They become connected, continuous images, and pass like a slideshow. From time to time, I pass through the drifting images, but I cannot grasp anything within those spaces. Even when they are about to collide with me, they pass right through. Could this be dreaming? I remember something I once heard from a researcher at the facility. They said that it is possible for us to dream, since we have a mind and may develop an ego. Though it would technically not be identical to a human's dream, the phenomena would be very similar. I feel that the example the researchers gave what a dream is like matches my current experience. If I am having a dream, then things that are not possible in reality may be possible here. For example, if I can leave this island. If I can go beyond the ocean. The girl that 024 and I wanted to meet said that even though she knows the world is big, she would not be able to see it for herself. What could that have meant? Was she in a place that limited her world? As I was unable to leave the island? Just when it seems that the images flowing around me have stopped, I find myself in an unknown room. There's a bed here. Next to it, a flat screen monitor. There's also white shelves surrounding the bed. To one side is a stand for an intravenous drip. She knows what that is, but she doesn't know it's a hospital room. There's a machine connected to it by cords. Though it is small, it appears to function as a life science monitor. This is similar to the research facility. Could it be a hospital? Voices that sound from someone belong to a man and a woman. I have not heard these before.
She said during this morning's checkup that she wanted to go to school. She asked how much better she needs to get to be able to go.
Understandable. This ward is right near the road most of the students take. She must be lonely too, not having seen her parents lately. How much better she needs to get. She still doesn't know that her condition is incurable.
Like I expected anything else.
Why don't you be honest with her and tell her she won't ever be able to go? It's cruel to string her along like this.
Shh, keep your voice down. Room's next door.
I understand at once that these people are speaking of the girl I wish to meet. The scene feels as if it comes from my own memory. I do not doubt it at all. The girl is suffering from some kind of illness. She may not be able to go outside. Her condition prevents her from leaving a small world. Her life is like ours. Could the girl have heard this conversation? How did it make her feel to hear it? I want to spend more time in the outside world. I want to live a normal life. The thoughts that come to my mind are not my own.
I wonder if the nurses thought things like the student council were too much trouble to bother with when they were in school. I don't know. It sounds fun to me.
Of course. Just as I thought, it is the girl's voice. When I listen to her, I can sense a strong yearning and admiration.
You gotta admire the student council president. I mean, they're the ones that get things done for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it's because they're like that in the first place that they get to be president, huh?
The girl has a strong desire to attend school and live a normal school life with friends. As I review these voices and feelings, an interest in the school she longs for grows within me.
High school. I wonder what that's like. Would it be fun?
I wish to see for myself what she desires. Is there a specific image of it? What kind of place is it? What activities do its attendants perform while there? But there are no memories in regards to schools. This must mean the girl has no such memories.
Figures. I don't know anything about schools or whatever else student life is like.
I want to see them.
I can show you if you so desire.
Hello? A voice answers my unspoken thought. Who could it be? I do not think I know this voice. For some reason, my mind becomes hazy. I cannot access my memories easily.
Huh? Who's there?
There's no need to be alarmed. I only want to give you a glimpse of the world you long to know.
I was under the impression that this was a dream. Dreams are supposedly a release valve for memories, yet this voice does not feel like a part of me. Is that even possible? As I ponder these things, the scenery around me changes completely. I first see a 3-story concrete building. I do not know this building. As I examine it, my surroundings change again. Same desks and chairs are lined up. In front of me is a dark green rectangular board on the wall.
Is this a school? A real classroom?
This is the place the girl wished to see. It is here that I have gained an interest in. I find myself forgetting that this is a dream and focus my senses to the desk and chairs. Then I realize that I can move around at will, just as when I felt my body rise at the beach.
So this is where classes happen.
I feel sudden excitement.
What do the students do when there aren't any classes? Do they just talk and stuff?
That mysterious voice doesn't answer. Instead, I am surrounded by other sounds. Many voices are talking at once. It reminds me of the sound of waves near the ocean. But the sound is lively and enjoyable. The voices belong to boys and girls surrounding a desk. They are laughing and talking. You know, this one hasn't really explained why she has the ability to manipulate the senses of others. They haven't mentioned that at any point. They wear common clothing, though there are some differences. These may be uniforms. It is interesting to see that each person's uniform is distinct in some way. That student is the only one with something around his neck. A girl with short hair and a green jacket raises her right hand. Next to her is a girl with long black hair, wearing a red jacket. She smiles. Then there's a well-built young man with strange spiky hair. In contrast to him, I can see a small, delicate, intellectual looking young man. Last, I see a young man with a calm demeanor sitting at a desk. The front of his uniform is open. His white shirt is showing. They seem to be talking about something. I cannot quite discern what it is. The scene proceeds to show various points in the normal school day. Classes, activities, clubs, student council. It looks like so much fun that I can feel the excitement. Okay, who is giving her this vision, though? But then I remember. It was all just a dream. I'm only dreaming. No matter how much I want it, there will never be a day when I can attend school for myself. All the scenes that I saw centered around the young man and his friends, I will never join their circle. I cannot go to school. I'm not even human. I consider this self-evident truth once again. Though I look human, I am a machine made by humans. It does not matter how close my heart is to that of a human, how much my ego develops. This mechanical body can never be truly human. Just as a mother could not overcome the obstacle of an illness, no matter how she wished for it, I cannot overcome the obstacle of being a machine. It is futile for someone who cannot become human to yearn for a normal human life. There's a strange sensation somewhere in my chest that feels like pain. Still, although I am a machine created as a weapon, that girl loved me. What if there are other people like her who could understand me? Would I then be able to find a place to belong among them? But
you'll never find a place where you belong. Humans created you as a tool. They would never think of you as anything more. Everyone, to a man, lives by averting their eyes from something inside them. They all wish to live inside a never-ending dream. For who has the right to say they shouldn't?
For a moment, I sense an incongruity in the kind voice. The strange pain within my body softens a little.
There are even humans who do not understand others' feelings. Still others do understand, and trample upon them regardless. Compared to them, you are much more human.
Wow. I remember the researchers. They certainly did not understand me, 024 or my sisters. They were treated only as objects. Even after they tried to give us a heart.
Why not then seek to be human?
Me? Be a human?
The voice whines gently inside my mind. I feel my body is growing uneasily light, as if the world is spinning around me.
People sort through their memories in dreams. Each night they let go of painful memories and continue their lives with the morning sun. That's all you need do. Forget anything contrary to your desires.
If I forget...
Do not fear the act of letting go. The ones you admire wished only for you to be happy.
My mind seizes up on something. That precious wish. A desire given to me to meet a mother someday and tell her thank you. I must not forget that. But as long as this wish is precious to me, as long as I cannot erase it from my heart, the fact that I am not human will remain.
And I too. All I wish from the depths of my heart is for you to find joy.
Happiness.
I think back.
I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
I remember this girl who wished for our happiness. I want to grant that wish. I want to tell her thank you, but that will be difficult for me now. In which case, should I not at least seize this opportunity and be happy here for her sake?
Forget. And be happy.
My vision goes dark. Sounds I heard fade away. I feel as if I am fallen.
Everything is now in readiness.
Eh? Excuse me? Okay. I'm gonna be real quick. Okay. Okay. Whew, that was a lot. That was a lot to take in. But we're not done yet. Let's go. Are we really not going to get an explanation of how she hijacked herself out of the plane? If she is now Miss President? When I open my eyes, I'm staring at a wood grain board. It's the surface of a desk. I quickly raise my head. It looks as if I fell asleep in class. My sleeve was pressed against my forehead while I was asleep, and the texture left a mark. Okay, so from this... I mean, maybe Labris made the school, like, oh, it's her palace or whatever. But she did not create the fighting video. She doesn't want them to be fighting each other. So who is that voice? I guess now is the mystery. My sleeve was pressed against my forehead while I was asleep, and the texture left a mark. Oh man, I hope no one sees this. I rub my forehead a little and look around the classroom. According to the clock on the wall, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. The only thing written on the blackboard is 5/1/2012, Tuesday. Everything else is erased. I stretch out my arms. I feel a little tired, but I gotta stay focused. After all, I just got elected student council president in the elections a couple days ago. I have to keep in touch with what the people who voted for me want in a leader. Things with the student council will get pretty hectic after school. I should hurry to the student council room. Oh, right, also, we're definitely in the TV dimension now. I stand up and open the door on the back of the class. When I enter the hallway, there's no one around. I check inside the classroom as I go, but I still don't see anyone.
Where the heck is everyone?
It's weird. The whole school is usually rowdier than this after classes. I should hear people talking and laughing in classrooms and teachers yelling at them to quiet down. Where's all the bustle of the students and everyone getting ready for their after-school activities? Just when I'm wondering that, I turn around and look down the hallway I came.
Oh, there they are.
There are some students in the hallway. Some of them are chatting and others are coming out of the classrooms. A few of them run past me carrying their bags. Yeah, this is more like it. This is how school's supposed to be.
Hey, no running in the hallway.
The student gives an apologetic smile, but he just waves to me as he zooms down the stairs.
Sheesh, you'll put your eye out if you don't look where you're going. Oh well, I just gotta clamp down on him more from now on.
I put my hands on my hips and sigh.
Hey there, Miss President.
Are you off to the student council room?
You're always so excited about that.
Bye, Miss President. See you next Monday.
Everyone walking down the hallways talks to me. I wave back to them. I always had a lot of friends and people who knew me, but ever since I got elected student council president, which definitely happened, all the students seem to know who I am. The job comes with a lot of pressure, but I know I'm up for it. I gotta be busier than ever around school now. I did have my doubts, but in the end, I'm glad I ran for student council president.
Yeah, I did the right thing. I did.
I did do it. It was done by me. It happened. I head to the student council room. Time flies by as I go over my agenda. Before I know it, there's a red light pouring in from the west window. It's already sundown.
Whew. Guess that's enough for today.
There's no one else left in the student council room. I had the others go home before it got too late. Well, when I said that if they pushed themselves too much at the start, they'd run out quick, they just laughed and said, "The same goes for you." I leave the student council room and lock it up. As I go down the hallway to return the key, I see a strange woman at the far end of the hallway. She's not wearing our school's uniform. She's got on an odd hat, some gloves, and a one-piece dress. Elizabeth? They're all the same deep blue color. Underneath, one arm's holding an old-looking book. I can't see her face with her back towards me, but her short, straight hair draws my attention. Her hair is this radiant silver, like if pearls were stretched out into strands.
Who in the world is that?
Maybe it's the clothes, but she gives off a strong presence. I get a little uneasy looking at her. I'm not tiptoeing or anything, but she doesn't turn around until I'm about 2 meters away. When she finally does, though, I gasp a little. Her features are so perfect that she's like a sculpture.
Hey, excuse me. You got some reason to be at our school? Are you sure this is how things should be? Huh?
I don't understand what she's getting at. But for some reason, the question throws me.
I am a wanderer who only stopped here because I sensed great power gathering. I am in no position to give advice, but, this place will soon be caught in a bit of a fracas.
Fracas?
If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, I think it will have an impact on your life in the near future.
I know Elizabeth is prone to mispronouncing things, but I'm gonna double check. What? It is fracas. Excuse me? No, I don't care. I don't care, it's fracas. Fracas sounds stupid. It's fracas. I don't care. I don't care. The world's wrong. I'm right.
My life?
What she just said sounded pretty scary. She may have some screws loose. But something is whispering to me deep in my heart. Asking me, doesn't she have a point? Aren't you looking away from something important?
What you choose is up to you. But I believe there are factors preventing you from making the right choices at the moment. I couldn't bring myself to just stand by and watch as you lost your life before my eyes. That is why I was waiting here to give you one last chance.
The lady opens up the thick book she's holding. I don't know how it's doing that, but light streams from the book. It gets stronger and stronger until I have to shield my eyes. The blinding light finally begins to fade a little. I slowly open my eyes. The first thing I see should have been my arm. But what I see instead is one made of metal.
Huh? What is this?
I can't believe this awkward metal arm is mine. It's like metal plates completely covering it. I start tugging at them and try to tear them off.
It won't come off. What gives?
It's not just my arms. My legs have changed too. Why are my arms and legs mechanical? My whole body even. I stare at my hands in confusion. These are my hands, all right. Part of me knows that, and I shake my head. What am I thinking? There's no way these are my hands. It's not possible. It's not. My head hurts. What is this?
I will be your opponent for a short while. During that time, why not think back about who you are? Huh? My opponent?
The lady takes a slightly defensive stance.
And away we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll fight Elizabeth. It's fine. Wow. All right.
Let's change things
Oh,
up.
jeez.
Summoning. Oh my.
Get out of here.
Impressive. Opening my frozen. That was close. Here is some electricity.
Oh.
Please look above. Huh? Oh no.
Get away, you silly Billy. Oh, I don't have Persona button. Persona button don't work.
Won't you have
Remarkable. Remarkable. Persona. Huh? Oh no. Oh no. The time is Zenithos.
Oh, she has awoken.
Won't you have? Oh my. Oh,
Get
no.
away.
Impossible. Opening my. You have shown me your potential.
That axe looks crazy. With all those little wires poking through the middle. Oops, double save. I somehow managed to beat the lady in blue who attacked me. How did I win? How did I use these metal arms and legs like it was second nature? I don't understand. The lady in blue stands before me, exactly like she was when I first saw her. She's not even breathing hard.
Well done. But I'm sure you realize now, you are not human.
There must have been an important promise that could only be kept in that guise. That must have been your reason for living. Whether it's worth losing that or not, I ask that you give it serious thought.
An important promise. My reason for living?
I repeat that to myself. It seems important somehow.
Now, it seems the tumult of trials is about to begin. In which case, I bid you good luck.
The thick book in a hand closes with a loud thud. Strangely, that orderly sound lingers in my mind. When I come back to my senses, there's no one here anymore. I take a nervous look at my arms and legs.
Nothing seems different about me.
I realize Elizabeth only appears to protagonists. She showed up in Yu's route. She showed up in Aegis's route, and Aegis is a protagonist in the answer. And Labris is the actual protagonist of this game, so she shows up to her. So there. There's no metal on my... Metal? There's no metal on my limbs now. Just ordinary skin and bones.
What the heck was that? A dream?
Yeah, what was that? Would daydream be the word for what just happened? I can't sort out my thoughts, so I think to myself, I can't let it get to me. Just let it go. But some things I can't dismiss that easy. You are not human. You have an important promise, which must have been your reason for living.
She said, I'm forgetting something? That I need to remember?
My head's hurting again. The pain brings back another memory. It's just for a second. I can't quite catch it, but I saw blue skies and the ocean, and someone else was there. Maybe a white dog too. I don't know. I think there was a lot more to it, but the last voice I heard stays with me.
I mean, we're loved after all.
When I come to, my hands are balled into fists. That's when I make a decision. That promise, that reason for living, I have to hang on to it. I didn't hear them until now, but there's strange voices everywhere in the school building. Is this the tumult of trials that Lady in Blue mentioned? Is that really going to be a thing?
I can't just leave this be. I'm the dang student council president.
As student council president, I had to find out what's going on in my school. I need to make sure the students aren't getting involved in anything dangerous. I start running towards the first floor. Okay. Interesting. That was very much not what I was expecting. You can now continue from the cliffhanger in Yu Yosuke Chie Yu Teddy's stories. Oh. Oh. All these, huh? It didn't say kanji, though. Well, hop to it.
You're lying. This isn't real. I'm not a machine.
about that.
You're not me!
She's denied the truth of the Shadow's creation. With this, the Shadow's face twists with an evil rapture.
Finally! You finally said it! Now, I can be myself! Yes, the power!
Okay, we saw that in some other routes, but I don't think it was Yu's route that we saw it in. I'd hoped I could save her before it got to this point, but that might have been impossible anyway. It's difficult enough to confront the truth, and in her case, it was accompanied by revealing the true form she'd been so desperate to hide. She is a machine, and she was forced to perform painful acts that most likely no one could ever comprehend. Yep, yeah, it's pretty painful. The truth she was avoiding wasn't just part of her personality, but her actual body itself. I can't imagine the shock she's experiencing. But now that the reality she built for herself has crumbled, I want to help her. She may be a machine, but she has a heart. Labrys has denied her past in which she was forced to fight and kill her friends, and her pain comes out in a long echoing scream. What has to be done to a heart to cause such terrible screams? There's only one thing that we can do. I mean, these are like the same thing. We will accept you, Labrys. Okay, I guess they're not the same thing. I don't know. Oh, and then we fight Shadow Labrys. Okay. No cutscene lead in.
Final.
I accept you. I beat up your shadow. You know, despite being a machine perfectly crafted for combat, I can apparently solo her, unlike most bosses in Persona 4. Oh, you said a bad word at me. Raging Bull of Destruction. Yeah, me too. The power that Labrys' shadow had gathered dissipates. It's over. All that's left is for Labrys to accept the darkness within her. But will she truly be able to do it? I turn around, but Labrys hasn't moved a muscle. She's been avoiding having to watch the battle just now as well. What more can I do for her?
Labrys.
The moment I call to her.
There they are! Yukon! Labrys! Sister, Narukami-san.
Chie and Aigus-san, and not just them. Yukiko and Yosuke are right behind them. And there are even more surprises.
Man, as soon as that invisible wall thing disappeared, I knew you did it!
We ran into Aigus-san along the way. She told us about Labrys and everything.
A little late, wasn't it? If someone told me what was going on from the start, I would have...
You fell into the TV when you were half asleep. For crying out loud, you really know how to blow it when it counts.
Hey! What'd you go and tell them for?
I don't think this is the time for that.
Huh?
Why not?
Yeah, we were surprised too. The job she was on turned out to be related to all this.
Hanji, who had been missing before we went inside the TV, and the real Teddy are here. There's even Naoto, who wasn't supposed to have been able to come to Inaba. It looks like the whole investigation team has been brought back together, and I didn't know it. Everyone says that Rise had told them pretty much what had been going on. Their smiles are encouraging. I turn to speak to Labrys, who had been silent all this time.
These are my friends. We've all faced our weaknesses at one time or another.
I mean, I wouldn't say Labrys has weaknesses so much as a heaping, helping ton of trauma. Labrys finally responds.
Your weaknesses. You've all faced your shadows.
Everyone gathers around Labrys, gives her a hug. Labrys tries to shrink away nervously, but Rise is behind her and won't let her retreat.
Sheesh, enough doom and gloom. If you don't hurry and accept her, she'll get all lonely.
But I'm a weapon who didn't want to fight. And I dragged you all into this.
You're still hung up on that? It's over already, dummy.
Your jumping skills were amazing, but you're surprisingly sensitive, aren't you?
What does that have to do with her jumping skills?
Good question.
You're really cute, Labby-chan. You're so meta-luring.
Is that a metallurgy joke?
Are you all listening to me? Labrys needs to face her shadow now, and...
This was going well at first, but now everyone's talking about different things, and we're completely off topic. Of course, that's not unusual with all of us. I have to laugh, and I apologize to Labrys that things didn't quite wrap up as I'd hoped. Labrys looks back at me with a blank expression. Can't she tell that we're not treating her any differently? I turn towards Aika-san, and she meets my gaze. She nods silently, then stands before Labrys. She seems slightly nervous.
Nice to meet you, Labrys. Or rather, sister. I am Aegis, the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. I am your successor.
Labrys jerks up and looks at Aegis-san. At the same instant, Yukiko gasps in surprise.
What? Excuse me, but you're... I mean, are you also...
Yes. I, too, am a robot.
It just occurred to you now?
Weren't you with her all this time, Yukiko? How did you not notice something like that? That is so like you. Once again, everyone looks towards Aika-san and Labrys, the non-human sisters. Now that I see them standing together, there is something like a family resemblance. Maybe I've been wrong this whole time. If Labrys is Aika-san's older sister, then should I be calling her Labrys-san? Well, I guess that doesn't matter.
My mission to retrieve you has brought me here. My colleagues are waiting for you.
Are they gonna lock me up again? Well, considering all I did, of course they will.
Labrys' expression darkens. I hadn't thought about it, but if Labrys and Aika-san are treated as weapons, it's no surprise that there would be measures to keep them in check. But Labrys shouldn't have to just accept it. If she truly is going to be locked up, I make up my mind and wait for what Aika-san has to say next, but she smiles.
We can discuss that later. Right now, there is an important task you must carry out.
I gotta do this, huh?
Aika-san quietly points at the shadow that has remained whilst we've been talking. How does Aigis know that she needs to come to terms with her shadow? Labrys looks at the shadow and then turns away and casts her gaze down at the ground again. I see. So now I'm going to have to act.
It's okay. We're all right here with you.
I indicate my friends that have gathered around her. I had been forced to fight against my friends, just as Labrys had in the past. But I had been able to endure the suffering that Labrys had not. Of course, I hadn't been forced to fight to the death. But the biggest difference between Labrys and me is that I wasn't alone. What if I had been all alone in this place? What if everyone else had forgotten about me and I'd had to fight all alone? Just the thought of that hurt. Labrys had been forced to endure that pain. She must have thought that there was no escaping it. But she'll be alright now. We're not going to reject her. It doesn't matter if she's a machine. She's not alone anymore.
Yeah.
Labras slowly looks around at all the fences, searching each one for confirmation. Finally, she turns back to me and nods. Labras then walks over to face her shadow. When she walks, she no longer seems to be bounded by her fear. She then looks down at herself. She looks at the mechanical body that she had convinced herself she didn't have.
That's right. You're me.
Labras and her shadow turn to face one another and stare into each other's eyes. Their lips tremble. Sorry. She can't avoid looking at the shadow now.
You're the way I was on the inside, screaming to be understood. The pain wanting to be known. You're all I couldn't say. You were always inside me. You're me. A machine with a heart.
Oh?
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all. This is my persona.
Did she not have one before then? Labras accepted the existence of her shadow and obtained a persona. Oh, well, that is how it works. It's finally over. But Shadow Labras had her own persona, or does that not count? It was just part of her power manifests as a separate thing. Now, it's finally over. We take Labras with us and follow Teddy and Rise to the school's rooftop, where they say it's connected to the TV and Junis. The invisible walls are gone. Perhaps there were walls like that wherever she came from, and she drew on that in making this place. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. But I have a feeling she's truly been freed from those walls now. So I guess Shadow Labras would have made them fight each other because she's like, yeah, how do you like it? How do you like it? How do you feel being forced to fight your friend? Which obviously is, it's a shadow. So it does that kind of thing. But how did she even know about the Persona 4 cast? At all? How did she know? Who was the voice in her dream? Who is it? Explain it right now, or else. Hold on. But I have a feeling she's truly been freed from those walls now. As in confirmation, Labras is slowly warming up to us, smiling more and responding to us when we start talking to her. When we reach the rooftop, we're surprised to see that the TV world has regained the studio-like appearance that we were accustomed to. However, there are two unfamiliar faces waiting for us.
Mitsuru-san, Akihiko-san.
Right, you never met them. These people have overwhelmingly intense presences, but thankfully they don't seem to be enemies. The moment we see them, we tense up, but after Aiga-san calls out in recognition, we learn that they are her friends.
I'm Mitsuru Kirijo, Labras' handler.
In a bodysuit like something out of a movie, with a fur coat on top, it's a look that doesn't really work, but her name immediately reminds me of something. You just say she doesn't look good? Excuse me. Wow, Yukun is not me. The Kirijo group, and if she has the same name, she must be quite an influential person in it. The research organization that developed Labrys and Aiga-san must belong to her.
I'm Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all this trouble.
The man with the red cape appears to be quite comfortable with Mitsuru-san and Aiga-san, but must have been helping them fight shadows for some time. Is there some reason why people on shadow extermination squads have to dress like crazy people?
So, what's going to happen to Labrys now?
Before we fully introduced each other, Yosuke asked Mitsuru-san what I've been wondering myself. I know all of us must have been worried about this, but I was waiting for a good moment to bring that up. Even Yosuke seems to have realized how out of line his question is, and he shrinks back sheepishly, as if regretting having asked the question. I know why Yosuke's worried, but why does he keep stepping on landmines like this? Well, if he's already stepped on it, we may as well wait for the smoke to clear and see if there's any answer.
Well, you deserve to know. We were thinking of sealing her away again.
They were thinking? Did something change their minds? Mitsuru-san turns to Labrys. There's a smile on her face. But is she smiling for the reason we hope she is?
But our report from Aiga says that thanks to you, Labrys has acquired a persona. She's hardly a rogue test unit anymore. Besides, she has a heart. We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Yeah, we did it!
Thank goodness! I'm so happy for you, Labrys!
My friends roar in excitement. Labrys looks around at all of us, bewildered, before saying anything. Even though we've only known her for a very short time, we've already come to accept her as our friend. Mitsuru-san's words come as a great relief, as if I'd been worried that she might lock me up too.
Good job, guys. Let me say thanks.
She can lock me up. He speaks without any hint of concern, but I see a touch of gratitude in Akihiko-san's eyes. He certainly looks, how can I put it, bold, but he must be an honest and upright person. I guess I could call him stoic. There's a distinct brusqueness to him. There's no way that people so considerate would neglect the goodness of Labrys' heart. It seems that Labrys can't believe everything she's hearing. She turns from Akihiko-san back to Mitsuru-san.
You're not gonna lock me up again? No fooling?
We only seal away objects. If I did that to you, knowing you have a heart, I'd be no different from the Kirijo Corporation of old. Labrys, you've been blessed with good friends.
Labrys looks stunned for a moment, then scrunches up her face as if about to cry. But then her face lights up with a brilliant smile. Who would think that anyone capable of making these expressions was just a machine? I find myself almost moved to tears as well. We're just about to leap forward to congratulate Labrys once again when... Labrys' head droops suddenly, like a puppet whose strings have been severed. I'm about to rush over to see... Oh, her eyes are gray. To see what the matter is, when I see Akihiko-san take a fighting stance, I realize this is no ordinary matter. Suddenly, a bizarre voice emanates from Labrys.
It's not over yet.
Eh? That isn't Labrys' voice. This abnormality seems to have made Mitsuru-san come to a realization.
What? It's the same communication system as ours.
Everyone, step away from Labrys!
Mitsuru and Akihiko-san rapidly shout instructions to us. We all spread out and watch Labrys from a distance.
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
Outside the TV? That's right. I curse at myself for having forgotten what's supposed to have been the cause of all this. All this was going on because Labrys had somehow been placed into a TV. So there had to be someone outside who threw her in here. Right, the notion that Labrys escaped herself and brainwashed people to do it, that was a red herring, of course. Someone did it. It's a Persona 4 game. There's a culprit. The same person who stole Labrys from the Kirito group, then threw into the TV, is now taking direct control over her.
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
The nonchalant voice fills with malice. With a dazed look in her eyes, Labrys looks up and dashes forward. She's fast! I don't know, if you could solo her Shadow, then I would assume... Okay, well, real Labrys is stronger, because she has better analysis, I guess. I barely dodge her axe in time. Surprised, I look up at Labrys once more. Her eyes are blank, as if she wasn't looking at anything. Those eyes were once filled with the strength of responsibility and an awareness of duty. Her face had once been filled with sorrow over a painful past. And she had smiled when she found real friendship for the first time in her life. Whoever is controlling her has stolen all these things from Labrys. Then... yeah, I'll kill her. We'll save her no matter what it takes.
We'll save her no matter what you try.
Yeah. Okay, but it's normal Labrys. But it's Shadow normal Labrys, but not Shadow Labrys, the separate character. Anyway. Yasogami Steel Council President. Okay, okay. No, we're good. Ow, overhead. Ow. Stop. No. Oh, I'm gonna lose. Oh, there it goes. Alright. No, we're good. Oh wow, our date of birth is 420. Look at that. Haha, it's funny because weed exists. Ow. No, I can't combo out of there? Are you kidding? Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. Stop, stop. Oh, we got it, victory! Okay, good. Just corner traps, just spam jab at the corner. It's good.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
Hopefully they don't hack Aegis too. That would be unfortunate. Labrys has stopped moving. The only sound is the smug voice that continues to come from her. Those heartless words cause anger to boil up within me.
Who are you? Why are you toying with people's emotions like this? Labrys isn't a tool. If you want to fight, then come out and fight!
You're quite passionate. You, Narukami, was it?
This person, whoever he is, knows about me? Then maybe it isn't a coincidence that we were dragged into this. This revelation shakes all of us.
Labrys' shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away.
Mm-hmm.
Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me.
Alright, currently my money is on one of the scientists. Like the really extra douchey one.
Labrys' persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
Uh-huh. Enough is enough! I've never been so irritated, knowing that I can't do anything to whoever's controlling Labrys.
This time, so your scheme hasn't ended.
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The communication cuts off abruptly without answering me. Labrys immediately slumps to her knees. Before I can even begin to move, Aika-san is already at Labrys' side to support her. Aika-san looks at me and nods, confirming that Labrys is alright. Thank goodness. Labrys is okay. I feel a bit of my strength drained from me. Still, the sword in my hands feels awfully heavy. Mitsuru-san speaks up from behind me, even as I consider this.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
What? Wait a second. We went through this whole big thing and that's it?
She's right. There's no way in hell we're backing out of this now.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
My friends bristle at Mitsuru-san's proposal. After all, we've come this far and we already knew about the dangers. There's so much I want to say, but I can understand why they'd want us to stay away.
Guys, I think we can trust Mitsuru-san. We should let them handle this.
My friends respond with looks of shock. Of course they don't agree. But now's not the time to complicate matters. One of them should understand why I'm backing down so easily. Yosuke? I stare directly into Yosuke's eyes for a moment, hoping that he understands my intention here. Come on, Yosuke, back me up.
Yeah. We're all tired, so let's just get the heck out of here.
Yeah, Kanji's not the person to bet on, so process of elimination. Smooth, Yosuke. Oh well. I sneak a glance towards Mitsuru-san and the others to see if they've picked up on this, but none of them appear to have noticed. Dang it! Maybe they're just pretending not to notice. Well, in any case, it means we've been let go for now. I sigh with relief before urging everyone into the exit TV. When I return to the real world, exhaustion from the events of the day catch up to me. I'm more tired than I'd expected. Then again, I had been fighting all this time. It can't be helped. Everyone else seems tired too, so we decide to go our separate ways for the day. Still, everyone is safe, Labrys included. It'll still be a while before this case is completely closed, but I think we can assume that the disturbance has been settled for now. I worry about the mastermind that had taken control of Labrys, but I need to rest for now. When I get back home, Nanako greets me with a bright smile. The moment I see that, all the exhaustion of the day hits me, along with a profound sense of relief. I can't keep myself from staggering. Nanako and my uncle were worried a bit by that, but that doesn't bother me at all. A lot of the word staggering today. Or stagger, or staggered. Stagger, staggered, staggering. It's a study of stagger, SpongeBob. What? There was something I wanted to do in my room, but I hadn't even been there for an hour when my awareness melts into the darkness. A good end? I wake up to my phone ringing. According to the call, we're supposed to meet up the outskirts of the shopping district at the crossroads in front of the gas station. When I arrived, the other members of the investigation team had already shown up. Surprisingly, the one who called us was Labrys. She wanted us to come so that she could say her farewells to us.
Ooh, is that it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Man, it's so long. What the heck kind of car is that? How does it even turn corners?
I've always thought that about limousines. A long limousine drives up to us with surprising speed. It's so long that I can't believe it was able to handle the country roads of Inaba. I don't think I'll ever see another automobile like this in my life. The limo slows to a stop and smoothly parks beside us. Mitsuru-san climbs out of the back seat and nods to us. Labris and Akihiko are in the back seat as well.
You're looking good, Labris.
Sorry I made you come here all of a sudden, but there was something I really wanted to tell you guys.
When I look at her, Labris smiles and looks embarrassed. She takes a moment to look around at all of us, then continues.
I decided to work with Mitsuru-san. I want to catch the darn culprit. Not only that, but, you know how you guys had my back during this whole mess? Yeah. This time, I want to get yours.
You go and do that.
I can't help but smile at the conviction and trust in her words. Labris has faced her weakness and accepted it, and she's about to begin walking toward the goal she found on her own. That's why I don't see any reason to stop her. She's gonna keep wearing that uniform, I guess. It makes her feel like she's fulfilling a promise. It'll be sad to see her go, but this decision is one Labris made for herself.
This definitely ain't the last you've seen of me. When I come back, we'll hang out some, okay? I'll be waiting, and so will everyone else.
Come back soon. To lose such a rare beauty again, it's so tragic.
Shut up, Teddy.
That's what you're sad about?
Everyone has their own response to Labris's news. But one thing's for sure, we'll be waiting for her. There is no lie behind that sentiment. After all, she is our friend. Mitsuru-san tells Labris that it's time and they get back into the limo. Labris looks me right in the eye. She seems as if she might cry at any second, but is resolved not to. She smiles.
You guys are the best. I'm glad it was you who were there when I woke up. Well, see ya!
Man and machine. I wonder if there's truly a difference between them anymore. Haha, topical. The thought comes to me as we wave our final goodbyes to Labris. The limo demonstrates impressive agility as it speeds off down the narrow rural roads.
Aw, she's really gone.
Seriously. Wish she could have stayed a little longer.
I would have liked that myself, but they have their own tasks that must be done.
Yosuke and I share a glance after Naoto says that. Their own tasks, huh? It's not just theirs. We smile at each other. Ever since I answered Mitsuru-san's proposal inside the TV, I've had my mind made up. Yosuke already knows how I think. Then again, that conversation wasn't very long ago. It had only been this morning. It's that story, you can just end. You can be over. Cross my fingers that Yu's ending is just way longer than everyone else's. I don't know how she found my number, but after Labris's phone call earlier, I decided to cook breakfast for Nanako and my uncle. Nanako hears me making noise in the kitchen and stands next to me excited.
I'll help too!
I panic for a moment when Nanako reaches for the other cutting board and a knife. I consider stopping her, but decide not to.
If you're gonna use the knife, be careful, okay? Make sure you don't cut yourself.
Uh-huh. I'm always careful when I cook with you.
You're not careful when you cook alone? Nanako picks up the cucumber from the counter and begins slicing it diagonally. Their skills are still clumsy and unsteady. What? Really? P4 told me that Nanako was a great chef, so I don't know what you're on about. But all I do is caution her about how to hold the knife and then watch her work without intervening. She doesn't have to become a master all at once. All it takes is constant progress, little by little. The same can be said for me, or for anybody. Even though things may hurt us and we may want to give up, we just have to keep trying, as many times as it takes until we see our goals through. Instead of nothing changing, I wish to see everything changing along with myself.
Oops, sorry, Nanako. Could you put the knife down for a second?
Okay.
I ensure that Nanako has put down the knife before I answer my phone. but I didn't have to look at the screen to know who was calling.
Hello? Is this Yosuke?
Like you don't know. Listen, about yesterday.
I thought this was coming.
Yosuke rushes on as if irritated that we have to have this conversation over the phone, but I managed to calm him down. It's funny that he's getting so excited over this, but I'm glad he managed to wait the whole night before calling me.
Yosuke, do you remember the Moonlight Bridge? The one from our class trip?
Yeah, sure. I used to be a city boy too, remember? Hey, were you checking out the Kitty Joe group online?
Receptive as always. Now that's my partner. When I went back to the room last night, I'd spent as much time as I could researching information about the Kirijo group online before I fell asleep. Of course, there wasn't anything about the organization involving Labrys or Aigis-san, but the little I did find was better than nothing. Yosuke asked me if I planned to go back on my word to Mitsuru-san and the others. I did say that we ought to trust them to solve this mystery, but I never said we should let them do it alone. After all, the person behind everything may be after us. On top of that, they were using others in horrific ways.
Can't back down from this, right?
Now you're talking, partner.
Yosuke and I continue to talk. We know that we're getting closer and closer to a battle with an enemy we haven't even seen yet. There's only one thought in my mind. No matter what kinds of hardship awaits on our path, we will continue to fight on. As long as we have friends that will walk the path alongside us. Nanako watches me talk on my cell phone and smiles.
You seem excited, big bro.
Shush, don't listen, Nanako. I smile back at her innocent face before making a confident declaration.
The investigation team is back in action.
You can now continue from the cliffhanger in... Oh, crap, I should have read that. It said Naoto. I'm assuming it's saying all of them then. Alright, so that's a red clear, and that's only a yellow clear. Which means I have to go through those alternative routes. But thankfully I can skip. We will save Labrys. I don't know if that part matters. Nah. Alright, just gotta beat up Shadow Labrys real quick. Oi.
Final.
What was that about?
Get 0 to death, idiot. Haha. No. I don't know if that was different. It shouldn't let me fast forward if it is different, right? So do you have to do the perfect combination of choices to get the good ending? And I just did that? Well, I'll just make all the wrong choices this time. I won't let her be hurt like this anymore.
She suffered enough. I won't let you hurt her.
And now we kill her?
Final.
Ow! Gosh dang it. Her moves are all faster than mine. What? Why didn't I do my natural combo? Oh, jeez. Get kicked. Stupid. And that's the same. Alright, I'll signal Kanji? I stare directly into Kanji's eyes for a moment, hoping that he understands my intention here. But Kanji blushes and looks at me. Gosh dang it. Come on, Kanji, get with the program. Hey, wait, what do you think I mean? I turn towards Yosuke instead. I fix Yosuke with a stern gaze, hoping he'll succeed where Kanji failed. Come on, Yosuke, back me up. Okay. So, those choices didn't matter. Why is the clear yellow instead of red, though? Was there a joke ending to be had? Looks at VOD time. Okay, we can do like one other ending. I thought this one would open up, but I guess you have to get all the other endings first. I don't know if pursuing the true culprit is this little route, or if that's the plot of Ultimax. Or if it's that question mark thing in between. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure I gotta get all clears for this to open up, whatever this is. I'm gonna skip to Yukiko.
Anti-Shadow? Labrys?
That was what Miss President said. Miss President is now completely different. Where she had arms and legs before is now metal. Her form is now exactly the same as the Shadow, including all the mechanical parts.
All systems are clear. Commencing elimination.
I'm kind of over the internal monologues. I think I'm just gonna let it go. Yeah, just play. I did enough reading out loud today.
I can't believe this. You completely shut off your ego. So you don't care if you live or die, as long as you don't have to face up to what you really are? How ignorant are you?
Uh-oh.
Miss President!
Oh, there they go.
Seems I came too late. She's an older generation model, yet she's this powerful?
Go on then.
Artemisia.
No way! You can use a persona? Actually, I didn't sense you at all. Who are you?
Well, since you've all become unavoidably involved with this, I'll at least tell you who I am. My name is Mitsuru Kirijo. In a way, I'm the one responsible for this commotion.
What do you mean you're responsible for this? Do you also know the reasons behind what happened a moment ago?
I'm sorry, but there's only so much I'm at liberty to tell you. Though it's only natural for you to have your doubts, I'll try and answer to the best of my ability.
Yep. Words.
I can't believe this. A machine made with a heart so it could use a persona.
Well, we did just see it in action.
I understand that it's hard to believe, but I'm not lying to you. It's the truth. Of course, I didn't expect a shadow to emerge from her like that. You should leave the rest of this to us. It's all right if you back out now.
I understand what you're saying, but I leave Miss President like this.
What? Why not?
From what you told us, it seems like she was created only to fight. But I can't claim that this has nothing to do with me. The way she talked was just like a normal girl. And I promised her that once we got to the bottom of this, we'd go out and have fun together. I can't break that promise. If she has a heart, that's all the more reason I can't turn my back on her.
I'd like to make a request too. Will you take Yukiko with you?
Yukon?
Don't worry about us. You need to save Labrys right now.
That's right, Yukiko-senpai. You gotta do your best in our place.
Alright, you got injured in Yukiko's route. I forgot.
If you're still concerned about Labrys despite knowing the dangers involved, then I won't stop you.
Thank you.
But we can't waste any more time. Let's go.
Coming.
And they go. Bum, 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 bum. So this one is playing out a little different because Shadow Labrys is like, you gotta acknowledge me, and Labrys is like, nope, won't do it. And then they chase each other. I forget who was chasing who. I think Labrys was chasing Shadow Labrys. And now we're chasing them.
Another one of those invisible walls.
Oh no, does this mean...
Ugh, the tournament rules are still in effect, it seems. She plans to make us fight each other. I should have seen this coming.
Oops. Mitsuru draws the thin sword at her waist, as if resigned to the task before us. Don't tell me, do I have to fight against Mitsuru-san now? Well, you have elemental advantage. Even with her sword pointed at me, I can't bring myself to take defensive stance. Seeing me like that, Mitsuru-san furrows her brow. She's turned completely cold, unlike a moment ago.
If she's trying to buy time, that means the situation can still get worse. We don't have much time. Let's settle this.
Mitsuru-san!
Is that as far as you're willing to go? Wasn't there something you wanted to protect?
What I want to protect. That's right. I made the decision to come with her because I wanted to save Miss President, no Labrys. But to fight against someone I just met for no reason? Mitsuru-san must have sensed my lack of determination because her expression becomes even more stern.
Let me clear up any misunderstanding you may harbor. All responsibilities regarding Labrys devolve to me. I respect her feelings, but I can't allow people's lives to be put at risk. If all else fails, destroying her is also an option.
Destroying her?
If your desire to protect her is real, you can prove it by beating me. But if you won't fight, then keep trembling where you are, and I'll settle this very quickly indeed.
She's not saying this as a threat. One look at her face tells me she's serious. If it comes down to it, this person really has the resolve to destroy Labrys. Then I need to make up my mind too. I must resolve to fight to protect her.
I'll fight. Whatever I think, if only one of us can move on, it should be whoever's stronger.
Now that's what I was hoping to hear. Of course, whether or not you can best me is another matter.
Can your fans beat my sword? Wait. Alright, yeah. Sure. Bam, bam, bam.
Final.
Ah! Ow. Ow. Oh, jeez. He's pulling out all the stops. Get away from me, freak. Oh. She's so fast.
This can't be.
Well done. You have proven your resolve. Now go after her. I'm confident that you can salvage her heart.
Did you let me win on purpose?
I object to the question. I don't indulge people in critical situations like this.
Okay. Then I'm going now. And I'm coming back with Labrys no matter what.
That's the spirit. I'm counting on you, Amagi.
And then we ran to her. Maybe. She's around here somewhere. Oh? Eh? What? There's an android incinerator. Oh, we're in this room.
What's going on?
Huh. I feel like I'm going to go insane. When I opened the door, the scene beyond the window was completely changed. There are tons of grotesque things that are shaped like people. It seems entirely different from the announcement room I was in earlier. Labrys and her shadow are fighting within this sinister red world and trying to destroy each other.
Labrys, please wake up!
There's no light in Labrys's eyes. She's expressionless, like she really is a machine. She looks entirely different from when she had called herself student council president. Is this Labrys's true form? What, like the room? No, okay, the machine. No, that's not it.
You don't have to fight like that. Don't act like you're a machine.
Labrys, who notices my voice, takes distance from her shadow and turns to me. Her expression is still robotic.
Analyzing voice print. Identity confirmed as Yukiko Amagi. Yukiko Amagi.
We made a promise to each other. You just have to be yourself.
Yukiko-san?
Labrys's eyes look different now. They're not the eyes of a machine anymore. They're the eyes of a girl I've come to know in this short time. But once she drops her mechanical nature, her precise mechanical movements lose their rhythm. The shadow who had been watching us distorts her lips into a smirk and seizes upon this opening.
Oh, really? After she lied to you and used you all this time?
That's not...
First, you deceived her by acting human. And now that things are going your way, you've decided to be a machine instead? Why don't you just give it up? Just tell everyone how you really feel. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in school, having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
No! That wasn't my wish at all!
The shadow glares at me with as much hate as she could muster. Labrys looks towards me as well, and her face scrunches up into a ball of sadness. I want my pain to be understood. The shadow made us friends fight against each other in this TV world because Labrys wished for it to happen? Does that mean Labrys was forced to fight against those who were close to her, too? Just because she's a weapon? I don't think I can ever truly say that I understand how she feels. But...
It's alright. I don't know what happened to you in the past. But whatever it was, it doesn't define you. I understand that much at least.
Understand? What could you possibly understand? All you've got is some cheap, self-righteous pity.
That's not true.
It's not cheap. I know. I've seen Labrys's kind expressions. She's no different from an ordinary girl.
Please stop! I've had enough!
My words still don't reach her. The shadow ridicules Labrys, who is still trembling in place.
Oh, yeah? Then let me take over from here. I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand, just like you did before. Stop!
Upon hearing Labrys's voice, the shadow's face contorts into glee. And that's when I finally figure it out. No, that's not right. I didn't figure it out. I remembered. I should have realized it much sooner. A shadow's true objective. That's...
No! You're not me!
Oh, well, there it is.
Yes, that's right. I'm myself. I'm not you anymore. Yes, the power!
A shadow goes berserk and gains power after it's denied by its owner. I knew that, and yet I didn't stop it from happening. I stepped between Labrys and the shadow, who has changed into an ominous form. I couldn't stop her shadow from going berserk, but it's still not too late.
What? You're still gonna stand in my way? Fine! I'll crush you along with the real one!
The same thing happened to me too. I am only here right now because Yukun and the others saved me when I rejected my own weakness. And just like then, someone needs to step in and save someone else. This time it's my turn to save Labrys. Alright, this one's difficult. Get away? Yeah, what she said. Get away, get away, get away. Alright. The keep away game too strong. Oh no, it was regular Labrys that messed me up last time. It wasn't Shadow Labrys. I don't know if Yukiko has to fight both. Because we already fought Mitsuru. I'm assuming it's 2 fights per character after the cliffhanger. Labrys' shadow collapses and stops moving. Thank goodness. It seems that I managed to win. All that's left is for Labrys to accept her shadow, and it should put an end to everything. But the weight of the past Labrys is harboring isn't a normal thing. When anyone goes through tough times, the wish that normal people would experience their pain arises in everyone's mind at one point or another. But the pain from her past comes from being forced to kill her friends. It's incomparable to the problems I needed to face last year. If I were forced to take Chie's life with my own hands, I think I would go insane. I wonder if she'll be okay.
Labrys.
I call to Labrys while my heart is pounding. Labrys answers in a teary voice. I have to support her. There's no way I can understand everything she's gone through. But that's precisely why she needs my support.
Why? Why did you save me? You already know I'm
A machine? I'm a machine that's supposed to protect people. But because what they did to me was so painful, I took it out on other people too. So why are you? It's okay. You must have suffered so much. I'm sorry. You went through so much pain to protect us. But it's all right now. I won't let those things happen to you anymore.
Labrys looks up in response to my words. When I think about when Labrys protected us from her shadow, how she closed off her heart and reverted to the mechanical self that she never wanted to show anyone, my heart aches. I never want her to have to go through that again. Labrys has already lived through so many painful experiences, I assume. I mean, I know because I watched her story, but because of that, I could never truly say I understand her feelings. But I'm sure that I can at least protect her so that she won't have to go through this pain anymore.
It doesn't matter if you're human or not. I'm your friend. We made a promise, remember? You want to be friends?
Be friends? We're friends already. That's why, if you're going through tough times, I'll always be there to help you through and protect you. Labrys seems genuinely surprised. She probably doesn't realize it, but she doesn't look anything like a machine when she makes faces like that. I can tell you truly have a heart.
I've faced my own shadow too. I wanted to blame everything on someone else because I felt so powerless. I was waiting for someone to do my work for me. I wanted to escape from my life, so I dreamed that a prince would take me away. But my friends helped me realize that was just me trying to run from my problems.
I recount my own experiences for Labrys. It's the same as what Labrys went through a moment ago. She had feelings, experiences that she didn't ever want other people to know about. The truth was too painful to accept, so she rejected it. Labrys has a heart, just like I do.
The reason I could accept my weakness and fight this to the very end is because I had my friends helping me. I had friends who worried about me, who stood beside me. I wasn't alone.
I smile at Labrys, just as Yukon did for me back then.
And that gave me unimaginable strength. You're not alone anymore either. I'm sure you'll be able to find a place where you belong too.
Admitting your own weakness is scary. No one wants to see their weakness. But I know it's possible if you don't have to face it alone. When Labrys hears my words, the light returns to her eyes. I can sense a strong will from her. That light must be from her heart. I'm so glad that my words got through to her. Labrys nods reassuringly, then begins walking towards her shadow. She takes the steps towards her own weakness.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me, after all. This is my persona.
Before long, Rise-chan contacts us. She must have sensed the shadow's disappearance, and we managed to join up with each other. The invisible walls and the tournament's rules both seem to have stopped when Labrys accepted her own shadow. As Rise-chan uses her persona to contact everyone and tell them that everything's been solved, some of us are surprised to discover that Kanji-kun is here, as well as Naoto-kun, who wasn't even supposed to be in Inaba today. Risi-chan tells everyone to meet up on the rooftop. From what she says, the studio-like space connected to Junis seems to have been restored there. The four of us immediately begin to head towards the entrance, but Labrys stops. When I ask her what's wrong, she responds anxiously.
Hey, can I really come with you? Seems like I'd just be a nuisance.
Huh? What do you mean, a nuisance?
Well, you know, I'm a machine. There'd be all sorts of problems.
There would?
What does she mean by problems? Compared to Teddy, I can't think of any possible issues Labrys could cause.
Are you saying it wouldn't bother you and your friends? Wow. You sure are cool about all of this.
Jeez, Labrys, you sound more human than a lot of people out there. If I were you, I'd brag about it. You don't think it's cool being a robot and a persona user?
You can't brag about being a persona user. Also, the robot part's probably not something that Mitsuru would want you to brag about.
It's unique, that's for sure. In any case, there's no way you'd be a nuisance.
Yukun and Risi-chan both laugh out loud. Lol. I can't help but giggle along with them. Considering our circumstances, there's nothing at all weird about Labrys. She's now a good friend of ours, no different from anyone else here.
Hey, there they are. Welcome back.
Yukiko! You really outdid yourself this time!
When we reach the entrance area, Yosuke-kun and Chie call out to me. They've been worried about me ever since I fought against them. Teddy notices that Labrys is with me and immediately dashes over with glee.
Are you okay, Miss President? I was so worried about you. Huh? Those hands and legs, are they accessories? You're so meta-luring.
Stop that.
I can scarcely believe my eyes. The Kirijo group's humanoid weapons actually exist.
Naoto-kun seems to know a bit about her already, but yeah, considering that everyone is here, I think now is a good opportunity to introduce her. I tell everyone everything that happened with Labrys, with some help from Yukun's supplemental comments. After I finish talking, silence washes over the rooftop. Labrys has fallen silent too, and looks nervous. Kanji-kun is the first to speak.
I don't really get what's going on, but everything worked out, yeah?
Def SCD. What?
Oh, I'm glad everyone's alright.
What's with the jumping to conclusions? You're one of the things that got us into this mess, you know.
Well, that was anyone could have done that.
Actually, are you feeling okay? You're not tired or... Oh, what am I saying? Of course you're tired.
Huh? No, I'm fine. Isn't there something wrong with this picture? Shouldn't you guys be pissed at me and all?
Huh? What would we be mad about?
Nah, don't worry about it. We're cool. Pretty much all of us have caused trouble for each other because of our shadows.
Yeah, especially Kanji-kun.
Oi.
Me? That's not fair. I never saw your guys' shadows, you know. Naoto's was pretty crazy, at least.
Don't drag me into this. I mean, after the epithet given to Kanji-kun, I imagine that his shadow must have been far, far worse than mine.
Hell no!
Labrys blinks in surprise after seeing the group's usual friendly pace. See? I told you there wouldn't be any problems. When I say that to her, Labrys quietly replies back, Man, you were right. And then...
Well done, Magi. I had every confidence that you could do this.
I hear a voice behind me. When I turn around, I see Mitsuru-san and two other people. Who are they? Were they in here looking for Labrys too? Like Mitsuru-san, they both have weird outfits. And that person...
It's nice to meet you all. My name is Aigis. Thank you very much for saving my sister.
The girl with a body similar to Labrys's seems to have noticed me, looking at her, and addresses me. Sister? Does she mean Labrys? Then that means...
What? Excuse me, but you're... I mean, are you also...
Yes, I too am a robot.
She's kind of a later version of what Labrys was built for. Oh, I'm Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all the trouble.
So, Aiga-san is the robot and Akihiko-san is the one wearing a red cape. Okay, I've committed them to memory. Then again, I guess it would be harder to forget them. In contrast to those two, Labrys takes a step back. Her expression is tense. Is she nervous? Of course she is. They came in here looking for her after all. Oh yeah, I didn't introduce everyone to Mitsuru-san and her friends. While I'm still flustered, Yukun and Reise-chan officially introduce them to everyone else. And afterwards, Mitsuru-san explains the circumstances of how they ended up here to us. More like, to Labrys, though. How this case began by Labrys being dropped into a TV and how they all pursued her into this world. As Mitsuru-san explained their intentions, Labrys seems to get even more nervous. She must be worried. But it's alright. Mitsuru-san realizes Labrys' emotional state. She turns her gaze towards Labrys and kindly smiles to her.
Don't worry. I'm not planning to seal you away again.
But I ran wild and caused so much trouble. I mean, not just today, but back then, too.
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it. You're hardly a rogue test unit anymore. Besides, you have a heart. We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Mitsuru-san really is as kind as I thought. Her emotions seem to have reached Labrys as well, and she's about to smile to answer Mitsuru-san. Ah, okay. I was wondering if this would happen here too. Her expression goes blank and she suddenly stops moving. Huh? What's going on?
Huh? Labrys' recognition signal has been interrupted. Someone is hacking into her.
Recognition signal? Hacking? Into her? What does she mean? Just as I'm about to reach toward Labrys.
It's not over yet.
Mm-hmm. A completely different person's voice came out of Labrys' mouth. Upon hearing that, Mitsuru-san notices something I don't and mutters in surprise.
Is this the same communication system we use?
What are you standing around for? Everyone, get away from Labrys!
But I got a soloer. Labrys' hand jerkily reaches towards the axe on her back. After a moment's pause, she swings at us all without any hesitation.
Labrys! What's going on? I cannot gain access. She's being controlled. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
But Labrys dashes towards us with glazed eyes. Just when everyone is shell-shocked by the sudden turn of events, I stand before Labrys.
Hey, what are you doing? It's too dangerous.
I'll stop her. Isn't this part of protecting her? I need to stop this.
Amagi.
I don't know what's going on, but there's no way Labrys would try to hurt everyone. If something is controlling her, I have to put a stop to it. I drop my fan and face her. I made a promise to her earlier. I promised that I'd never let her suffer alone again.
Please, wake up!
Alright, Yukiko. She's already fought her once before, so, yeah.
Finally!
Oh! That's one way to get in. You are not allowed near me. Oops. The quarter circles fell apart. Alright, perfect.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough.
Well, she is weak to ranged attacks, as we learned.
Well, She is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
A disgustingly carefree voice emerges from Labris, who has ceased moving. Her eyes are still lifeless. My friend Labris still hasn't returned. An uncontrollable fury rages through me in hearing that voice describe her like some broken toy.
Who are you? Give Labris back!
Very well. I've acquired enough data after all. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Labris's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Mitsuru-san's words make me remember. Now that I think about it, Labris's shadow separated from Labris when she entered the TV. In other words, she only sponsored the tournament. But she didn't drop herself into the TV. Without someone to do that, this case would not have happened. Does your shadow only separate if someone throws you in? Oh, right, because she didn't have a... No, she did have a persona before, so she could have entered on her own. I don't know. Does that mean the culprit is controlling Labris from somewhere outside the TV? Somewhere safe? That can't be forgiven.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labris away.
I don't think it's red hair Ultimax guy. I don't think it's him.
Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labris's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering.
Just a little.
You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time?
Partially awakened
Are you still
persona.
planning something?
The culprit mocks us. I can't take this anymore. I snipe him right here and now. I thought that I was finally able to save her. I thought that everything would be alright now.
That's enough! You're the worst! Labris has a heart! How can you do this to her knowing that?
A heart, hmm? Meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
What? That's it!
The voice continues mocking us and ignores my words.
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
It sounds like the culprit just cut off communication. In that moment, Labris falls to her knees. I rush over to support her, because, you know, I'm her best friend in my route. I rush over to support her, but she's gone completely limp. Her metal body is very heavy. Everyone here goes silent, and a heavy atmosphere fills the area. Mitsuru-san looks gloomy, but she speaks up with determination in her voice.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
Wait a second. We can't just leave things like this.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
This is different from the way she was acting towards me earlier. This time, Mitsuru-san isn't testing me, but completely rejecting our involvement outright. I think that what she's saying is probably the correct course of action. There must be something big going on behind this, and if that's the case, high school students are probably going to be less equipped to handle it than a well-funded organization like Mitsuru-san's. But still, I can't just back down.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
Yukun must realize Mitsuru-san's resolution too. This must be something we have to come to an understanding about. My mind understands that, but my heart still...
Yukiko, it's best for now if we go home.
Yukun puts his hand on my shoulder. Huh? Did I just hear him say "for now" under his breath? When I look up in reaction to Yukun's words, I see a strong fire in his eyes. I see. I nod in acknowledgement. After we got out of the TV, we disbanded on the spot without much conversation. See you later. Mitsuru and her friends were a bit flustered to pop out at Junes in the midst of a bunch of shoppers. That goes for all of us, really. With this many people looking out of the ordinary, we did cause a bit of a stir. I regret that we had to part there so quickly, because there was much more that I wanted to say. But I know that there was no way I could really express everything anyway. When I return to the inn, the day's exhaustion hits me all at once. I draw a bath and even fall asleep in the bathtub for a bit. After waking up, I go back to my room and prepare for bed. But then I receive a call from an unknown number. Usually I don't pick up calls from numbers I don't recognize, but something tells me I should take this one. And good thing I did.
And allow me to thank you once again. You did a lot to help today.
You mean yesterday? Mitsuru-san steps out of the long limousine parked on the outskirts of the shopping district and bows deeply to us. We're still in Inaba, but she and this big black limousine are so out of place, it feels like we're someplace else entirely. I could just tell that everyone around is watching us. Since Mitsuru-san and her friends have finished investigating this case, it seems they'll be leaving Inaba. Standing next to her is Labris. She's the one who called us so we could say farewell in person.
Come on, Yukiko. We have to see her off properly.
Huh? Yeah.
Labris was controlled by the culprit back on the roof, but there seems to have been no major issues with her body, so she looks like she's going to be fine. I should be happy knowing she's safe. I should be smiling, but I just can't. I end up sounding downcast when I speak.
You really are going with them. I'm gonna miss you guys, but I made my decision to throw in with Mitsuru-san. I want to capture whoever's behind this. Whatever it takes.
Okay, but they can't make Labris like an agent with the same autonomy and authority that Aegis has, because apparently she can be remotely hacked at any time. You can't... It's not her fault, but you can't put her in situations where you need to trust her, because she can suddenly be a double agent against her own will.
You know how you protected me this time. Now it's my turn to repay the favor.
I'm about to say that she doesn't have to worry about such things, but I stop myself. I see. So Labris made this decision herself. I wish she could stay here with us. But if my friends made this decision, then I need to support her.
And I'm definitely gonna be back someday. So, why don't you give me a rain check on that promise? Sound good?
Yeah, that's all right. It's still a promise.
Hearing that, I'm finally able to smile for Labris. She's right. It's not like this will be the last time we see each other. Our promise will never change.
I'll be waiting for you, though. If you break my promise, I'll make you rue the day.
Labris laughs and shrugs at my joke. I need to protect this place, the place that she promised she'd return to. It's not just succeeding my family at the inn anymore. I have another reason I need to stay here.
We'll all be waiting for you.
Come back soon.
Everyone feels the same way. It's sad to have to part with someone after just becoming friends, but we all believe that we'll see her again. Labris looks like she's about to cry, but she manages to keep her smile and nods. Mitsuru-san tells her that they're about to leave, and once the two of them enter the limousine, it quietly heads off. Labris pokes her head out of the window and waves back at us. She keeps waving until we can't see the car anymore.
Oh, she's really gone.
Yeah, but she said she'd come see us again, so enough with the pitiful frown.
What? Did you just call me pitiful? What an incredibly rude thing to say to an idol. Just so you know, I've done a lot of ads for companies under the Kirijo umbrella. I wish I could have introduced myself better.
And just like that, we're back to our normal selves. It is sad that Labrys isn't here, but Kanji-kun is right. And Golden Week has just started for us. I wasn't able to prepare another box lunch so quickly after yesterday's event, but instead I have a great suggestion.
Hey, why don't we go to June S? We haven't had our welcome back party for Yukon yet.
Great idea, Yuki-chan! I was just thinking the same thing!
You're right. It's been a while too, so let's all go there and catch up.
Yosuke-kun and Yu-kun glance at each other upon hearing my suggestion. Could they be scheming something?
Alright, sounds like a plan. We have a few things to talk to them about too, right, partner?
Yeah, let's go, everyone.
Those looks. That's like some kind of secret friend wink, isn't it? They're definitely up to something. I'm not exactly sure what's going on between them, but I do have an idea. I'm guessing it's probably something we'll all get together for, right? We still have a lot of Golden Week left, after all. After the welcome back party for Yu-kun, Chie and I are in the miscellaneous goods section looking at trinkets. Teddy and Yosuke have gone back to work while Rise-chan takes Naoto-kun shopping. Yu-kun and Kanji-kun are together in the grocery area. Everyone is just doing their own thing.
Boy, was I surprised when Yukon brought that up. I didn't tell her we wouldn't get involved, was it? Can you believe him?
No kidding. I wonder what Matsuri-san would say if she heard that.
What Yukon and Yosuke-kun brought up during the welcome back party was the reformation, or more like, the re-reformation of the investigation team. And it was decided that we'd all pursue this case by ourselves. There were no objections, of course. Everyone seems to have been waiting for Yukun's words, and all spoke up at once. There's no way we can leave what happened inside this town's TV to someone else. I feel bad for Mitsuru-san, but I was really happy that the two of them were thinking the same thing. I mean, Labrys is our friend. There's no way we can sit back and watch while our friend is out there doing her best, especially since this happened in our own backyard.
Man, the Kirijo group, huh? If things go bad, this can be an even bigger problem than last year.
I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
You really stepped up to the plate this time. I think I like this new side of you.
I'm a bit happy to hear that from Chie. Whoa, that was close. We almost absentmindedly walked right by the section we were looking for. We stop at our destination, the small shops inside Junes. I pick up some different colored hair ornaments and compare them.
Wow, this is hard. So many choices. What color should I get?
You're really into this. Hey, how about this? I think it'll look good on you.
Oh, no, it's not for me.
Pink, yellow, green. As I compare the different colors while answering Chie, she thinks a bit more before making a realization. Let me guess, the red one.
Oh, right. We might see her sooner than we think.
That's right. I'm sure that the culprit will be caught faster if we cooperate rather than leaving Mitsuru-san and her people alone to handle it. And that means the day when I keep my promise with Labrys will come sooner too. Until then, we need to find a color that fits her. Oh, it's for Labrys, not for Yukiko. I don't know, probably blue. I pick various colored scrunchies and imagine how they'd look decorating Labrys' hair. Her embarrassed smile springs to mind as well.
I just know she'll love it.
Cute. Alright, that one has a red clear, which means there is something different. There's probably a joke route for you. I don't want to find it right now. Well, that'll do it for today. I think tomorrow we'll try to get all those other endings real quick. And then do whatever this is, depending on time. But first we need to see Labrys' super duh.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality.
That's Shadow
Mind
Labrys.
and matter.
Where is
Now,
she?
why don't you
There she
introduce
is.
yourself?
Pleased to meet ya.
Picture in your head your own appearance as well as
I
your
guess I'll
alter
play
ego.
along.
Very well.
Well, the villain doesn't seem to be on the roster, unless it's Adachi, but that doesn't really make sense. How would Adachi find out about Labrys?
Oh, wow. You're really hanging in there.
I got you now.
And you're not.
Come on.
I've had it with you.
Get wrecked.
This is how it ends.
You're mine now. Come at ya. I'll get you. What's the time? What's the time?
Interesting. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Hey, now. Come on.
That's a pretty crazy projectile, but it is very slow to come out.
Come on.
Let's fly. Let's fly. Come here.
Oh, that's what she kept spamming at me. This one. That one was crazy.
Persona. Here. This'll your fault. Here I go.
That all you got?
I got you now.
Come on. Come on. Hey, now.
Right. LB's like a different function for every character. Didn't use it very much. So that's like a... I assume that's an armor move.
Come on.
Armor counter.
Come on.
It's like a mirror, except you can release it whenever you want.
Come on.
Alright, Shadow Labrys?
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I know Shadow characters don't have the finisher, but
Picture in your head your own
I assume
appearance
Shadow
as well
Labrys
as
is
very
different.
well.
Oh wow, that's a laser. Interesting. What is this persona called? I really wish we'd said the say the persona's name on screen. Okay, those are the same, that makes sense. Anyway. Does she not? After one? No, I can do it. Why come, how not?
Come on. Let me enjoy this a bit.
Where? Labrys Gate. Is that not the right button? Oh, it's not.
Come on. Let me enjoy
There we
this a
go.
bit.
Hers is on a different button than everyone else, so that's kind of weird.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Alright, it should say the persona on this.
This place
Asterius.
exists between
That's the
dream and
Minotaur.
mind and matter.
That is the Labyrinth Minotaur.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Ariadne. I don't know who that is. That's Tomoe Gozen, right?
This is a space that only those who have, in one way or another,
Kagi,
entered
I know
into
that
a
name.
contract may enter.
Himiko, I
In
know.
your daily life, you subconsciously heard the call to awaken.
Caesar,
and
that's
you
obvious.
chose to follow the destiny of your inner voice,
Ventus.
thereby enacting
Athena.
a glorious awakening to your power.
I don't know who Artemis is. Isis. Cerberus. Yeah. Margaret Selection. Never heard of that person. Alright, anyway, that's enough of this for today. Boy, I thought I was gonna close out Arena 1's plot today, but there's a lot more than I thought. Oopsie doopsie. We'll try to finish it tomorrow, but you know, if I thought so today, then tomorrow is just as likely to not be the case. Well, I mean, statistically, we are closer to the end just by definition. But you know what I mean. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. Until next time, bear it out. Bye.